Chapter 706. Neither Chun Zhao nor Louis paid attention to the doctor's yelling. Louis had the bodyguards destroy the surveillance in the ICU directly. Then Chun Zhao let them out. Before I come out, no one is allowed to come in or disturb me. With that, Chun Zhao locked the door from the inside. The doctor wanted to stop Chun Zhao, but the bodyguards stopped him. "Who's there?" Norma asked weakly. Suddenly, Norma felt a hand ruffling her hair. She couldn't move at the moment. She could only let the hand touch her body. "Are you afraid of me?" When Norma heard this voice, she felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, her current state made her thoughts a mess. "I was sent by your uncle to kill you." Norma's body trembled slightly. She seemed to have taken it seriously. "How do you want to die? I'll strangle you, okay?" Norma felt the big hand slide down her face and then rest on the back of her neck. The hand slowly increased its strength. Norma tensed up. Immense fear filled her heart. "Forget it. It's too obvious. Why don't you write a will and pretend it's suicide?" Norma was about to faint from anger. She was already like this. How could she write a will? Even if she did, would anyone believe it? Norma Clallam, don't want to live anymore. I'll give all my assets to my uncle, Louis Clallam. Come, leave a handprint here. Norma felt the person really grab her palm and then leave a handprint on a piece of paper. Just then, Norma realized that there was something on her face. It was as if something was crawling on his face and crawling into his left eye. Have you heard of hermit crabs? You might not know what a hermit crab is like. They like to find a hole and live in it, never coming out. Norma trembled. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't. Unprecedented fear engulfed her body and mind. She was born blind and had never seen hermit crabs before. Plus, she had never heard of them in her upbringing. When he heard about hermit crabs, his first reaction was that his hair stood on end. Don't worry, you don't have that much time. The hermit crabs will parasitize your eyes, lay eggs, and give birth to a lot of hermit crabs in your brain. They'll eat your brain, and then you'll die. No. Norma was so scared that her brain almost stopped working. She could feel that there seemed to be something wriggling in her originally empty eye sockets. Is this a hermit crab? Had it started laying eggs in his eyes? Norma began to let her imagination run wild. Just then, Norma suddenly opened her eyes. Illusion? Was it another illusion? This was the first time Norma had the feeling of seeing. Her face was still filled with fear. In the haze, she saw a figure. The figure was always in front of her, holding a very thin knife in his hand. She did not know what he was doing. Noises kept coming out from her mouth. At this moment, Norma couldn't move and could only endure it passively. Have you seen The Ripper? It's an interesting movie. You have to watch it when you're free. It's really interesting. Chun Zhao kept talking. He was really bored. Scaring Norma was also interesting. However, he did not notice that Norma had already opened her eyes slightly and was still talking to herself. Suddenly, Chun Zhao turned his head and saw Norma staring at him with her eyes wide open. Are you awake? Chun Zhao waved his hand. Can you see? Norma nodded with difficulty. Chun Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Okay, my job's done. Chun Zhao pulled the white cloth over Norma's head. Then he opened the door and walked out. Louis immediately rushed over. Chun, how's Norma? Chun Zhao looked back and shook his head. Go in and see her. Louis poked his head in and immediately burst into tears. Norma, I'm sorry. Louis had already laid the cloth in front of Norma's bed and was crying his heart out. Just then, the doctor at the door finally grasped the opportunity and pointed at Chun Zhao. You murderer! You murderer! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Chun, didn't you say that you could cure Norma? Why is she dead? Louis could not control himself anymore. I tried my best. Tried your best? How can you still smile when you tried your best? You didn't even try your best. I trusted you so much. Why did you disappoint me? Louis criticized Chun Zhao. Just then, the white bedsheet moved a little. Louis was startled and fell to the ground. What's going on? Norma. Norma's body moved just now. Maybe she came back to life, Chun Zhao said. Uncle Louis shivered. Did she really come back to life? Louis had encountered paranormal events before, but his thought process was still like a normal person's. He knew that ghosts existed and obviously believed in zombies. Uncle, Lewis heard Norma's voice again. This made him even more afraid. Carefully, he walked up and slowly removed the blanket. Then he saw Norma lying there. Her left eye, which should have disappeared, seemed to be there again. However, the pupil was clearly different from the right eye. Norma, rest in peace. I'll help you take revenge. Don't come back to life, okay? You my uncle? Norma asked hesitantly. She was not sure, but Lewis's voice was very familiar. However, she had never seen Lewis before, so she was not sure if the person before her was Lewis. If she closed her eyes and listened carefully, she would be able to hear it. However, her vision still affected part of her judgment. You can see me? Lewis looked at Norma in confusion. Wait, you're not dead? Lewis turned to Chinzhao. Why isn't Norma dead? Uncle, did you ask him to kill me? Huh? Why would you say that? You're my little Norma. How could I let someone hurt you? He said you asked him to kill me and then take over my property. In the beginning, he wanted to strangle me to death. Then, he asked me to put some kind of fingerprint on it. In the end, he put a hermit crab in my eye. He said he wanted the crab to lay eggs in my eye and eat my brain. Lewis's face darkened. He turned his head angrily and looked at Chun Zhao. Chun, what's going on? I was bored, so I practiced my lines. Can you accept this explanation? Lewis felt like he had been tricked. Norma isn't dead. Why did you say she's dead? Think back. What did I say that she's dead? You covered her face with a blanket. I was afraid that she would catch a cold. You said you tried your best. Chapter 707. Fuck. Lewis was enraged. Did you trick me? That's unforgivable. Do you know how bad this joke is? Then do you know how bad it is to wake me up from my sleep and come all the way to New York? Chun Zhao stretched. Arrange a place for me to sleep first. Do you know that I can sleep until the end of time if I lie down now? I want to kill you right now. You want to kill me? Wait until I sleep. I'm really sleepy right now. Halfway through his sleep, he was dragged out. He had flown 4,000 kilometers to New York to perform surgery. It was a terrible experience, both physically and mentally. Chun Zhao was still angry when he woke up. Wait, what's going on? The doctor suddenly stopped him. You performed an eye transplant on her? What eye transplant? I don't understand. Her eyes were fine when I went in. Chun Zhao shook the doctor off. Lewis, if your niece's hemorrhoids come back, remember to apply medicine. Lewis's face darkened. If Chun Zhao didn't save Norma, he really wanted to shoot Chun Zhao. Lewis glanced at the housekeeper beside him. The housekeeper understood. Doctor, thank you for your help. Ms. Norma's cold is much better. Please cooperate. Ms. Norma is going to be discharged now. The doctor felt like his intelligence was insulted. After Norma was sent to the hospital, he had been in the operating room for 3 hours. Now, her eyes were fine. One said she had hemorrhoids, and the other said she had a cold. Can't you guys discuss it first before trying to fool me? But that wasn't important. What he really couldn't accept was Norma's left eye didn't look like it had just been injured or operated on at all. Everything looked normal. This was what he couldn't get over. So he really wanted to know how Chun Zhao had done it. Just then, the housekeeper stuffed a check into the doctor's hand. This is an anonymous check. You can withdraw it from any bank. There won't be any withdrawal record. The doctor had wanted to show that he wouldn't be defeated by money. But after seeing the number on the check, he was defeated. Sometimes, people shouldn't overestimate their beliefs. This was probably the easiest one to destroy. Chun Zhao slept for a few hours in New York and then took Lewis's connecting flight back to Los Angeles. Lewis kept trying to get Chun Zhao to stay, but Chun Zhao still liked to stay at home. His impression of New York was really not good. Every time he came, there would be big trouble. Chun Zhao felt that if he stayed any longer, he'd be in even more trouble. Although the trip was tiring, Lewis still paid $10 million without hesitation. This was probably the most straightforward payment he had ever made. Norma, it's time for dinner. Lewis was worried that something might happen to Norma, so he took her home to take care of her. However, ever since she was able to see, Norma had been looking at things. She had too much to learn, and she hardly knew anything. So this was what it felt like to be able to see. Norma raised her head. She was wearing a monocle, just like a female pirate. What are we eating tonight? Australian lobster, Japanese beefsteak, and deep-sea crabs. Crabs? Are they the same as hermit crabs? Norma still had a deep fear of hermit crabs. Hermit crabs aren't dangerous at all, Louis said, gritting his teeth. They won't live on people. Don't be tricked by that asterisk shoal chun. Also, I didn't hire anyone to kill you. He had repeated this hundreds of times. Louis wouldn't kill Norma, even if he wanted to kill Chen Zhao. My brother and sister took so much care of me back then, Louis said. I'll take care of you like they did for me. When Norma's parents died, Louis was only a teenager and Norma was only a few years old. Louis was raised by his brother and sister-in-law. So to him, his brother and sister were like his parents. Norma was his niece, but he'd always taken care of her like his own daughter. Therefore, in this world, Louis would hurt anyone but Norma. Louis hated Chen Zhao's joke, but Chen Zhao had saved Norma. Louis was helpless about this. Of course, Louis was very grateful that Chen Zhao had saved Norma, especially the feeling of going from hell to heaven. It was a joy that no one could understand. What's that on your hand? That? A watch. Norma only didn't know what most things looked like, but she wasn't completely ignorant. For example, she'd heard of watches before. Louis only needed to say it, and she would understand it completely. Even at the dining table, Norma was holding her tablet and looking at it the whole time. Norma, do you want some more? No. Norma shook her head. Uncle, I'm going back to my room. Okay, rest early. I'll take you out tomorrow. Norma took 2 steps. Suddenly, her head felt heavy and she fell to the ground. Norma, Louis exclaimed. He quickly went up to check on her. Norma, wake up. Norma, wake up. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Norma had only been out of the hospital for a day, but she was hospitalized again. Doctor, how's Norma? Louis asked anxiously when he saw the doctor walk out of the surgery room. Ms. Norma's condition is very strange. Her brain is normal, but her brain waves are very weak. I don't know what's going on either. She needs to stay in the hospital for observation. If you didn't find anything, no. Ms. Norma's signs are all normal. We can't find out what's wrong with her. I really shouldn't have hoped for you guys, Louis said angrily. For a doctor, being questioned in front of him was very embarrassing. This was something that hurt his pride, and the doctor was also angry. Mr. Louis, it could also be that person from last night. Something went wrong with his surgery, the doctor said meaningfully. You don't have the ability, so you doubt other people's abilities? Although Louis said this, he couldn't help but be suspicious. After the doctor left, Louis still called Chen Zhao. If Norma's coma was really because of Chen Zhao's treatment, perhaps only Chen Zhao could wake Norma up now. Hey, Chen, I think you might have to come to New York. What? Are you messing with me? Norma's unconscious. Chapter 708. Chen, I didn't mean that, but the doctors are almost sure about Norma's problem, so I need your help. Tell me about Norma's symptoms first. She's in a coma without any symptoms, Louis said. The doctors can't tell either. Her body's fine, but she won't wake up. Chen Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Life and death crisis? Take Norma home immediately. Also, arrange a plane for me. Wait, I'm not the only one going to New York, Chen Zhao said. Chen, do you know the reason? I'm not sure, Chen Zhao answered. What do you mean? Because it's not an illness or injury. It's something more complicated, Chen Zhao said. A supernatural power. Chen Zhao wasn't sure, because Norma's situation was different from the first time. Board's daughter, Aisha, had been attacked and her life was in danger. Because of Chen Zhao's help, she successfully survived. Then, she was unconscious for 3 days and went through a life crisis. However, Aisha didn't wake up in the middle. Norma had woken up after Chen Zhao's treatment that day. From Louis's words, all the signs pointed to the fact that Norma was going through a life crisis right now. Therefore, Chen Zhao couldn't be sure if Norma was really going through a life crisis. What? What does this have to do with Norma? She's just a normal girl. Okay, no matter what, don't panic. Wait for me to bring people over. Isn't it very troublesome this time? You're actually bringing people over? Some of my subordinates, Chen Zhao said. Oh, disperse everyone in the house so they won't be affected. Will it be dangerous? Of course, if it's really as I guessed, Chen Zhao said. Okay, stop talking. I'll go get people now. Hurry up and prepare a plane for me. Going out again? Fei Lai asked. Yes. The patient I saved yesterday also seems to be showing signs of a life and death crisis. Failai knew what a life and death crisis was. When Aisha had gone through it, she was one of the people involved. It was also that incident that had exposed her to supernatural things. Failai wasn't worried about Chun Zhao. After all, she knew that he'd dealt with it easily. Gaia, where are you now? My gym just closed. What's wrong? There's an operation. It'll take at least 2 days. Get ready. This operation is going to be very exciting. Hearing this, Gaia became excited. Chun Zhao heard Gaia clapping her hands over the phone. 1 hour, LAX airport. Okay. After hanging up, Chun Zhao called West. West, call everyone. There's an operation. Call a dues as well. Just treat it as one of the benefits of our association. Guild leader, didn't you say it's an operation? West felt that since it was an operation, there would definitely be danger. Would Chun Zhao gather all the normal enemies? Therefore, from West's point of view, this operation must be very dangerous. Perhaps it would be the same as the last time when he fought with his family, and he would have to go on an adventure somewhere. Dangerous for that. I don't understand. This mission might involve a shaman who awakened on the 3rd day. Puff! A shaman who awakened on the 3rd day? Awakening the tribulation of life on the 3rd day was something that only existed in legends. Guild leader, if you dare to be a deserter, I'll throw you out of the plane. Chun Zhao knew what West was going to say without needing to speak. West's face was covered in tears, thinking about how scary Chun Zhao was. As expected, Chun Zhao was even scarier than the tribulation of life on the 3rd day. A group of people gathered at the airport. Apart from West, everyone was excited. Their big brother security guard, Aduz, was dressed casually. He dragged 2 suitcases behind him, his face filled with excitement. Guild leader, thank you so much. Where are we going this time? When Aduz heard that it was a vacation, he excitedly stuffed all the luggage into the suitcases and rushed to the airport. New York. The others were also excited. New York. Chun Zhao wasn't in a good mood because every time he went to New York, nothing good would happen. The first time was the grandfather and the evil spirit society. Chun Zhao had gone all out in that battle. The second time was the god of otherworldlings, something that looked like Yogg-Saron. The day before yesterday was the 3rd time. Chun Zhao came and left in a hurry. He thought that he would be safe this time, but in less than 2 days, he had to go to New York again. Chun Zhao felt that this time would be even more dangerous than the second time. West frowned. He really didn't want to pour cold water on them. These kids are still too young. Did they really think it was a vacation with the guild leader? President Belia asked, are you paying for the plane tickets and accommodation to New York? Private plane, luxurious manner, Chun Zhao said. Huh? Private plane? President, you mean we're going to take a private plane? Everyone was excited. Normal people might never have the chance to take a private plane in their entire lives. But now, they had the chance to take a private plane. How could they not be excited? The more benefits Chun Zhao lost, the more uneasy West was. Was he going to save the world this time? I'm willing to even save the world if I can take a private plane, Morse said. His and Mord's injuries were completely healed. They'd heard that when they were injured, the society had a big operation. They beat their chests and stomped their feet, annoyed that they'd missed it. Chun Zhao and West looked at Mor. Their gazes were very unfriendly. Mor didn't know and was still excited. Just then, the captain who'd sent Chun Zhao to New York last time came again. Mr. Chun, we meet again. Oh, hello, Mr. Kid. Is the plane ready? Yes, please follow me. Everyone boarded the plane excitedly. Then they started jumping up and down like Granny Lou entering the Grandview Garden. It wasn't Chun Zhao's first time taking a private plane. The novelty was long gone. Actually, there was no difference between a private plane and a normal plane. Buying a business class ticket wouldn't make much of a difference. Of course, private planes were definitely more enjoyable in terms of service. The stewardess didn't understand why these bumpkins could take a private plane. But to be able to sit here, they must know rich people. Chapter 709. The plane landed smoothly. The people from the supernatural organization still wanted more. They wanted to circle around in the sky a few more times. 3 hours wasn't enough for them. Chun Zhao realized that there were fewer people at the New York airport today. They landed at JFK, one of the busiest airports in the world. Almost 200,000 people took off and landed here every day. The annual capacity was close to 60 million people. But Chun Zhao realized that the departure lounge was a bit empty today. There were only a few people. Just then, the broadcast sounded. Sorry, dear passengers. Due to the heavy fog, the airport will be closed temporarily. We apologize for the delay. So it's the fog, Chun Zhao realized. But New York was a coastal city, so it was rather humid. The clouds and humidity from the sea would often cover the entire city at dawn. But it was nighttime now, so the runway had lights. The fog was probably very heavy to stop flights at the airport temporarily. They didn't notice it when they landed. When they came out of the airport, they realized that the fog was indeed quite heavy. President, where are we going now? Waiting for the car, Chun Zhao said. Soon, a few luxury cars stopped before them. Hello, Mr. Chun. The boss asked us to pick you up. Okay, help me arrange for them too. Seeing the luxury cars, everyone was very happy. West, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on his face. Just stay here and be happy. You'll all cry later. Wow, such a huge manor. Moore looked at the huge manor in excitement. The president really didn't lie to us. Moore had also stared out the window. Don't embarrass yourself there, Jalanash said coldly. We're not here for vacation. We're here for a mission. What mission? Belia said. I think the president must think that our daily training is too hard, so he found an excuse to call us here. West glanced at Belia. Looks like you don't know our president well enough. Would he be so kind as to call them to New York with a mission as an excuse? Aren't you being too optimistic? The car slowly came to a stop, and Lewis immediately came to greet them. Chun, you're finally here. Lewis looked at the strange group behind Chun Zhao. There were both men and women. Two of them were older. Just where did this strange combination come from? They are. I'm here to help, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Them? Help? What would they do to help? Lewis was very doubtful. All right, since they were brought here by Chun Zhao, he would believe him for now. Did Norma bring it back? Yes, I brought it back. It's upstairs now. Have someone make arrangements for them. Let's go upstairs. Lewis and Chun Zhao went to Norma's room and saw her lying on the bed. Chun Zhao could vaguely feel a trace of magic in the room. That's right, this feeling was the same as Aisha's last time. At this moment, Norma was really going through a tribulation of life. Chin, how's it going? Pretty much what I predicted, Chun Zhao said. So what do we do now? Send all the servants and bodyguards away. What happens next is not something they can participate in. Why? Tonight or tomorrow night, a large number of evil spirits will attack this place, or more accurately, they will attack her. Why? Don't ask me why. I want to know why. Anyway, that's what happened. She'll wake up after midnight tomorrow night. You mean, as long as she survives the evil spirit attack, she'll wake up? Yes. Why? Go ask God. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Will there be a lot of evil spirits attacking? Probably a lot. Can you handle it? Lewis asked worriedly. And you still have to protect Norma. Don't worry. The people I brought are all professionals. Just then, cheers and laughter came from downstairs. Chun Zhao and Lewis walked to the balcony and saw that the people from the association had all changed into swimsuits and were playing by the pool. Are they professionals? Lewis looked at Chun Zhao. You have to understand that people with abilities are usually different from ordinary people. The night was peaceful. At least, the manor was filled with cheers and laughter. They had never enjoyed such a luxurious lifestyle before. The food and lodging were all the best. With their salaries, they probably couldn't even spend a night here. How could they let go of such a great opportunity? Early the next morning, Lewis asked all the servants and bodyguards to go on holiday. President, where are we going to play today? Belia looked at Chun Zhao expectantly. Chun Zhao's face darkened. I asked you to come for a mission, not to play. Can't you see how thick the fog is? Do you believe that you'll die on the road when you turn a corner? The fog in New York was even thicker than last night. Such a heavy fog had seriously affected the safety of traveling in New York. The visibility was less than 5 meters. Even with the headlights on, one could only see a blurry light. This reminded Chun Zhao of the classic horror movie, The Fog. Everyone originally planned to stroll around Times Square today and then go to the Statue of Liberty to take a look. In the end, the fog ruined their plans. While everyone was making a ruckus, Chun Zhao was calmly cultivating in his room. Of course, this so-called calmness was only for the other people in the association. Fuck, if I'm this diligent at home, I'd probably become an immortal. In the depths of the dirty sewers, there was an underground palace. Of course, it was too much to call it a palace, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call a mansion. This used to be the grandfather's residence. Even though the grandfather was an evil ghost, he still enjoyed things that humans couldn't enjoy. However, not many people knew about this place. Most of them weren't humans either. The grandfather had passed away for a long time, but someone else occupied this place. On the surface, Undine was an ordinary maid in the Clallam family, but she actually had another identity. Probably no one knew that the grandfather wasn't the absolute ruler of the evil spirit society. There was also an unknown existence, matriarch. From her name, one could tell that she had an unbreakable relationship with the grandfather. If the grandfather was the tyrant of the evil spirit society, then matriarch was its brain. Chapter 710. The grandfather's death was also a surprise to grandmother. She had never thought that the grandfather would die so suddenly. It was so sudden that she couldn't believe it was real. However, she didn't gain nothing. After the grandfather died, his assets naturally became grandmother's. The grandfather's death wasn't completely worthless. Most people thought that the grandfather's entire fortune was the evil spirit society. In reality, the evil spirit society was formed by a group of evil spirits mixed with dragons and snakes. Some were strong and some were weak, but they were still evil spirits. And in this city, there were as many evil spirits as one wanted. The evil spirit society could be formed again after disbanding. What was truly valuable was the grandfather's inheritance hidden in an unknown place. The other two factions of the Japanese pirates in New York City, the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society, were gone. The Evil Spirit Society, the Witch Society, and the Sorcerer Society seemed to coexist. They were formed almost at the same time, and the three had been fighting each other for 200 years. The time of their demise was so close. Although it was an accident, it was also the result of fate. Grandmother felt it was a pity for the grandfather's death, but she wasn't sad. She was even glad that the grandfather was dead. No one could control her anymore. No one would be able to threaten her. Grandmother had always relied on devouring the souls of the living and stealing their bodies to continue her existence. For example, her current body was an ordinary maid. It wasn't easy to find a body that she could maintain for a long time. The great matriarch didn't know where she could find the next body she could live in, and this body was rapidly aging. The body that had been in its 20s now looked like it was in its 30s. This was also the result of being possessed by grandmother. The body was aging faster and faster. According to the normal speed, the body would completely age in about 5 years and lose its function. But now, grandmother had obtained the grandfather's inheritance and even his secret. This secret was also the most valuable thing in the grandfather's inheritance. She no longer needed to spend so much effort to find a physical body to attach herself to as she did in the past. She could exist for a long time like the grandfather, and be as strong as the grandfather. No, stronger than the grandfather, because she had something the grandfather didn't have. The first mother dug her eyeballs out, but her expression did not change at all. This body did not belong to her in the first place. She was just an outsider who took over the nest. Her soul and body had not fused, so injuries and pain would not affect her. Then the great mother stuffed the eyeball that she had dug out from Norma into her own eye socket. He then used black magic to fuse the eyeball with the body. At this moment, the green pupils began to emit a demonic light. At the same time, lines began to spread around his left eye socket. These lines began to cover the left side of his face. As the original owner of the eyeball, Norma did not know how to use it at all. It was impossible for ordinary people to understand the use of this eyeball. These were the eyes of a nightmare. In Western myths and legends, nightmares were magical beasts that could spread nightmares. In fact, Nightmares did not stop there. They liked to enter dreams and use the dream to control the other party. Controlled creatures or people were like walking corpses. 10 years ago, the Great Mother discovered young Norma's special bloodline. Plus, she happened to be residing in Undine's body at the time. Hence, the Great Mother had been waiting for Norma to become an adult, waiting for her eyes to truly possess the power of nightmares. Not long ago, the long-awaited fruit finally ripened. The Great Mother began to guide the power of nightmares. In fact, what Norma saw was not an illusion. What she saw were scenes and people from other people's dreams. Nightmares could discover who was dreaming nearby, then sneak into their dreams. The Great Mother suddenly frowned. Not enough. It seemed that the power of nightmares was not perfect. That's right, it was because it was just an eyeball. Hence, it could not fully unleash the power of nightmares. In other words, only by gathering both eyeballs could one possess the complete power of nightmares. At this moment, a faintly discernible figure floated in. This spirit was none other than Prague. Prague's life was filled with sorrow. First, he was deceived by the Great Mother. He naively thought that he could obtain the endless wealth of the Klallam family. But from start to finish, he was only a tool of the Great Mother. Even if the plan succeeded, he could not escape the fate of being controlled by the Great Mother. Of course, the current result was still pitiful. Even in death, he could not escape from the Great Mother's control. Master! Prague lowered his head and bowed respectfully. The one he hated the most wasn't Louis who killed him. It wasn't Norma either. It was the Great Mother. He was originally the heir of a small family, and he even had some magic power. Plus, he was engaged to Norma since he was young. If everything went according to plan, he could have married Norma and become the ruler of the Klallam family's vast empire. But he wanted to be the master, not just the ruler. It was this mistake that caused Prague to become someone else's effort. Of course, the Great Mother chose Prague as her subordinate because she was alone, but there were some things that she could not do herself. For example, she could not let the Great Mother appear when she went to negotiate with other evil spirit groups. I told you to contact Tyrant. Is he here? Yes, Master. Tyrant is already waiting outside. Tyrant was an evil spirit from Jersey City, a neighboring city of New York. He controlled an organization similar to the Evil Spirit Society. The name sounded powerful, but anyone could come up with such a name. Tyrant was stronger than regular evil spirits, but compared to the Great Father, he was much weaker. There were many other evil spirit groups like this in New York and the surrounding areas. This time, Tyrant was not the only one invited by the Great Mother. There were also a few evil spirit leaders who were on the same level as Tyrant. As for the leaders of these evil spirit groups, they had gathered here with their subordinates, causing the aura of death to fill the air. They were responsible for the fog that covered New York City. There were at least 3,000 evil spirits in the sewers. After the 3,000 evil spirits gathered together, they did not rest for a single moment. You devour some of them, I'll devour some of you. It had only been a day, but more than 200 evil spirits had already disappeared in the midst of fighting and devouring each other. Chapter 711. George sneaked in among the evil spirits. It wasn't his first time in the sewers. After all, he used to be a core member of the Evil Spirit Society, so he couldn't be more familiar with this place. However, today's lineup looked a bit scary. A tall evil spirit passed in front of George. The evil spirit was wearing a suit, but his body was so bloated that he looked like a mountain of meat. George abruptly took 2 steps back. The evil spirit turned to look at George and revealed a malicious smile. George trembled in fear. It was Mr. Violet from the Style and Building. Speaking of Mr. Violet, when he was alive, he was a billionaire who lived up to his name. His company was the largest and most professional demolition company in the world. 18 years ago, he had funded the construction of the Style and Building, but on the day it was completed, he went bankrupt. Then he took his Style and Building, along with more than 300 people in the building, and went to hell. On the day the Style and Building was put into use, he blew it up. This incident shocked the United States and even caused a sensation internationally. No one expected a tycoon to do such a crazy thing. The original site of the Stylin building was still empty. It was said that someone once saw an unfamiliar building at night, walked in, and never came out again. Even in the circle of evil spirits, Mr. Violet was a true monster. As long as one entered his territory, be it human or evil spirit, they would disappear forever. Mr. Violet grinned. Coward, this isn't a place you should be. Just then, another evil spirit group came. This group was led by a young man and woman. The evil spirits behind them were also a group of young people. George vaguely remembered them. They were the West Street Villains. They used to be a rebellious youth group. They believed in Satan and even named their group the Evil Gang. They had been evil scoundrels when they were alive. After the last fire, all the members of the Evil Gang had been turned into ashes. But their depraved thoughts still existed, so they turned into fiery, evil spirits and stayed in the human world. Although there weren't many of them, their individual strength was very strong. The other evil spirits didn't dare to approach the members of the Evil Gang. They all took the initiative to keep a distance. Following that, many powerful evil spirits or evil spirit groups arrived one after another. In this underground plaza, there were already more than 10 well-known and powerful evil spirits and their subordinates. There were also thousands of evil spirits. When they gathered together, the entire square was filled with an oppressive aura. At this moment, the Great Mother appeared. It was George's first time seeing Mother. However, he recognized the Great Mother's left eye. It was filled with an evil aura. He had never felt this way when he saw Norma. The Great Mother was as tall as the Great Father, but she gave off an oppressive aura that made it hard for people to breathe. George had only experienced this kind of pressure from the grandfather. George's legs couldn't support him anymore. Great Mother sat on the highest stone chair like an empress. I'm glad you're all here. The Great Mother's voice was loud and clear. This made George a little dazed, as if the person sitting on top was the grandfather. I now announce that all of you will become a part of the Evil Spirit Society. The Great Matriarch spread her arms and loudly proclaimed her idea. I will grant you great power and the chance to become the ruler of this city. Wait, Mother. I'm not a member of the Evil Spirit Society. Yeah, who do you think you are? What right do you have to control us? Stupid woman. Let me see if you really have the right. Shut up. Great Matriarch roared and slammed her fist on the armrest. Boom! A huge impact hit Mother's fist. In an instant, the dozens of evil spirits at the front were crushed. At the same time, a few powerful evil spirits were hit. Their bodies almost shattered. All the evil spirits stared at Mother in disbelief. So scary. Even the grandfather wasn't this scary, right? Mother opened her mouth and sucked in the soul shards. She was even stronger now. Her aura was like that of a wild beast. Even those powerful evil spirits seemed so small and insignificant in front of her. So you're finally willing to calm down and listen to me. We're all humans, but we've broken free from the restraints of our bodies. We're higher than humans, but we can only hide in these dirty sewers. Why? The Great Matriarch announced her idea loudly. It's because we're undisciplined that we should unite instead of fighting on our own. You've seen it for yourself. The entire New York has been shrouded in our presence since you arrived. As long as this continues, we will become the true rulers. The sunlight will no longer be a threat to you, and the living will become our servants. Now, tell me, what's your choice? If we listen to you, can we kill as we please? A member of the Evil Spirit Society asked. First, you have to prove your worth. If it's just killing, many evil spirits here can do it. How do we prove ourselves? Tomorrow night, you have to break into a manor for me. It's a human manor, but there are many spiritualists in the manor. Kill them all and offer them to me. Only then can you prove the value of your existence. Also, bring me a girl with a green pupil in her right eye. Mother stood up and opened her left eyelid with her finger. Can you feel it? Your own strength. The green light spread among the evil spirits. All of them could feel it. Roar. Right at this moment, all of the evil spirits could feel that their originally thin and weak bodies were expanding at an alarming rate. Regardless of whether they were male or female evil spirits, Their bodies had become like bodybuilders, and their auras had skyrocketed several times. Every evil spirit was screaming. Even the stronger evil spirits could feel their power growing. George felt terrible. The power was repelling him. He was repelling it too. There's a traitor among us. Mother looked over. There were a dozen evil spirits there. Like George, they didn't grow stronger. Instead, they felt terrible. George and the dozen evil spirits looked at each other. They understood immediately. They were the guardian spirits of a certain spiritualist. Chapter 712. Help! George dashed into the manor. At the same time, there's an evil spirit. West yelled. The people who'd been celebrating in the pool immediately jumped up. Let me do it. This evil spirit is very dangerous. Let me do it. You guys might not be able to handle it. Mord immediately attacked. He didn't waste any words. His 10 fingers suddenly turned into 10 vines. He tied George up and dragged him to the ground. Just as everyone was about to surround George, Gaia looked up at the sky. There's another one up there. That's mine. Everyone immediately shouted, trying to outdo each other. However, the body of the evil spirit in the sky suddenly burst into flames without any warning. What's it doing? Self-immolation? Fuck. It's a fiery spirit, West yelled. The association members who'd been fighting to be first were instantly terrified. Gaia, I'll give you this chance. The fiery spirit charged down from the sky and pounced at George. Gaia yelled and also pounced at the fiery spirit. Out of everyone, only Gaia could touch the flames so fearlessly. Even Chun Zhao's fire resistance wasn't as high as Gaia's. The flames on the fiery spirit suddenly surged and enveloped Gaia. Gaia felt that the fiery spirit was extremely hot, but it wasn't unbearable. Gaia head-butted the fiery spirit's head. Instantly, the fiery spirit's head exploded. But the next moment, the fiery spirit's head reassembled. Gaia, use magic. Physical attacks won't work. The group shouted for nearby. Gaia had the strongest magic power among them, but she didn't specialize in magic. Instead, she specialized in physical combat. Suddenly, Gaia opened her mouth and sucked the flames on the fiery spirit. The fiery spirit struggled with all its might, but it couldn't stop Gaia from sucking the flames away. Gaia's skin glowed with a faint red light. Then, she opened her mouth and spat flames at the fiery spirit's mouth. The fiery spirit struggled violently, but it wasn't that easy to break free from Gaia's bear hug. In the end, the fiery spirit's body turned black like burnt charcoal. Gaia closed her arms, and the fiery spirit's body turned into sparks. Roar! Well done, Gaia. Beautiful. Gaia was the main combat force of the supernatural organization, so there was nothing to complain about when it came to combat. Everyone looked at George, who was bound by Morit. George was shocked. Wait, we're on the same side. I'm on the same side. Who's on your side? Just then, Chun Zhao and Louis walked out. They also heard the commotion outside, so they came out to see the situation. What are you doing? Why are you tying George up? Boss, save me. Mr. Chun, save me. Seeing Chun Zhao and Louis, George immediately cried for help. What's going on? Guild leader, do you recognize this evil spirit? He's Louis's servant. Let him go. Everyone looked at Morit. West immediately said, Morit, I've said it many times. Don't attack indiscriminately. Look, you accidentally hurt your own people. Yeah, Jolig said. They're useless in a fight. They'll just bully their own people. Morit, when George was easy to bully, they all fought to be first. George, why aren't you hiding during the day? Chun Zhao asked. George broke free. Mr. Chun, the situation is bad. The evil spirit society is back. The woman who hurt Norma was actually possessed by an evil spirit called Mother. She's very powerful, even more so than Grandfather. She also gathered more than 1,000 evil spirits. The entire New York is filled with a deathly aura. That's why I can come out during the day. Mother? They're going to attack tonight. More than 1,000 evil spirits? Everyone's expression changed. What kind of scale was that? Not only that, Mother seems to have the ability to strengthen evil spirits. Every evil spirit's power has increased by multiple times. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed again. More than 1,000 evil spirits were already terrifying, but the number had increased by multiple times. Even Gaia, who had the most battle experience, had a serious expression. That flame evil spirit is also from the Evil Spirit Society? Yes, they found me. He's here to kill me. What level is he in the Evil Spirit Society? Middle level. There are at least 100 evil spirits of this level. President, my stomach suddenly hurts. I need to go to the hospital. President, I caught a cold playing last night. I still haven't recovered from it. Chen Zhao's gaze swept across everyone. You're eating, staying, and playing. It's not good to leave now. Air. How about we pay? Huh? Chen Zhao looked at everyone. Louis, read the bill to them. It's not much, just $1 million. What? $1 million? We've only been here for less than a day. Why is it so expensive? It's mainly because of the 3 bottles of wine you drank last night. They're all for the French Lafayette winery. Each bottle costs $350,000. West was frowning. He'd already guessed that this mission would be very dangerous. However, he'd still underestimated how scary it was. All right, let's eat and continue playing. Prepare for a big battle tonight. Who would still be in a mood to eat now? Chen Zhao and Louis returned to the living room. Louis's expression was even more serious. Chen, what do we do now? What can we do? How about we send Norma out? Definitely not. If not, let's prepare for war. But did we win? I don't know. Chen Zhao shrugged. Oh, send another plane to bring my pets here. Huh? You're still thinking about playing now? They're all real fighters, Chen Zhao said, glancing at Louis. None of them are weaker than you. Oh, I'll send someone to bring them here immediately. While Louis contacted the plane, Chen Zhao called Fei Lai and asked her to bring the pets to the airport. Then, he found Warrencombe's number. Hi, Savior. Chen. Warrencombe was surprised that Chen Zhao would call him. Have you thought it through and decided to join the Holy Knights? Chapter 7:13. President. Who are they? West asked in a low voice. Did Chen Zhao summon all of them here just to welcome these people? They looked like a regular army, but the weapons in their hands were clearly used to deal with supernatural creatures. Moreover, their auras were many times stronger than the people behind Chen Zhao. Warrencombe walked up with a smile and hugged Chen Zhao. Hi, Chen. Nice to see you again. I really hope that I'll never see you again, Chen Zhao said, sighing. Chen Zhao looked behind Warrencombe. Other than Hawkinson, Wallace, and Yuna, there were 4 other unfamiliar faces. They are new members of the Temple Knights. They look very imposing. Chen Zhao studied the 4 new Holy Knights. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was very pretty. She had silver white hair and skin as white as snow. She was petite and wore black lip gloss. Her gaze was rather aggressive. The silver-haired woman crossed her arms and chewed on her gum. She didn't seem to care about anyone. The other eye-catching person was a big bald head. He looked like the movie star Dwayne Johnson. However, he seemed to like to show off his figure. His chest muscles kept bouncing. Fine. Chen Zhao's figure wasn't bad, but he really couldn't do that. The other person was skinny and wore glasses. He looked a bit wretched. The last newcomer kept following the silver-haired woman, trying to please her. Guys, come get to know each other, Warrencombe called. The 4 walked up. The silver-haired woman asked, Captain, who are these random people? This was awkward. As the saying went, don't hit someone's face. Don't scold someone's shortcomings. You can easily die on the streets like this, you know? Chen Zhao looked at the people behind him and then at the silver-haired woman. Warrencombe, the Temple Knights indeed need someone with a sharp tongue. You have a good eye. Are you saying that I only know how to talk? The silver-haired woman looked at Chen Zhao proudly. I didn't say that. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Her name is Falmo Isna. She has a very special bloodline, Warrencombe said. Then, he introduced the other 3 people. The one who had clashed with Dwayne Johnson was called Keck, a retired soldier with no special abilities. However, according to Warrencombe's introduction, Keck was a man of justice. It was said that in order to save 2 unrelated children, he risked his life to fight a roomful of evil spirits. If he hadn't met Warrencom and the others, he wouldn't be here now. The skinny, bespectacled man was called Puskash, a wizard. There was also the handsome guy who had been fawning over Falconisna. His name was Schick Charlton. How is it? Tell me, what's going on this time? There's a woman who awakened on the third night in the manor, Chun Zhao replied. Warrencom's expression changed. The third night awakening? Tonight is the third night. Warrencom took a deep breath. Seems like we'll have a big fight tonight. I'm looking forward to fighting alongside you again. That's why I said I hope to never see you again, Chun Zhao said, rubbing his forehead. Everyone gathered in the living room and started preparing for the night's battle. President, I know an amplification magic array, Eliz said. It can increase our combat power to a certain extent. Sure, report to West if you need anything. Chun Zhao nodded. It could increase their combat power and was a very practical support. President, my war dance can amplify a large area now, Belia said, but I need to do it from a high position. Chun Zhao was surprised. He didn't expect Belia to improve so much. In the past, Belia could only amplify one person, and the person had to wear a special bracelet. However, if she used the war dance from a high position in the battlefield, it would be suicide. I can protect her, Keck said. Keck took the initiative to say, Miss, as long as I'm still standing, I'll never let you get hurt. That awakened woman also needs protection, Warrencom said. We can't stop all the evil spirits. I'll do it, Chun Zhao said. Warrencom thought for a moment and nodded. Sure, you're strong enough. If you can't stop them, take the woman and run. As long as you can drag it out, you'll be safe. Warrencom hated Chun Zhao's ability to mess up their mentality on the battlefield. Even when facing the source of the fallen, Chun Zhao didn't go through it properly. President, how about I protect Ms. Norma? You're such an important fighter. You shouldn't just stay in the house, West said righteously. Sure. Chun Zhao shrugged. Go. Oh, Warrencom, do you have handcuffs? Cuff West and Norma together. If we can't handle it, we'll retreat first. West's face darkened. President, I suddenly feel like you should stay by Ms. Norma's side. We can stay outside. A bunch of trash, Falmo Isna snorted. Isna, shut up. Warrencom glared at Isna. Chun Zhao pulled Warrencom over. Warrencom, this newbie has a bad temper. Did her parents die because of her special bloodline? Huh? How do you know? Did she have a tragic experience when she was young? Warrencom nodded. Do you know Eastern fortune-telling or Western divination? Then she got hurt, and her personality changed. You're right. Is there something wrong with her? No. She will meet a man in the future. That man will shield her from the wind and rain. Even if he has to go against the whole world, he will protect her. Oh, right. They must fall in love at first sight. She loves his dominance, and he loves her kindness. Wait, Chun, are you sure this isn't a plot from a novel? What are you talking about? You're mumbling. Farmer Isna frowned at the two. No, nothing. Looking at their expressions, Falmo knew that they were clearly talking bad about her. Okay, everyone get ready. Chun Zhao stood up and stretched. So early? It's not early. It's past 5. Aren't you hungry? Are you talking about dinner? What else? What do you think I need you to prepare? Chapter 714. Chun, there's going to be a big battle soon. Are you sure you want to eat so much? Warrencom looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had already eaten at least 20 kilograms of meat and other random things. He looked like a starving ghost. Gaia was the same. An entire roast chicken was enough for her to eat for 3 bites. She didn't even spit out the bones. Warrencom had never seen her eat like this before. Eat more so we can go. Chun, I know it's Chinese slang. Don't think I don't know what it means. Warrencom's face darkened. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up for saying something like this before a powerful enemy? Chun Zhao and Gaia basically took care of most of the food. The two of them ate more than the rest of the people combined. What surprised them even more was that Chun Zhao and Gaia didn't show any signs of their stomachs after eating so much. How did you do it? Isn't it too much for you to eat so much? Cage looked at Chun Zhao and Gaia enviously. Too much. I'm only 80% full. Chun, you're probably not even 50% full. Is this appetite magic? Cage asked again. The sky started to darken. The entire manor was silent, as if it was a dead zone. It was oppressive. Chun Zhao and Louis stood on the balcony. Louis wasn't calm. He'd come into contact with the supernatural circle and was even considered a supernatural person. However, he'd never experienced something like this. Chun, can we win? Unbind your right arm. You don't need to suppress it anymore. You should let Blackie move around. Louis thought for a moment and undid the binding. Louis's right arm was wrapped in gauze. It was used to suppress Blackie. As soon as the gauze was unbound, Blackie sent an irritated mental message to Louis. Why? Why did you suppress me for so long? You can cause a scene tonight, Louis said. How does that benefit me? Blackie sent a mental message to Louis. Chun Zhao walked over. Do you need me to talk to it? Chun Zhao grabbed Louis's right arm. Do you smell me? Louis felt it immediately. Fear, intense fear. He has the scent of my kind on him. He killed one of my kind, a complete body. Little Black cried out in horror. Do you want to die? Chun Zhao asked, pulling Louis's arm. Chun, I feel like you're talking to me. Although I know you're talking to Blackie, Louis said helplessly. If you can cooperate with your big brother, I'll make the decision. After this is over, I'll let you control Louis's body for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can kill and do whatever you want. Really? Are you telling the truth? Louis was also astonished. How could this be? It was fine if it was just borrowing his body, but the key was to indulge Blackie. How could Louis not know Little Black's character? If it was given 3 days of freedom, it could create a disaster. Of course it's real. However, if I find out that you don't cooperate at all tonight, forget about 3 days of freedom. You'll have to consider how to die first. Louis was already having a headache. After this was over, Louis felt that his right arm was unprecedentedly obedient. Only now did it truly belong to him. Duong, duong, the 8 o'clock bell rang. The fog became even thicker. It's starting. Chun Zhao looked into the distance. 8 o'clock is the prime time. Many lights suddenly appeared outside the manor. There were also muffled sounds. It was the sound of cars. Then everyone saw dozens of cars rushing in from outside. The cars smashed through the iron gates and walls of the manor and barged in from the outside. Warrencom, who'd been setting up defenses below the manor, saw this. His expression changed immediately. Hurry, get out of here! Warrencom yelled. The cars ran amok in the manor, and some even crashed into the walls of the villa. Bang, bang, there were all kinds of cars. They were all controlled by evil spirits. However, Louis's villa was very big, and the building structure was very strong. The cars could only knock off a layer of dust. Kill those evil spirits, Warrencom shouted at once. Before the evil spirits could escape from the destroyed cars, Warrencom's group of 8, as well as West's group, started spraying large amounts of magical phosphor. The evil spirits screamed when they came into contact with the phosphor. However, they were expendable and cannon fodder. How about it? Louis said proudly. My house is sturdy enough. It's like a castle. There were many evil spirit cars, but after the cars in front crashed, the ones behind could only crash into the cars in front. Thus, the damage to the manor was very limited. Just as Louis was feeling smug, the sound of a flute came from the fog. Louis's smug expression a moment ago instantly darkened. The sound came from a huge truck, like Optimus Prime in Transformers. Then, they saw a huge truck pass through the fog and charge towards them. An evil spirit definitely couldn't control such a huge truck. The headlights flashed red, like the gaze of a demon. Whoosh! Everyone had no choice but to dodge. The truck crashed through the main entrance, and the front of the truck was shoved into the hall. Then, the containers behind the truck spewed out large numbers of evil spirits like a fountain. Fortunately, Warrencom's people were already prepared. Blizzard, Falmoisna shouted. Magic surged, and a thundercloud formed in the air, blocking the exit. With a crash, hailstones mixed with snow fell down. Large numbers of evil spirits were crushed. The others took out their machine guns and kept shooting. Apart from the perverted man, he was injured by the recoil of the machine gun after firing 2 shots. Move! Gaia shouted. She threw 2 bottles of magical fuel into the car and followed with a dragon breath. Boom! The entire container exploded into the sky, and hundreds of evil spirits were destroyed as well. Good job! Everyone cheered. "This is just the appetizer. Don't celebrate," Warrencom shouted. Warrencom shouted, "Return to your assigned positions. The real battle is about to begin." The fog in the distance turned black. The enemy army was approaching. Chapter 7:15. Driver, can't you drive faster? Miss, it's so foggy, and there's a damn traffic jam. How can I drive fast? The driver complained. Also, are you sure your pet won't tear my seat? Phalai was helpless. She kept looking at the time. She felt that she finally had a use. Even if she didn't join the battle, she could at least bring reinforcements to the battlefield. But now she was stuck on the road. There was a huge traffic jam in New York today. Every road was blocked. It was especially difficult for Phalai to move on the bus. "If you can reach the destination in 20 minutes, I'll give you 10,000. Phalai gritted her teeth and promised a huge reward. The driver was tempted, but the bus was stuck in the middle of the road. He couldn't go forward or back. What could he do? He could only watch the 10,000 fly away before his eyes. "Forget it, princess. Let's get off and walk." Phalai was anxious. Meanwhile, in Lewis's manor, the battle had already started. It was like a real battlefield. Bullets rained and cannons flew everywhere. Wave after wave of evil spirits charged forward. Warrencom and the others relied on their powerful weapons to block the evil spirits in front of the villa. Gaia also had the weapons Warrencom provided. A magic grenade was thrown out. This magic grenade flew at least 200 meters and landed on the outskirts of the battlefield. "Good job, Gaia. Are you interested in joining the Temple Knights and maintaining world peace?" "No," Gaia replied. "I'm satisfied with my job and environment in the supernatural organization." She raised her gun and shot an evil spirit that pounced at her. "Okay, if you're interested, you can call this number." Warrencom raised his hand elegantly. With a bang, an ambushing evil spirit's head was pierced. "Windblade," Jalanash yelled. A gust of strong wind blew. There were more than 10 wind blades in it. A few evil spirits were torn apart by the wind blades. "Jalanash, do you want to join the Temple Knights? You are a very good witch. You will make the world remember your name." Ignoring Warrencom, Jalanash yelled, "Elemental Stone Man, up!" Warrencom was being snubbed. He wandered around the battlefield while looking for a new target. "Hi, Mr. West, are you interested in pre-ordering the Supernatural Organization's magic rating package? I'll give you a magic ring that can amplify your magic slightly. Look at the ring on my hand. Doesn't it look nice?" Suddenly, 2 evil spirits attacked West from behind. "Be careful." Warrencom was about to raise his gun when he realized the 2 evil spirits were pouncing on West's back. "What magic is this?" "My magic is to strengthen mental power. If it was before, it could only speed up my thinking speed, but since I used the ring, I can slow down other people's thinking." "Are you sure you don't want a magic rating package?" Wester was only able to use this move because of Belia's battle dance and Alyssa's magic array. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred 100 meters ahead. Dozens of evil spirits were engulfed by the explosion, leaving nothing behind. "Hee hee, well done." Jalig and Padala bumped fists. Warrencom immediately understood. No, one of the 2 of them had been asking for things from them today. They'd been messing with this big guy. Warrencom ran to the 2 of them. "Hello, the Temple Knights lack talents like you. Are you interested in joining the Temple Knights to maintain world peace? I'll ask our president. If he agrees, I'll agree to your request." Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." If Chun Zhao knew that Warrencom was trying to poach his people, he might not rest until he died. Padalu took out some more parts, and with a dazzling movement of his hands, a strange mechanical wheel was pieced together by him. The whole process did not take more than a minute. Warrencom gasped. What kind of magic was this? Padalu used a remote control to control the mechanical wheel. The mechanical wheel sped on the battlefield. 3 gun barrels extended from both sides of the wheel. Warrencom's eyes were filled with envy. The Supernatural Organization was really full of talents. Every one of them had their own unique points, and every one of them could hold their own. If Chun Zhao knew what Warrencom was thinking, he wondered what he would think. At this moment, Warrencom noticed a figure dashing across the battlefield. That person seems to be called an elite. He runs really fast. An elite was in charge of luring monsters. Behind him, there were already a dozen evil spirits. An elite ran towards Moore's direction. Meanwhile, Moore was also heading towards an elite. Warrencom was confused. Did the kid have any abilities? He looked braver than the others. Moore rushed past an elite. The two of them brushed past each other, but neither of them stopped. Seeing Moore, the evil spirits that an elite had attracted immediately changed targets and pounced at him. But the next moment, a huge shockwave and flames exploded from Moore's body. Warrencom was dumbfounded. He saw Moore's body fall to the ground. Fuck, self-destruct attack? Then an elite went to lure monsters again. After one round, he attracted another dozen evil spirits. Warrencom realized that another Moore had run out. Weird. Were they twins? Warrencom couldn't understand, but another person attracted his attention. It was Morid, the head of Riley. Many vines appeared around Morid. The vines kept wriggling on the ground. As soon as an evil spirit approached, they would drill out of the ground and attack the evil spirits. The people from the supernatural organization are so strong. Warrencom looked at the rooftop. He could vaguely see Belia's figure. At the moment, Kaker was also attacking the evil spirits attacking from the sky. His marksmanship was very good. He could blow up an evil spirit's head with each shot. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Great Mother stood in the darkness, watching everything that was happening on the battlefield. Standing beside the Great Mother was the true force behind this attack. Those who had charged in were all cannon fodder. She could have as many cannon fodder as she wanted. Even if they all died, she wouldn't feel bad. When you go get rid of that woman on the rooftop, she's releasing some kind of magic that increases their fighting strength. At the same time, she's suppressing our people's fighting strength. Grandmother, let us go, a member of the evil faction said. Chapter 716. Just then, a dozen flaming spirits flew over from the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, and their expressions changed drastically. Gaia's eyes were filled with urgency. She took 2 steps back and then sprinted. She charged at the mansion and kicked off with both legs. She jumped onto the wall of the 2nd floor and climbed up using both hands. A dozen flaming spirits floated above the roof. Gaia climbed up as well. She had experience fighting flaming spirits. She knew these things were not easy to deal with. A flame evil spirit fell from the sky like a meteor falling to the ground. Oh no, dodge. Gaia could not reach in time. Kek pounced and pushed Belia to the ground. The moment the flaming spirit landed, there was a violent explosion. When Belia's battle dance stopped, the entire battlefield was affected. Everyone felt a wave of weakness attack them. Oh no! Belia immediately realized she had made a mistake. She quickly stood up. I need to put on my clothes. Belia's battle dance was just like that. Once she stopped, she had to start again, taking off her clothes. Just then, another flaming spirit charged over. Gaia had already charged over. Bang! With a single punch, the flame evil spirit soul was directly dispersed. Roar, come on, you scum. Gaia roared. Let me twist your dick off and blow it up like a balloon. Kek glanced at Gaia. Me? Fine. She looked a little more manly than him. Kek turned to look at Belia. Belia was hurriedly putting on her clothes. One after another, the moment Belia stopped her war dance, the battlefield began to crumble. Help! An elite suddenly realized that he had slowed down. His mana consumption had also increased. The others were in a similar situation. Everyone had different degrees of problems. The pressure on Warrencom's people increased as well. Farmer Isna was affected too. Just then, a huge figure walked over from the edge of the battlefield. Mr. Violet appeared. His body was like a mountain of flesh as he strolled toward the mansion. The great matriarch stood on Mr. Violet's shoulder, surrounded by several high-level evil spirits. These ferocious spirits gathered together and walked forward. Their aura was many times stronger than the cannon fodder from before. That bitch, she finally appeared. Lewis could already see Big Mother on Mr. Violet's shoulder from 100 meters away. Although it was already night, Lewis could still see far away with his eyesight. This was the ability that Little Black had given him. Shin Zhao also looked at Matriarch. Matriarch also looked in his direction. The Great Mother opened her eyelids, and a strange aura spread out from her. All of a sudden, the evil spirits in the surroundings shuddered. On the contrary, everyone on the defensive side felt uncomfortable. His head felt dizzy, as if he was about to fall asleep. Chun Zhao shook his head. He was affected too. However, he immediately came to his senses. Was this hypnosis? Louis quickly came to his senses. Chun Zhao took out a grenade out of nowhere and threw it at Matriarch. Bang! Mr. Violet blocked the grenade with one hand and protected Big Mother on his shoulder. However, Matriarch was still affected. Her hypnosis was interrupted. Everyone woke up immediately, but the temporary confusion caused the situation on the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. Louis actually jumped down from the balcony on the second floor and charged at Matriarch. As Louis ran, his right arm kept expanding and was covered in black scales. Matriarch laughed strangely at Louis, who was charging over. Isn't this Mr. Louis? I didn't expect you to be from the spiritual world too. Bitch, go to hell. Louis leaped high into the air. His right arm was like a hammer as it smashed down from above. Mr. Violet raised his arm. His arm was the same size as Louis's right arm. It smashed out heavily and collided with Louis's right fist. Mr. Violet didn't move at all, but Louis was sent flying. Mr. Louis, you look a bit pathetic. Matriarch teased Louis from above. Louis spat out the grass in his mouth. Little Black, did you not use any strength? Be starred, I used all my strength. You're too weak. What do we do now? Turn and run, of course. I just charge at you fiercely. Now that we've barely touched, I'm going to run. That's too embarrassing. If you die here, I'll die too. I still want to borrow your body for 3 days. I don't want to die here. Matriarch didn't know that Louis was talking to his arm, but she didn't want to waste any more time. Okay, the entertainment ends here, Matriarch said calmly. Violet, move forward and clear everything. Mr. Violet strode forward and unbuttoned his suit. At first, Louis thought he would see something horrifying, but Mr. Violet's suit was empty. There was nothing inside. No, it wasn't nothing. There was also darkness inside. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, something rushed out of Mr. Violet's stomach. A strange living corpse. The zombie's body was withered, its limbs twisted, and it screamed shrilly. Moreover, he was extremely fast as he charged directly towards Louis. Louis immediately raised his fist and smashed it. The zombie was smashed into pieces instantly. Louis had thought that it was some big move, but this was it. Just as Louis was feeling pleased with himself, the broken Promethean suddenly exploded. Louis was sent flying by the explosion. Just then, more self-destructing zombies rushed out of Mr. Violet's stomach. They swarmed out like a swarm of bees leaving their nest. They started spreading in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. These zombies didn't have any combat power, but their self-destruction was as powerful as a grenade. After holding out for more than an hour, the line finally collapsed. Mr. Violet swaggered forward while the self-destructing living corpses kept bursting out from his stomach. These self-destructing zombies jumped up to the balcony on the second floor. It had to be said that these things were much more mobile than ordinary people. There were so many of them that it was hard to deal with. Oh no! Everyone looked at Chun Zhao on the balcony. Chapter 717. Boom, boom, boom. The entire night sky was illuminated. The surrounding mist was blown away too. At the same time, half of the mansion was gone. Everyone's expression froze. No one could survive such an intense explosion, right? Gaia carried Belia and Kiki. They almost fell into the gap. Louis's face was pale. After all, Norma was behind Chun Zhao. How could Chun Zhao and Norma survive such an explosion? She didn't care about Norma's life or death. She just wanted Norma's eyes. Even if Norma died, her eyes could still be used. Go up. She patted Mr. Violet's head. Mr. Violet's huge body jumped up and landed on the second floor. But the next moment, a terrifying impact was released from the inside and outside. The hundreds of evil spirits in the surroundings instantly turned into nothingness. Boom! Everyone saw a streak of fire shoot out of the room on the second floor. At the same time, they saw a huge body fall from the second floor. Mr. Violet? But now, everything above his stomach was gone. She landed before Mr. Violet's spiritual body. She sucked hard and sucked Mr. Violet's spiritual body into her body. Chun Zhao strolled out of the room. You bastards. Don't you know how to walk through the front door? Everyone stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. Half-naked, Chun Zhao looked down at Matriarch. It was just like how First Mother had looked down on Louis earlier. First Mother lifted her head. She felt angry and dissatisfied at that gaze. Shock filled Farmer Isna's face. Was this person really the same person as the Chun Zhao from before? When Farmer Isna first saw Chun Zhao, she thought that he was frivolous and wouldn't be very powerful. They only thought that Chun Zhao was frivolous and wouldn't be very strong. True power couldn't be displayed through appearances. Suddenly, First Mother opened her mouth and spat out a large amount of black gas. Don't touch the black gas, Farmer Isna cried. Don't touch the black gas, Farmer Isna cried out. Wherever the black gas spread, everything started to corrode. Even concrete and steel bars started to corrode under the black gas. But when the gas reached Chun Zhao, it all disappeared. After absorbing all the black gas, Chun Zhao raised his right arm and pointed at Great Mother. The black gas was condensed into a ball by the mouth of Gluttony. The mouth of Gluttony opened, and the black ball shot towards Great Mother. Madame First's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly dodged. Although she was the one who released the black gas, it did not mean that she was fearless. That was a filth that could even corrode spiritual bodies. But it was ineffective against that person. On the contrary, his own attack was actually used by his opponent to attack him. Who exactly are you? Matriarch stared at him. I'm your grandpa. Great Mother's face darkened. Warrencom and the rest looked away. As expected, that familiar feeling returned. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you have any big moves, use them now. Chun Zhao's arrogant attitude made people want to beat him up. Matriarch stared at him coldly. You think you've won for sure? That's why I'm giving you a chance to use your ultimate move. The great matriarch took a deep breath, and her body doubled in size. It's this trick again. Grandfather used it once in front of me, but it was useless. Matriarch froze. Was this person the one who killed the grandfather? It seemed that she could not be careless. You think I'm like the grandfather? Matriarch laughed. But I really should thank you. You killed most of the evil spirits. I'll kindly accept their soul fragments. They used the same move, devouring, but the effect was definitely different. The grandfather devoured the evil spirits by force. Each evil spirit was an individual with a mind. Thus, the power that the grandfather could truly use was less than 1/10 of the evil spirits he devoured. But Matriarch felt that she was different because she was devouring the fragments of the evil spirits. They no longer had minds, but their power had not dissipated. With every breath the Great Mother took, her aura became even more terrifying. Warrencom and the rest retreated subconsciously. Matriarch was becoming more and more frightening. Chun, stop playing. Stop her. You can't let her continue growing stronger. No, I have to keep my word, Chun Zhao said sternly, shaking his head. A normal evil spirit could only bring him ordinary angelic crystals. However, a powerful evil spirit was a different story. After killing the grandfather, Chun Zhao had obtained a perfect angelic crystal. Chun Zhao had used that angelic crystal to kill Logan Samuel. So, the stronger Matriarch was, the more benefits he could obtain. Matriarch did not disappoint Chun Zhao in this aspect. She was indeed becoming more and more terrifying. Only when you become stronger will you be qualified to fight me. Those who did not know better would be shocked by Chun Zhao's words. But Warrencom knew Chun Zhao too well. When he'd fought the source of the fallen, he hadn't been honest at all. Matriarch had indeed become very powerful. So powerful that people feared her. Am I strong enough now? Matriarch looked at Chun Zhao. She could feel that her power had completely surpassed the grandfather's. She'd reached a realm that even the grandfather hadn't reached. Everyone's expression changed. Even Warrencom thought that Chun Zhao had gone too far this time. He'd allowed Matriarch to continue growing stronger. Now, Matriarch had become an undefeatable monster. I think I went too far. To be honest, Matriarch was indeed strong, but she wasn't as strong as the Source of the Fallen. Back then, the Source of the Fallen had beaten Chun Zhao senseless. If Chun Zhao had not played tricks at the end, he might really have been defeated. You're strong. Chun Zhao nodded. Then I'm going to use my ultimate move too. Give me a minute. Matriarch laughed. Do you think you have a minute? How much time do you give me? Don't even think about it. Die. Matriarch roared. Whoosh, suddenly, a voice came from behind Matriarch. Matriarch turned her head in disbelief. She saw her shadow stabbing at her. Moreover, the blade was still embedded in her back, and there seemed to be something on the blade that was drilling into her body. Chun Zhao had already controlled the dark serum to move behind Matriarch. Then he wrapped the bronze sword in the serum and stabbed it into her body. The dark serum flowed along the bronze sword and drilled into Matriarch's body from the wound on her back. Despicable. You despicable bastard. Chapter 718. Everyone thought that Chun Zhao's move was too despicable. He didn't care at all. If you're not despicable, are you going to risk your lives with her? I'm going to kill you. Matriarch charged at Chun Zhao crazily. Chun Zhao sent a flying kick at her. She was sent flying. Suddenly, a pair of black wings appeared on Great Mother's back. It was like the wings of an angel in the movies. Everyone was startled. Does the Great Matriarch have other trump cards that she hasn't used yet? Wow. Cool. Chun Zhao stared at Matriarch with glowing eyes. However, the Great Matriarch didn't seem to like black wings. She tried to reach out and remove the black wings. However, her hand really couldn't reach it. You don't like the wings of a fallen angel? I'll change it for you. Then, the black wings on her back turned into wings. Poochie! Everyone was about to burst into laughter. What ultimate move? It was just Chun Zhao's trick. At this moment, Big Mother, who had wings on her back, felt extremely awkward. You don't seem to like wings either. What should I change it to? What about the shark's fin? At this time, the wings turned into shark fins. Everyone covered their mouths. They were afraid of attracting the attention of the First Mother. Chun Zhao could afford to offend Matriarch, but they couldn't. But now, Matriarch was really broken by Chun Zhao. How could this guy do this? It was clearly a serious battle. Show some respect to your enemy, will you? Just then, Fei Lai's voice came from afar. Chun, I'm here to help you. Chun Zhao was surprised. Why was Fei Lai here? The moment she saw Fei Lai in the distance, she charged towards her recklessly. Fuck, you're too excited, aren't you? Chun Zhao immediately controlled the dark serum and let it wreak havoc in Great Mother's body. As Great Mother ran, black blood spurted out of her mouth. However, physical injuries would not affect her movements. Fei Lai dodged. Chun Zhao chased after Great Mother and shouted at Fei Lai at the same time. Just then, Samuel took 2 steps forward. The Great Matriarch didn't even pay attention to the little kitten in front of her. Or perhaps he noticed it, but didn't take it to heart. But at that moment, Great Matriarch suddenly froze. Then, Great Mother's body was pierced by countless black threads. The black thread pierced through Great Mother's body. If the Great Matriarch moved, not only her body, but even her soul would be cut into pieces. Samuel's projection was weak, but he could control the darkness' original fluid. Moreover, his control over the dark serum was 100 times better than Chun Zhao's. Fear. This was the first time Great Mother felt fear. An inexplicable emotion. The next moment, the dark original fluid suddenly shrank. It wrapped around Great Mother and twisted her like a fried dough twist. Chun Zhao walked over to Fei Lai and held her hand. Why are you here? I'm here to bring you reinforcements. Thank you. If you didn't bring them here, we would be in danger. Everyone looked at the two. Can you stop lying through your teeth like that? Big Mother is almost broken by you. How is it dangerous? Really? But I didn't seem to do anything. Of course. Ask them if you don't believe me. Chun Zhao turned his head. Everyone nodded their heads. Noticing Chun Zhao's threatening gaze, Chun Zhao frowned. Whoever didn't nod at this moment would be the same as throwing away their heads. Master, I don't think she's dead yet, Samuel said. Chun Zhao opened a portion of the dark serum, revealing Great Mother's head. She wasn't dead yet, but she was close to it. Let's take a photo together. Chun Zhao mentioned Great Mother. Smile. Wait, together. Fei Lai immediately moved to the camera. Everyone was speechless. This couple really deserved to die. If they won, they won. Wasn't it better to kill her with one strike? Why do they have to humiliate her like this? Wait, I want to take a picture with you too, Louis called out. Out of everyone, he hated Great Mother the most. Since humiliating Great Mother could make her suffer, why not humiliate her? Wait, I want one too, Wes said. President, send me another photo later. When he got the photo, he posted on his moments. This is the strongest enemy I've ever defeated. Me too. Me too, count me in. Warren comes and the others' faces darkened. The people from the supernatural organization were indeed Chun Zhao's subordinates. None of them were good people. Me too. Warren Com despised them, but he still joined in. Even if he didn't get any credit for killing such a powerful evil spirit, he'd at least put in some effort. When he got the photo, he'd send it to the Holy Knights group to let them know his strength and achievements in the Northern American region. Me too. In the end, no one was left behind. They all took a group photo together. Come, smile. Do you know how to smile? Never mind. It's uglier than crying. The powerful Great Mother didn't even have time to enjoy the pleasure of being strong before she was ruined by Chun Zhao and the others. Crack. Everyone took a group photo. Other than the Great Mother, everyone was smiling. Chun Zhao threw Great Mother into the dark serum. Okay, let's clean up the surroundings and see if anyone escaped. There were definitely some that escaped. There were so many evil spirits just now. Some would definitely escape in the chaos. This was unavoidable. Even Chun Zhao couldn't kill all the evil spirits, unless they all ran like a swarm of bees to seek death. Ms. Fei Lai, are you interested in joining the Holy Knights and protecting world peace with us? Chun Zhao grabbed his bronze sword and chased after Warrencom. Suddenly, Chun Zhao and Warrencom saw the figure in front of them. Hey, there's a little evil spirit here. Hey, isn't that Mr. Prague? Prague turned to run. He was extremely afraid of Chun Zhao. Great Mother was so powerful, but Chun Zhao killed her in the end. If he fell into Chun Zhao's hands, it would be more painful than death. Fortunately, Chun Zhao wasn't interested in him. Chun, catch him, catch him. Louis saw the evil spirit. Catch him. I'll give $1 million. Fuck, what are you talking about? Chun Zhao yelled and charged at Prague. At this moment, a figure caught up to him. Out of all the people, only an elite could catch up to Chun Zhao. What are you doing? I'm chasing $1 million, an elite said without hiding anything. Chun Zhao turned to Warrencom. What about you? I'm chasing $1 million too. Aren't you a holy knight? Shouldn't you be chasing justice? Why chase money? Chapter 719. Chun Zhao was speechless. He could only chase after them. Chun Go, turning around, Chun Zhao saw Fei Lai chasing after him on Princess. Unfortunately, Princess couldn't run at all. In just a short while, he had already disappeared. Chun Zhao could understand an elite, but why was Warrencom also running so fast? Warrencom, are you on drugs? Yeah, we Holy Knights have special drugs. Do you want some too? With that, Warrencom tossed Chun Zhao a bottle. You can only take one at a time. Don't take too many. Fuck, I don't need it. Chun Zhao sped up. An elite could go extremely fast for a short period of time, but he couldn't. But he couldn't last long. Warrencom could only keep up with Chun Zhao by taking drugs, but he couldn't last long either. Fuck, why is that evil spirit also running so fast? Prague dove into the sewer. For the $1 million, Chun Zhao did. Warrencom followed too. Warrencom, you're not young anymore. You've taken too many drugs. Be careful. Chun Zhao sped up again. He wanted to catch up to Prague and get rid of Warrencom. But the sewer wasn't easy to walk. Warrencom still chased relentlessly. Chun, give this guy to me, Warrencom said. Everything I do is to maintain world peace. Fuck, I finally know why characters like you are always villains in novels. Chun Zhao wouldn't give up the $1 million so easily. At the same time, he mocked Warrencom. You're so righteous, even when eating shit. But soon, the path under their feet disappeared. The two stopped immediately. The sewer before them was completely circular. If they wanted to continue, they had to wade in the water. For justice, Warrencom decided first and jumped into the dirty water. For $1 million. Chen Zhao didn't want to give up. Prague was in a panic now. He kept running toward the headquarters of the Evil Spirit Society. There were still some evil spirits here. They've been guarding here. Someone's here. Hurry and stop them, Prague ordered. Prague wasn't strong, but the evil spirits all knew that he was Matriarch's trusted follower. Even in the world of evil spirits, social classes still existed. Chen Zhao and Warrencom walked like there was no one there. To them, they would rather face evil spirits than tread on dirty water. Most of the time, you never knew what was slippery under your feet. Of course, they would rather not know. Chen Zhao kicked open a stone door. Beside him, Warrencom complained, "Chun, slow down. The dirty water is splashing on my face. Why are you still here?" The two of them finally landed, but the two of them had already become stinky. They both looked at each other in disdain. Chen Zhao looked around. This was an underground building that had been excavated from the sewers and rebuilt. However, there were many corners and corners here. "Let's split up," Chen Zhao said. "It's whoever gets caught. Fine, if I catch it, don't try to snatch it. I'm not that tasteless." Chen Zhao pouted. This was the headquarters of the Evil Spirit Society, and it wasn't small. There were dozens of rooms crisscrossing each other, and they were all electrified. Chen Zhao didn't understand why these evil spirits wanted electricity. There were also many evil spirits hibernating here. However, as long as they appeared before Chen Zhao, he would kill them without exception. Chen Zhao didn't run around without a plan. Instead, he had someone guide him. It was simple. He just had to catch an evil spirit. Chen Zhao used the dark serum as a leash to lead the evil spirit. Finally, under the guidance of a guide, Chen Zhao found a heavy stone door. It was very heavy, at least 10 tons. Chen Zhao clenched his fists and pressed them against the door. The Eye of Power opened. Whoosh! Under Chen Zhao's power, the door started to open. Chen Zhao saw that Prague was in the room behind the door. However, Prague's spirit body was spasming right now. His aura was very similar to mother and grandfather. He also had an evil aura. Chen Zhao saw a stone platform behind Prague. There was a black key on the platform. The black key was emitting wisps of black gas. However, the black gas was absorbed by Prague. Prague suddenly looked at Chen Zhao. A hint of fierceness flashed across his eyes. Chen Zhao twitched his lips. Had he forgotten who he was after just 2 breaths? Prague wasn't grandfather or mother. Even if he had the same opportunity, he was still too weak. The threat posed by a tiger on stimulants and a cat on stimulants was not the same concept at all. Chen Zhao walked toward Prague. "I'm going to kill you." Prague pounced at Chen Zhao. Whoosh, whoosh. The dark serum had already trapped Prague. He was dragged to the ground. Chen Zhao didn't even change his path. He stepped on Prague's spirit body and walked forward. Chen Zhao came to the black key and looked at it. After looking around, he squatted down before Prague. "Look, what's this?" "What?" As expected, others couldn't see the key after Chen Zhao touched it. Prague had been absorbing the black gas from the key earlier, but after Chen Zhao held it, he couldn't see it at all. "Whatever. It's nothing." A while later, Warrencom found the place too. Seeing Chen Zhao dragging Prague out, he immediately called out, "Chen, we're working together. You should give me half of this guy's reward. I think it's better to kill you." Chen Zhao glared at Warrencom. He worked so hard to catch Prague. How could he give half of the reward to someone else? "Chen, there's something I didn't tell you. Actually, I have late-stage stomach cancer. Because I don't have money, I haven't been treated cough. I have a special medicine. Do you want it?" "What special medicine?" "Go drink the dirty water outside. I guarantee it'll work. If it doesn't, come to me." Warrencom didn't seem to know that he was a doctor. Everyone with some understanding would know the symptoms of late-stage stomach cancer, let alone Chen Zhao. This was especially evident from the complexion of the face and the condition of the skin. When Chen Zhao dragged Prague out of the sewers, it started drizzling again. The people of New York had a deep fear of rain. Now, almost every household in New York City had a kayak. Chapter 720. Norma woke up slowly, but the moment she opened her eyes, she suddenly saw Prague's hideous face. she had never seen before, but she recognized it at first glance. "I'm going to kill you. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. You kill me. I'm going to kill you," Prague yelled, brandishing his claws. Norma, don't be scared. I'm here to save you." Just then, Louis rushed in from outside and sent Prague flying with a punch. Just like that, Louis pressed Prague to the ground. One punch, and another. Prague pushed Louis away and flew out of the balcony. Louis finally stopped and didn't chase after him. "Uncle!" Norma jumped into Louis's arms. Louis was unprecedentedly satisfied. "Don't be scared. I'll always protect you." Norma didn't see Prague fly away from the balcony. A vine wrapped around him and dragged him to the ground. A group of people surrounded Prague and started punching and kicking him. You said you'd let me go after this." Prague screamed. "He'll let you run." Warren Calm shouted. "He'll let you run last night. Give me back $1 million. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai didn't care at all. They were playing with their pets on the lawn. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, and the members of the supernatural organization returned to Los Angeles. "President, I think we missed someone." On the plane, West came to Chun Zhao's side. "Really? Aduz went out to play for a day yesterday. He didn't come back last night." Chun Zhao slapped his head. "Right, Aduz. Whatever. Let Louis take care of him and give Aduz a few more days off. When he's done playing, we'll send him back." The plane landed safely. After a long journey, everyone felt a sense of relief when they returned to land. On the way home, Chun Zhao received a call from Winnip. "Hey, Chun. Yeah, Daydream's going on show today." "Then let it be." Chun Zhao didn't care. "I'm just telling you. Nothing else." Sacramento Park. "Mr. Alton, the government will be in charge of security, right?" Winnip asked. "Of course, there's absolutely no problem. I've already hired a security consultant from Blackwater." Alton patted his chest. At that moment, Alton saw a helicopter flying over their heads with something dangling below it. "What is that?" "A super safe provided by Tong Hui," Winnip said. The safe slowly landed on the ground. Then, the staff came over to check if the safe was working properly. Finally, under the protection of a large number of guards and security, Daydream arrived. Daydream was put into the safe. The safe weighed 2 tons, and the 4 corners of the safe were nailed to the ground. On top of it was a glass cover that could withstand the close-range explosion of TNT. Below, it was a mechanical mechanism. Once the glass cover was attacked, it would activate. The mechanism would be activated and Daydream would be kept in the metal safe below. "Debugging complete. Boss, come over and set the password," Howard said. "Done." After setting the password, Winnip nodded at Alton. It was time for the park to open. A large number of tourists swarmed into the park. Sacramento Park was a public park on weekdays, but the number of visitors was quite low. Almost no one would come here to play. But today, the first batch of tourists reached 1,000. Is that a daydream? Is this bottle really worth 100 million? Maybe it's just an empty bottle, but this bottle is really beautiful. What material is it made of? It wasn't just the tourists. Even a few TV stations came. They were all hired by Alton. They kept filming Daydream on the safe. There was also the live host introducing the information about Daydream without stopping. At this moment, a gunshot rang out without warning. A group of armed terrorists attacked. The scene was chaotic. After the terrorists fired again, the tourists finally realized something. "Don't move." Dozens of tourists couldn't escape. They were surrounded by the terrorists. There were security guards at the scene, but they didn't dare to open fire in such a chaotic situation. Just then, the police arrived very quickly. After all, these terrorists were brazenly attacking a public place. The entire park was surrounded. "People inside, listen up. You've been surrounded. Put down your weapons immediately and surrender." The police's announcement didn't make the terrorists put down their weapons. What they got in response was the sound of machine guns. "Boss, the safe can't be opened." "It can't be opened? Why can't it be opened?" "That safe is the latest design from Tongwei Company. The program can't be opened at all." "Fuck." The mercenary leader's face darkened. He turned to look at a reporter. The camera was still on. "Who's broadcasting?" the mercenary leader asked. None of the reporters dared to answer his question. "Call your TV station boss immediately. Tell him to start the live broadcast immediately." Now, immediately right now." The guns were aimed at the reporters and hosts. They could only make the call obediently. "Boss, what do you want to do?" The mercenary didn't understand. The TV station quickly replied, "Start the live broadcast." They had to start the live broadcast. This was big news, and they weren't there. Why didn't they start the live broadcast? "Sir, our TV station has started the live broadcast." "Me too. Me too." The mercenary leader finally nodded in satisfaction. "Can I speak now?" "Turn the camera over. This is my first time on TV. I wonder how many people can see me." The mercenary leader said to the camera, "I'm going to call the boss of Mara's supermarket, Madame Winnip. If she doesn't appear in 10 minutes, I'll start shooting the hostages. The countdown starts now." Winnip was also watching the live broadcast. Howard, Kareem, and Kane's expressions darkened. "Boss, you can't go. These people kill without batting an eye." "Yes, it's too dangerous. We can't go." "Yes, we have to go." Winnip's expression was cold. "They're starting the live broadcast to force me to appear. If I don't, I'll become everyone's target. Then, our supermarket's reputation will be ruined." Chapter 721. Winnip shook her head. "I have to go." Howard, Kareem, and Kane couldn't stop Winnip, so they could only go with her. Winnip went to the periphery of the scene and said with a megaphone, "I'm here. What do I have to do for you to release the hostages?" "Miss Winnip, our target is just this bottle of wine. Tell me the password, or I'll shoot the hostages." Winnip was silent for a while. "I can tell you the password, but you have to ensure the safety of the hostages." Winnip actually didn't care about the hostages' safety, but it was a live broadcast. As a businesswoman, she had to think about maximizing profits at all times. "Of course, I promise you that as long as the wine is here, the hostages will be safe. The password is G456 and 545425. It was a random password without any pattern." "Boss, the safe's password is open." "Don't open it yet," the mercenary leader said. "Put on your gas mask." The moment the safe was opened, the smell of wine filled the air. In an instant, everyone around them was drunk. The mercenary leader picked up Daydream and licked his lips. "Is this Daydream? Even through the bottle and wearing a gas mask, I can still smell the wine in the bottle." The aroma of the wine started to spread. Soon, everyone in the park was drunk. The audience in front of the TV was dumbfounded. Was this wine or poisonous gas? The smell was too scary. Just then, a helicopter stopped in the sky. "Let's go." The mercenaries all boarded the helicopter. The helicopter took off. The audience in front of the TV watched them leave. But just then, the helicopter suddenly exploded in the air. Then, the flames mixed with the strong aroma of wine spread out completely. Then, it spread in all directions with the wind. "Smells so good." "What's that smell? Is it the smell of wine? Where did the wine smell come from? This smell is so nostalgic. Whose wine is this? Why do I feel like crying?" The entire Sacramento was filled with the smell of wine. More people knew where the aroma of the wine came from. It was that bottle of Daydream. But more people found it unbelievable. The aroma of a bottle of wine actually covered the entire city. Those who were drunk in the park were all sent to the hospital. When ambulances arrived at the scene, they had to wear gas masks. However, after these people were examined in the hospital, they found that they had no signs of poisoning at all. Every one of them was very healthy. The United States was in an uproar. A bottle of wine had triggered a terrorist attack. A bottle of wine broke the hearts of the entire city. "Fuck, that's my wine. It's my Daydream. Fuck." Modelo was in front of the TV, which he had smashed in his rage. But now, this bottle of wine was gone. It was supposed to be his, but now it was shared by the entire city. As the mayor of Sacramento, Alton didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. It had been a day since the incident, but the impact of the incident was still there. Hundreds of thousands of tourists were rushing to Sacramento. The number of tourists increased by 100 times in the past. But now, Winnip was demanding compensation from the city. $100 million worth of wine was shattered just like that. But the city really couldn't afford it. "Mr. Alton, your government must pay for our supermarket's losses." Winnip barged into Alton's office. "Ms. Winnip, this isn't the government's fault. You were the one who said that you were fully prepared. But what happened? Winnip said relentlessly. In the end, you let so many armed robbers break into the exhibition. You were responsible for the security, but my people didn't do anything wrong. At least in the end, if the robbers hadn't threatened with the hostages, they wouldn't have had a chance to get the wine. I saved the hostages. Actually, after this incident, Mara's supermarket's name was already imprinted in the hearts of all Sacramento people. After all, Winnip had lost $100 million to save the hostages. So, Winnip actually didn't lose anything. In fact, it could even be said that she earned. No one was a fool, but this loss was obvious. Thus, Winnip could rightfully demand compensation from the city government. The city government can't afford that much money. Alton was planning to act shamelessly now. He had no choice. $100 million. Even the city government of an international metropolis like Los Angeles might not be able to afford that much. Mr. Alton, are you planning to refuse compensation? I can't afford that much anyway. Even if you kill me, I won't be able to. Then for the next bottle of Daydream, which is also the last bottle, I'll consider appearing in other cities. I promise that it will never return to Sacramento. Daydream's name seemed to be inlaid with gold. Who didn't know that Daydream was a true, godly wine? According to preliminary research, more than 10,000 people had cried yesterday. Crying people could be seen everywhere on the streets. And the topic of Daydream didn't decrease. Instead, it became more and more popular. Even experts and scholars came to discuss the magic of this bottle of wine. They also used a scientific perspective to try to unravel the secret within. Because of yesterday's incident, how much profit did Sacramento bring? A city with less than 500,000 people now had more than 200,000 tourists every day. Now, almost every street was building hotels and hotels to satisfy the number of tourists. Sacramento Park, in particular, had become a popular attraction. The strong smell of wine still lingered there, especially at the scene of the helicopter crash. Although the corpses had been cleared, the wreckage of the helicopter was still there. That place became a must-go place for everyone. Everyone who went there would cry. Because of this, Sacramento gained the reputation of being the city of wine. Compared to yesterday, the smell of wine was fainter, but people could still feel the touching aroma. If Winnip announced that Daydream would leave Sacramento due to the irresponsibility of the city government, then Sacramento would suffer a great loss. So, Alton couldn't offend Winnip at this time. Ms. Winnip, let's talk. Don't be so agitated. Sit down first and let's talk. Chapter 722. Then tell me, how are we going to solve this? Winnip was aggressive. She had the upper hand now. She didn't need to care about Alton's feelings at all. Even if he was unhappy, he had to hold it in. The city really can't afford $100 million. Not now, and not in the future. The city's annual budget was no more than $5 million. How could they afford $100 million? So, you gonna be shameless? Winnip had just sat down when she immediately jumped up again. Sit down, sit down. I said I'm not trying to be irresponsible. Alton also had a headache now. He couldn't afford $100 million no matter what. But no matter what, he had to calm Winnip down first. After all, Winnip's influence wasn't just limited to being a businessman. She had an extremely high reputation in Sacramento. Now, all the citizens of Sacramento went to Mara's supermarket to buy things. This caused the other supermarkets to close down. 90% of the citizens of Sacramento went to Mara's supermarket. 99% of the tourists who came to Sacramento were there from Mara supermarkets. The other supermarkets had less than 10% of the citizens. How could they survive? It couldn't be helped. Mara Supermarket's reputation was too great. Also, because of Mara Supermarket and Daydream, how many benefits did it bring to the citizens? If Winnip said that she wanted to run for mayor, Alton would probably be fired immediately. If Alton chased Mara Supermarket away now, he would be beaten to death by the furious citizens when he walked out of the city hall, let alone continue being the mayor. The land in White Coral Street. I can help you with that land. You said last time that you might not be able to help. No, you remembered wrong. I said definitely. I can definitely do it. What about the price? Half for sale, half for free. Alton had no choice now. He could only clench his teeth and promise. No matter what, he had to calm Winnip down now. Fine, we'll stop here for today, but this doesn't mean it's over. Before I get a definite answer, I'll keep the right to pursue this. Hey, Chun. Winnip called him. Winnip, did you arrange that? Chun Zhao had communicated with Winnip beforehand, but he didn't know what arrangements Winnip had made. Actually, I arranged half of it. What do you mean? I did arrange people, but I didn't arrange them, Winnip said. Chun Zhao was completely speechless. How could there be such a coincidence? I installed a remote control bomb in Daydream's bottle, but I didn't expect that this group of people would actually take a helicopter, but the effect was even better than what I had planned. All right, since they were real robbers, Chun Zhao didn't want to say anything else. By the way, I plan to set the price at $1 billion next time. Suit yourself. When are you coming to get the wine? Right now, I'm being watched by a lot of people. No matter who I send to get the wine, it's not safe. It's best if you bring the wine over yourself. Last time, because no one knew about Daydream's existence, Winnip sent Kareem, Howard, and Kane. It was very safe, but it was different now. Winnip and the people around her were being watched closely. People from all walks of life wanted to know where Daydream came from. According to Kareem and the other two, there were a few people standing next to them when they went to the washroom. It wasn't just rich people who wanted to know where Daydream came from. Even the government wanted to know. After all, a bottle of Daydream had created the current Sacramento. The reputation of fragrant wine city brought intangible wealth to Sacramento. These benefits weren't directly distributed to anyone, but the citizens of Sacramento could clearly feel it. With more tourists, the number of jobs increased correspondingly. The number of people at the tourist attractions also increased. The governments of other cities obviously wanted the same effect, especially the second and third-tier cities. Most of them were like Sacramento, in a very awkward position. They didn't have any resources or tourist attractions. Of course, they also wanted to use Sacramento's opportunistic method. Steven's celebrity effect was also very obvious. Now everyone knew why Steven was willing to spend $100 million for this bottle of wine. Because of this, Chun Zhao had to personally deliver Daydream. It wasn't safe for anyone to take the wine. It was safest for Chun Zhao to deliver it himself. However, Chun Zhao didn't stay in Sacramento. He took a plane back. On the second day after Daydream was delivered, Winnip and Mara Supermarket announced the news. The second bottle, which was also the last bottle of Daydream in the world, arrived. However, this bottle would be protected by the insurance company. Because of its uniqueness, the price was $999,999,999. But this was only the price. More importantly, this bottle only had a price, not a sale. Winnip also claimed that this bottle of Daydream wasn't just the last bottle of Daydream. It was also more perfect than the first bottle. This bottle could make the entire city drunk. Every year, there would be an aroma tasting event. The first aroma tasting event would be held in 3 days. This event was the result of Winnip and Orton's discussion. White Coral Street would be sold to Winnip at a low price. Winnip would, of course, return the favor. This event would be held in Sacramento's largest stadium. For this event, millions of people flooded into Sacramento. This was already more than the entire population of Sacramento. Even if they couldn't afford to drink Daydream, they could at least smell the wine. Not only were all the hotels and motels in Sacramento full, but the surrounding cities were the same. Almost all the TV stations in America were gathered in Sacramento, wanting to see this grand event. Suddenly, Chun Zhao received a transfer of $6 million. The recipient was Winnip. Winnip, what's this money? The fee for the TV station's broadcast rights. This is yours. Okay, this was an unexpected fortune. Isn't the broadcasting fee for those sports games hundreds of millions of dollars? I think the scale of this wine tasting event is huge. Why is the price so low? Chapter 723. Fine. Chun Zhao was satisfied with the $6 million. He wouldn't get this much every year if he did it properly. He couldn't get $100 million or $1 billion in one go, but it was good to keep it going. It wasn't bad to keep it going. In the past few days, Chun Zhao had been studying the Black Key. It seemed that evil spirits could use it directly. Of course, the way they used it might not necessarily be the correct way, but at least it gave Chun Zhao an idea. Blackie, pull my soul out of my body. I can't do that. Blackie shook his head. You're a living person. I can't pull a living person's soul out of their body directly. You can't do anything. I can't, but I heard that there's a spell in the East that can make your soul leave your body. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. Li Qing? Chen Zhao immediately got in the car. Maybe she had a way. Seeing Chen Zhao come in, Ethan went up and kicked him. Fuck, how long has it been since you last came? Ignoring Ethan's kick, Chen Zhao picked up the hamburger on the table. Where's Annie Lee? Upstairs. Didn't you come to find me? Of course I came to see you. Otherwise, why would I bring you a present? Chen Zhao put a bottle of purple brew on the table. Ethan picked it up. Is this wine? Fuck, why can't I stop crying? What a strong aroma. Just then, Li Qing came down. She was twisting a mop. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Auntie Li, I brought you a present. Of course, Li Qing had to bring a present for Ethan. Chen Zhao glanced at the crying Ethan. The purple brew was very effective on him, but it had no effect on Li Qing. She was also a spiritualist. Of course, in Chinese terms, she was called a charlatan or a cultivator. The wine is full of spiritual energy. Mr. Chen, it's too expensive. I can't take it. Take it. Every one of my friends has a share. Chen Zhao pushed the purple brew to Li Qing. Auntie Li, I'm here to ask you some questions. Go ahead. Auntie Li, can your soul leave your body? You're talking about primordial spirit projection, right? Li Qing corrected. What's the difference? Chen Zhao asked, confused. He didn't understand. Only after a person dies will their soul leave their body, and the only thing a cultivator can control is their own primordial spirit. Li Qing said, but I've seen living souls before. Those people didn't die, so why can their souls leave their bodies? A living soul is not a soul either. Taoism talks about 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are further divided into embryonic light, refreshing spirit, and nether essence. Li Qing explained, embryonic light is self-consciousness or consciousness or divine sense. This is the so-called living soul. If a living person is unconscious, there's a chance that their soul will leave their body. Refreshing spirit is wisdom and intelligence, corresponding to the primordial spirit. It's also the only thing that can leave one's body. Nether essence is the 7 emotions and 6 desires, referring to the god of lust. It can't leave the body either. Once it leaves, the person will turn into ashes like grass, wood, earth, or stone. Li Qing paused and continued. In Confucianism, there's the heavenly principle and extinguishing human desires. It's actually cultivating the primordial spirit. Extinguishing the god of lust is emotionless and desireless, reaching the great Tao of heaven. Taoism cultivates the 3 into 1, merging them into the world and reaching the celestial realm. Annie Li, do you know primordial spirit projection? Chen Zhao asked. I don't, and my cultivation isn't high enough. Li Qing shook her head with a bitter smile. But I see that Mr. Chen's spiritual qi is abundant and his spiritual platform is shining brightly. Your cultivation is many times higher than mine. I think it's high enough, but I don't know how to do it. Is there a trick? There's no primordial spirit projection in the Qingyi sect. I've only read some books. It's very dangerous. The first time the primordial spirit leaves the body, it'll be attacked by astral winds and malice. Only people with great wisdom can practice this. Li Qing looked at Chen Zhao worriedly. Mr. Chen, if it's not necessary, don't practice this dangerous spell. Li Qing really cared about Chen Zhao. After all, she was alone now. Chen Zhao had helped her greatly, so she didn't want him to encounter danger. Actually, I'm just curious. I don't have to practice it. Chen Zhao chuckled. After hearing that the risk of primordial spirit projection was so high, Chen Zhao wanted to give up. But curiosity gnawed at Chen Zhao's heart like ants. Chen Zhao wondered if he should ask Old Turtle. After all, it was an old monster that had lived for tens of millions of years. Old Turtle didn't know any spells, but he might know a little. After saying goodbye to Li Qing and Ethan, Chen Zhao went home and jumped into the river map. Recently, Chen Zhao had gone to the river map many times. He was more familiar with how to enter and leave the map. Chen Zhao, How many years has it been since you last came to see me? I've been so bored. For Old Turtle, one day in the outside world was 1,000 days in the river map. 1 month in the outside world was a few decades in the river map. Chun Zhao hadn't come for more than 10 days. Old Turtle was already very bored. I brought you some new games. The consoles are all broken. What's the use of just games? Didn't I leave you 20 consoles last time? They're all broken? Of course. Can't you imagine how long it's been since you last came? Old Turtle said impatiently. Prepare 100 game consoles for me next time. Also, prepare more game controllers for me. Chun Zhao earned a lot, but he also spent a lot of money. He had to send all kinds of resources to Old Turtle every few days. Every time, it was tens of thousands of dollars. Forget it. Who asked him to be the boss? Old Turtle, can I ask you something? You could do primordial spirit projection, right? Yes. It's a small spell. It's not hard. Can you teach me? Chun Zhao stared at Old Turtle, his eyes shining. I can't, unless you want to die. Why? The first time your primordial spirit is out of your body, the astral winds and external malevolence can kill you. Then what can you do? I can't. Human primordial spirits are too weak. If you have a way, I'll come in once a day and stay with you for at least 10 days each time. I'll play whatever you want. Wait, let me think. Old Turtle thought for a moment and said, you can cultivate primordial spirit projection in the river map. There are no astral winds or malevolence. Can I use it outside? If you can find a treasure that can protect the primordial spirit, yes. Do you have one? No. Chun Zhao was a bit disappointed, but he could at least use primordial spirit projection in the river map. Chapter 724. Tell me the method. Are you going to cultivate today? It's better to be early than late, Chun Zhao said impatiently. You need help to leave your body for the first time. Do you want to start now? So soon. You said it too. It's better to be early than late. Do I need to prepare anything? No, you just have to stand still. Leave the rest to me. I'm just going to stand still. Yes. Old Turtle nodded. Chun Zhao looked at Old Turtle. It was like he was doing Tai Chi right now. Old Turtle really did look like a sage. Wait. Why did the style change? How did Tai Chi suddenly turn into Bruce Lee? Chun Zhao's chin was hooked by a fist. Left hook, right hook, stop. Stop. Old Turtle didn't give Chun Zhao a chance to breathe. You. Forget about Bruce Lee. Why do you have the king of fighters moves? Wait. Old Turtle finally stopped. Chun Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he'd almost been killed by Old Turtle. Old Turtle, let's be serious, okay? Don't mess around like this. I'm serious. Old Turtle looked at Chun Zhao seriously. Serious? You're not going to beat me half to death, are you? Yes. But you didn't succeed after so long. Who told you I didn't succeed? But I don't feel anything at all. Look back. Chun Zhao looked back and saw another him sitting on the ground. His eyes were white and his mouth was open. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Fuck! Chun Zhao's face was filled with shock. So, he was already a spirit now. How is it? Very accurate, right? Old Turtle said proudly. I hit your spirit out immediately. It was like he'd done something incredible. Chun Zhao was dumbfounded. What do you mean by hit my spirit out immediately? What else can I hit out? Okay, your spirit is out. I don't understand why you're practicing this. This was Chun Zhao's first time his spirit had left his body and existed as a spirit. However, he wasn't any different from before. It felt almost the same, except that his body was light as a feather, as if he could float at any time. Chun Zhao approached his body and tried to see if he could control the spatial ring. Yes, the space ring was still under his control. Chun Zhao took out the black key. However, the moment the black key appeared, the black key suddenly flew toward Chun Zhao's chest like a magnet and stuck to his primordial spirit's chest. Fuck, what's going on? The black key slowly fused into his primordial spirit. Then, his primordial spirit turned black. Fuck, I'm not going to turn black, right? Huh? Old Turtle turned around in confusion. The changes in Chun Zhao's primordial spirit surprised him. Did you use some kind of essence soul treasure? Chun Zhao's heart jumped. The black key should be used on the primordial spirit. I'm not sure either. Something fused with my soul just now. Chun Zhao asked worriedly. I'm so black right now. Will I turn black like in movies or novels, and then disown them? Old Turtle rolled his eyes. Young man, you've read too many novels. But my primordial spirit has turned black. I feel like I've become really evil. Who said black is evil? Your primordial spirit has clearly strengthened. It should be because the treasure you mentioned fused with your primordial spirit. But then again, what's the point of strengthening the primordial spirit? The simplest way to explain it is to make you smarter. Then what if I make it more complicated? It still makes you smarter. So it's useless for power or cultivation. Who said that? Then what's the point? It's just not obvious. Old Turtle was speechless. No wonder the ancient Confucian scholars were all so good at talking, but they were all weak. Every family has their own techniques. Even a divine beast like me has different techniques, not to mention sex, Old Turtle said. But your primordial spirit and body are different from normal people. It's probably unprecedented in history. You might be able to establish your own sect. Don't. Let me follow the path of others. I'm not planning on establishing my own sect. How unambitious. Since ancient times, those who were ambitious and unique usually died very miserably. Actually, the path of cultivation is nothing more than immortal primordial spirit, immortal body, and immortal mind. These three have countless branches. What about you? I guess my body is immortal. Did you do it? No. You've lived for tens of millions of years, and you still haven't done it. It's not as easy as you think. Some people have an epiphany, while others are stuck at the bottom of an abyss. What will you do when you succeed? Become a god? I didn't succeed. How do I know what will happen if I succeed? Will it be like in the novels, becoming a part of this world? Kid, you must have gone silly from reading novels. If that's what cultivators pursue, then only fools would cultivate it. That's what you read, kid. But don't Taoists talk about the unity of heaven and man? That's just beautiful words. It's actually stealing the power of heaven and borrowing the power of the earth. When you reach that realm, you can use the power of heaven and earth as you please. Aren't you awesome? But you have to return what you borrowed. But according to the unity of heaven and man, I'm borrowing from you because we're family. Why should I return what my family uses? You're just lying to yourself. You can't say that. The laws of heaven and earth exist, especially for cultivators like you. You should respect heaven and earth. What's yours is yours. What's borrowed has to be returned. Even if it's just a title, it's better than nothing. You can be shameless to the bank, but you can't be shameless to the world. Then let's not cultivate the unity of heaven and man. Let's do something else. Look, you just said you don't want to be unique. Now you want to establish your own mountain. What do you recommend? For example, you don't have to do anything or use a lamp as a companion. You could just eat and sleep and cultivate. I want such a convenient cultivation method. How about you introduce one to me? That's why I hate cultivation the most, Chun Zhao said in disappointment. After returning to his body, Chun Zhao suddenly remembered something. Oh, you haven't told me how to leave my body. It's simple. Make yourself lose your mind and then knock yourself out. Then, your soul will leave your body. What's the principle? I don't know. Chapter 725. This is the most convenient and simple method. It doesn't require training at all. You don't like it? Old Turtle said, unhappily. Chun Zhao felt stifled. Simple was simple. The key was that it was too rough. What if it turned him into a fool? By the way, this will turn you into a fool, right? Yes. Sometimes some people beat themselves into idiots, and their primordial spirits never came back. Why do I feel like you're setting me up? Old Turtle immediately changed the topic. By the way, I've recently developed a simplified version of Body Double. Do you want to learn it? What's simplified version? Didn't you say that I can't learn Doppelganger? This simplified version can only create 2 avatars, and the avatars can't use magic. Is it difficult? Chun Zhao asked. It's simple. The so-called simplicity was only relative. Chun Zhao studied for more than 10 days, but he still didn't understand everything. Why are you so stupid? It's such a simple technique, and you still haven't learned it after learning it for more than 10 days? You said that my primordial spirit has been strengthened, but why do I feel like it hasn't been strengthened at all? Didn't you say that after one's primordial spirit is strengthened, one can learn everything faster? Old Turtle turned his head and spat out silently. The base number is too low. This sentence was hurtful. Fuck, I don't believe that I can't learn it. If I can't learn it, I won't go out. Don't be too hard on yourself. Some things are sudden epiphanies. What is an epiphany? The apple fell on Newton's head and he discovered gravity. That's called enlightenment. All right, another 10 days had passed and he still hadn't learned it. Over 20 days in the river diagram was only half an hour in the real world. After leaving the river map, he received a call from Dell. Hey Chun, why couldn't I get through to you? What is it? Chun Zhao and Dell had known each other for a long time. Dell also kept changing under Chun Zhao's gaze. The current Dell was no longer doing the ridiculous things of the past. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a yacht? Yes. Do you want to customize it or buy it directly? What's the difference? Custom-made ones are definitely more expensive and take longer. A yacht will take at least half a year to make. If it's a larger yacht, it will take more than a year to make. If you buy it directly, it will be much simpler. There are also 3 grades. Get to the point. There's a yacht exhibition the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go together? Chen Zhao thought for a moment and answered, Okay, let me know when it's time. Just as Dell hung up, Stephen called again. Chun, there's a yacht exhibition the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go together? A friend of mine has asked me out. You met him before. It's Dell. Then let's go together, Stephen said. All right. When Chun Zhao was alone at home, he would usually replenish his supplies. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai were the only ones at home. But there was still a whole family of different sizes, and there were 10 underlings. Therefore, the consumption of the family was quite large. The people in Mountain Town Supermarket were already very familiar with him. After all, he had lived here for almost a year. He had also taught a few of the town's gangsters a lesson. After a few times, he had become familiar with them. Every time he went to the supermarket, there would always be a few girls throwing flirtatious glances at him. Chun Zhao more or less knew what they were thinking. Back when Chun Zhao had lived at 13 Banana Street, he had kept a low profile. Now that he was living in a mansion and driving a luxurious car, the girls all regretted what they had done. After returning to the villa, Chun Zhao received another call from James. Hey, Chun, when are you free to come to the set? We've officially started filming. I think I'm filming with Steven and Yafin. When are they free? They said they're asking you when you're free. They'll cooperate with you. James could see that Steven and Chun Zhao's relationship had reached such a level. I'm free these few days, except the day after tomorrow. Are you free today? James asked. Mr. Stevens visiting the set today. Steven had actually come to the set today to hold the fort. In James's crew, the male lead had some status. He was also a new director, so he couldn't control the male lead. But when Steven came today, the male lead was as obedient as a sheep. Okay, I'll go now. It wasn't even noon, and Chun Zhao had nothing to do. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. If you have guests, call me. With that, Chun Zhao left. Half an hour later, he arrived at James's set. Hey, give me the parking space. Chun Zhao poked his head out of the window and saw a tall, black-haired woman in the sports car. In the driver's seat was a girl with glasses. She should be an assistant. She was the one who'd said that. But her English was a bit bad and her accent was very strong. Chinese? Japanese? Or Korean? You're also Chinese? Both the woman and the assistant were surprised. They didn't expect to meet someone from the same hometown here. The assistant's tone wasn't very polite, but Chun Zhao didn't want to make things difficult for his fellow countrymen. Your actor's here? Yes. Hey, Changji nodded. Don't you know me? Sorry, are you a local actor? Yes. You're a crew member? No, I'm just a minor character. Chun Zhao shook his head. Hey, give me the parking space, the assistant called again. We're really in a hurry. I took the parking space first. You guys should figure it out yourselves. How can he be like this? He's so rude. Chun-Ku glanced at the assistant. Go park the car. I'll go report to the set first. When Chun-Ku entered the set, she saw the man from before standing beside the director with the script in his hand. The director was explaining the scene to him. He had the script, and the director was still explaining the scene to him. It seemed that he had some scenes. Chun-Ku's eyes turned and brightened. It was Director Steven. Chun-Ku immediately tidied up her clothes and walked over elegantly. Hello, Director. I'm Chun-Ku. James glanced at Chinku and then at the time. Good, very punctual. I like punctual actors. Hello, Mr. Stephen. Stephen glanced at Chun-Ku and nodded. Miss Chun, wait a moment. It's not your turn yet. There are a few more scenes before that. Okay. Chun-Ku found a seat and sat down, looking at James and Stephen. Chapter 726. Put this on. What's this? A bulletproof vest? No, it's filled with blood bags and explosives, James said. You're shooting the last scene now. You'll be shot to death. Chun-Ku looked at Chun Zhao, thinking that his role was very ordinary. Just then, Stephen said, James, let me do this scene. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes, displeased. Chun Zhao was a bit envious. Stephen would do it himself? That was the dream of so many actors. Even Chun-Ku herself wanted this opportunity. Why was this guy so reluctant? Scene 13, first take. Ready, action. Stephen was directing the camera himself. Now start running. Look left and right. When you realize that the enemy has caught up to you, turn around. Ing. Stephen stood up. What kind of shit are you acting? Look. Remember the look of fear. Again. Scene 13, second take. Action. Chun Zhao repeated the previous action according to the script. Look of fear, fuck. Ing. Are you looking for a woman? You're a piece of shit. Chun Zhao was furious. If you scold me again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Fuck, you're so bad. Can't I say anything? Chun-Ku was dumbfounded. In the United States, how could any minor character be so awesome? He was the publicly acknowledged top director in the world. Scene 13, third take. Action. Good. Look of fear. Then you get kicked down and shout not to shoot. Don't shoot. No. Bang, bang, bang. The blood bags on Chun Zhao's chest exploded one by one. Stephen screamed again. Fuck. Don't you scream when you get shot? Even a pig would know pain. Again. Chun Zhao glared at Stephen fiercely. Stephen shrunk his neck. What's with that look? Professionalism? Do you know what professionalism is? Look at that lady from China. Even without the camera, she's still reading the script. How many times have you read the script? Chun-Ku was embarrassed by Stephen's compliment. Actually, she'd been watching them. On the fourth take, Chun Zhao finally passed the scene. However, Chun Zhao's entire body was covered in blood. Chun-Ku's female assistant stood beside Chun-Ku and looked at him. Little bum, you're wasting time. Wang Lu, this is a foreign country, not a domestic one. Watch your words. Chun Zhao took a towel. Filming was indeed not easy. This scene made Chun Zhao feel like he was fighting a pig. No matter what, he would never go to Stephen's crew again. This was just a temporary cameo as a director, and he was already scolding her so badly. What are you dilly-dallying for? The second scene is still yours. Chun Zhao was still wiping the blood off his body and face when Stephen started urging him again. What's the second scene? The second scene was me pinning you to the ground and beating you up. What? You beat me? Why? No matter how I look at it, you don't look like you can beat me. It would be more convincing if I beat you up. That's the script, Stephen said matter-of-factly. Chun Zhao flipped through the script. It was indeed like that. This time, it was James himself directing. Scene 14, first act. First time, get ready, action. Stephen, the old man, exploded with strength from somewhere and pounced on Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao could only fall down. Stephen was acting as an old detective. Chun Zhao was a pitiful robber who got separated from the group. From the beginning, he fought with the old detective and was finally beaten to death by the old detective. Stephen didn't really hit him, but when his fist missed, Chun Zhao still had to act like he was hit. Cut. Stephen, you're amazing. James didn't forget to suck up to Stephen. No, I don't think it was perfect just now. His scream wasn't loud enough. James looked at Chun Zhao awkwardly. Anyway, this was how these two hated each other. They were so good, but they had to torture each other like this. Fuck, I'm not acting anymore. Chun-Ku was surprised. How could an extra make such a request? Just then, James said, Okay, this scene is over. Chun-Ku was even more shocked. How could this be? Why did this extra look like the main character? No, he was even cooler than the main character, right? Look at the main character. He was just beside her like a grandson. When can I beat him up? Chun Zhao asked, pointing at Stephen. Not so soon. These are the only two scenes today. Go rest, James said. Then he looked at Chun-Ku. Come here. How's your English? No problem, Chun-Ku answered in English. Okay, how's the script? I've basically memorized the lines for the first few scenes. Then let's begin. Chun-Ku realized that Stephen had left too. She was a bit disappointed. She'd hoped that Stephen could see her performance and even remember it. After a tiring day, Chun-Ku and her assistant, Wang Lu, left the set. Chun-Ku's phone rang. Hello. Hey, Aku, are you free tonight? Annie, I just came out from the set. Isn't staying here more comfortable than staying in a hotel? Mainly because it's close to the set. I'll send someone to be your driver every day. No need. Forget it. You can at least come over for dinner. You haven't seen your cousin, right? Chun-Ku thought about it. Okay. After hanging up, Chun-Ku said to Wang Lu, let's go in another direction. Aku, where are you going? Forget it. Pull over. I'll drive. Chun-Ku was quite familiar with Los Angeles. A year ago, she'd studied at UCLA. She'd also been to her auntie's house, but she knew that her cousin, whom she'd never met, was in a bad condition and couldn't meet outsiders. Wang Lu sat in the passenger seat. Seeing Chun-Ku drive into a manor, she was a bit shocked. The manor was really too big. It was obviously a rich person's home. Aku, where is this? My auntie's house, Chun-Ku said. Just then, a black bodyguard came over. He seemed to know Chun-Ku. Miss Chun, do you need help? No. Then please follow me. Boss is waiting for you inside. Wang Lu followed behind Chun-Ku all the way, trembling with fear. She was afraid of going the wrong way or not being able to keep up. Aku, are there any rules here at your aunt's place? Chapter 7:27. Auntie. Chun-Ku walked into the living room and saw that apart from her auntie, there was also a girl. She had long black hair and a pair of big eyes. She was very pretty. However, she seemed unhappy. She stuck out her little nose and seemed to be sulking. Aku, you're here. Yura's mother went up, clearly very happy. Who is she? My assistant, Wang Lu. Hello, and come sit. Yura's mother looked at Yura. Yura, she's your cousin. Aren't you going to greet her? Hello. Yura looked at Chun-Ku and greeted her. Then she went back to her own world. Yura, hello. What's wrong? Chun-Ku went up to greet Yura. No, I'm fine. Ignore her. She's throwing a tantrum. Chun-Ku looked at Yura in confusion. Yura, tell me, what's wrong with you and Mom? Mom said that as long as I get B+ in every subject, she'll let me play with my brother, but she broke her promise. Chun-Ku was a bit surprised. She knew that she had a cousin. But just like Yura, she had never met this cousin before. But it seemed that Yura and her brother were quite close. Yura, your brother has his own life. I don't think it's good for you to keep disturbing him. Yura's mother was also Chun Zhao's mother, but they weren't that close. Therefore, Yura's mother was still not willing to let Yura interact with Chun Zhao too much. Brother didn't say anything. Why aren't you willing? It's too late now. You're lying to me again. You promised before the summer break, but you kept dragging it until now. It's been a month. Are you going to drag it until September? Are you going to let me go? Yura's mother really did plan to do that. But now, Yura had clearly made things clear to her mother based on her personality. Chun-Ku was a bit awkward. She had come to visit her auntie and put up with her cousin. But now, she had encountered a family dispute. Annie, how about I bring Yura over? I've never seen this cousin before. I can use this chance to put up with him. This? Yura's mother hesitated. Sure. Before her mother agreed, Yura had already agreed for her. I'll take you there. Yura's mother hesitated for a moment. You can only stay at your brother's place for 3 days at most. Don't disturb him too much. 3 days? Yura's expression darkened again. If you don't agree, then don't ever think about going to your brother's place. Okay, 3 days it is. I'll call Cheryl. Yura happily picked up the phone. Surely, I'm going to stay with my brother for 3 days. You can come too. Sure. Cheryl hadn't gone to Qin Zhao's house in a long time and was worried about not having an excuse. Now that Yura called, she agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, Cheryl looked at Chris and Sienna pitifully. Sister Chris, Sister Sienna, Yura said she wants to go to Chen's house, but she's afraid of being alone. Don't mess around in Chen's house. Chris glared at Shirley. Shirley immediately jumped up in excitement. She could go to Chen's house again. Yura, do you really like your brother? Of course. He's super awesome. Your brother really lives in a remote place, Chinku said. The town was at least 30 kilometers away from Los Angeles. It seemed that Yura's brother didn't have a good background. No wonder Annie didn't want Yura to interact with her brother. It was probably because they didn't get along. Aka, did we go the wrong way? Wang Lu asked worriedly. Chinku was also suspicious. She looked at Yura. Yes. Turn at the intersection ahead. Doesn't this road lead to the wilderness? Chinku was even more suspicious now. The sign at the intersection says Mirror Lake, right? Yes. Brother lives by the lake. From the intersection onward, all the land belongs to him. Chinku was very suspicious of Yura's words. After turning the corner, the road became somewhat gloomy. Not only were there many bends, but there were also no streetlights. Finally, a beam of light appeared before them. They finally saw the house before them. Chinku and Wang Lu were stunned by the scene before them. It was such a beautiful house. It was like a house in a dream. Their eyes lit up. Did your mom buy this for your brother? No, mom and brother don't have a good relationship. Yura was at an age where she could understand things. She knew some things and understood some things. A house like this would cost at least a few $1,000,000. Chinku estimated. She didn't know much about this either. However, if according to Yura, the surrounding land belonged to her cousin, then even a few $1,000,000 wouldn't be enough. Just then, the door inside opened. A huge bear ran out. Yura immediately got out. Chunku didn't even have time to stop her. Just as Chunku was trembling in fear, Yura opened her arms and hugged Princess. "Ha! Princess, did you miss me? Did you miss me a lot?" Chunku and Wang Lu got out of the car. They looked at the huge bear that was at least 10 times her weight. But Yura didn't care at all. Just then, a man came out. Chunku and Wang Lu realized that it was actually the man they met on the set today. Wasn't he the extra? How could he afford a house like this? Needless to say, Chunku's aunt must have bought it for him. "Yura, why are you here? Brother, do you not welcome me?" Chun Zhao's face twitched. "Yes, of course you're welcome." Then, Chun Zhao looked at Chunku and Wang Lu. "You're that female star? Why are you and Yura together?" "I'm Chunku. If I'm not wrong, you should be my cousin." "Cousin?" Chun Zhao frowned and thought for a long time. "Do I have a cousin?" Chunku's face darkened. "If you think you don't, then you don't. I brought Yura to you. Bye. Bye." Chun Zhao didn't want to keep her. Chunku was filled with hatred. She got into the car and left. "Aku, your cousin is so uncultured." "Okay, drive." Chunku wasn't in a good mood either. "Do you want to ask the director to cut out your cousin's scenes when you arrive at the set tomorrow?" "I haven't talked much with the director. Do you think my words will work?" Chapter 728. Chun Zhao looked at Yura. "It's your own room. Go clean it up yourself." "Brother, can't you be nicer to your only sister? I just got here. I haven't even sat down yet." Yura looked at Chun Zhao pitifully. Hee, I just chased away a cousin. Also, have you sat on my, but since you came here? I'll clean up after Cheryl comes." As soon as Yura said that, Sienna and Chris brought Cheryl over. "I'll clean up after Cheryl." "Okay, you guys can clean it up together now." Sienna and Chris brought Cheryl in. "Chun, I'll leave Cheryl to you and Fei Lai. Sorry for the trouble." "No trouble at all." Sienna and Chris didn't stay for long. They left Cheryl behind. "Stop messing around. Don't mess around. Behave. We'll go play first. We'll clean the room later." Yura and Cheryl had already jumped into the lake. They didn't even change out of their swimsuits, afraid that Chun Zhao would catch them. Chun Zhao didn't care about them. They weren't young anyway. Chun Zhao went back to his room to accompany Fei Lai. Actually, Yura and Cheryl wouldn't affect Chun Zhao and Fei Lai much. It was mainly because they played too late at night. It affected Cerberus and Little Nine's activity time. The next day, after Fei Lai went to work, Chun Zhao dragged Yura and Cheryl out of bed. "You two, do you want to go to the movie set and play?" "No, we're going to play at home." "How could a movie set be more fun than home?" "Okay, you two stay at home." Chun Zhao glanced at Princess. "Watch them. If they step out of the territory, bite off their legs." "Brother, I'm your sister." "Huh?" Chun Zhao glanced at Yura. He remembered very clearly that these two girls had caused him trouble in New York. He didn't even dare to tell his mother. afraid that she would blame him. Yura and Cheryl were at home. Even if they tore down the house, they could just rebuild it. However, if they went out and an accident happened, money couldn't make up for it. Chen Zhao arrived at the parking lot. Chen Ku and Wang Lu just got out of the car. Chen Zhao nodded expressionlessly. He didn't know Chen Ku well, and he wouldn't do that just because she was a cousin. They were suddenly in love with each other. How uncultured! Wang Lu snorted. Chen Zhao frowned and turned his head. Watch your assistant's mouth, or you won't even know when you get beaten to death. Mr. Chen, it's not good to threaten a girl like this. Chen Ku didn't plan to be Chen Zhao's cousin, and Chen Zhao's words made her have no good impression on Chen Zhao. I'm just speaking the truth, Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. Do you believe that I won't sue you for intimidation? Wang Lu yelled. Then you better find a reliable lawyer. I'm more familiar with this place than you are. Chen Zhao looked at Wang Lu coldly and turned to leave. When they arrived at the set, James and the other actors were already there. Normally, there would be a schedule for a movie shoot, such as a set, a scene, and which scenes to shoot. Chen Zhao and Steven were not part of the plan. When you're free, come over and take a few shots. As for the final cut, it might not be like the script. James saw Chen Zhao walk over and pointed at an RV parked in the distance. Steven was the only one who could park an RV on the set. Wang Lu saw Chen Zhao run onto an RV. Aku, doesn't he look like a thief? Chen Ku saw it too. When Chen Zhao got on the RV, he looked left and right. He indeed looked like a thief. Chen Ku hated her cousin, but she heard that her cousin was a thief. She was still very dissatisfied. She was disappointed that Chen Zhao didn't live up to her expectations. The two came to the RV and heard people talking inside. They seemed to be arguing inside. That's mine. Fuck. What do you mean yours? It's obviously mine. You stole it from me. Bang. Suddenly, Chen Ku and Wang Lu heard the sound of glass shattering. Wah. I'm bleeding. I'm gonna die. The two girls jumped in fright. Someone killed someone? The two of them quickly ran in the direction of James. The noise in the RV gave them a huge fright. Chen Ku ran to James. Mr. James, bad news. RV. Someone seems to be fighting in the RV. I heard someone say that he's bleeding and dying. James was shocked. Weren't Steven and Chen Zhao in the RV? They copied endlessly all day. It was normal for them to fight. As for bleeding or murder, he didn't believe it at all. Don't talk nonsense. It's true. We heard it with our own ears. Hurry and go take a look. Okay, I'll go take a look. Seeing that James was going to go alone, Chen Ku hurriedly said, bring a few more people. Don't disturb the filming. The crew all had their own things to do. James knew what was important. Chen Ku and Wang Lu followed behind James, trembling with fear. James knocked on the RV door. There was no response. James opened the door directly. Then they saw that the interior of the car was a mess. Steven was lying on the sofa, dripping with blood. He was covered in bandages from head to toe. Even his mouth was stuffed with bandages. James jumped in fright. Did something really happen to him? But Steven suddenly started to whimper. James hurriedly pulled out the bandages from Steven's mouth. Mr. Steven, what's wrong? That asterisk shoal. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Judging from Steven's expression, the fight was real. Where's that guy? That asterisk shoal took a call and ran away, Steven said gloomily. Fuck, I came out too early today and forgot to bring a bodyguard. Next time, I'm definitely going to throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. Huh, feed the sharks? You might as well throw him into the river to feed the crocodiles. James was already used to Chen Zhao and Steven's love and hate. He really shouldn't have listened to them. It was such a waste of time. Okay, go back to filming. Mr. Steven, aren't we going to call the police? Wang Lu asked. Steven and James glared at Wang Lu. Chen Ku pulled Wang Lu. They definitely didn't want the scandal to spread. Chapter 729. Cut. Nice. This one's good. James was quite appreciative of this Chinese woman. He'd chosen a Chinese star because of Chen Zhao. Of course, China was the second biggest box office for movies now. It was a huge box office that Hollywood couldn't ignore. Therefore, there were more and more China elements in Hollywood to get closer to Chinese people's movie-watching experience. According to his research, Chen Ku was very popular in China. Among the actresses of her generation, her acting skills and salary were the most reasonable. After all these considerations, he'd chosen Chen Ku as the second female lead. Of course, the real main character wasn't a human. Since the name of the movie was Animal Supermarket, as the name implied, humans were not the main characters of this movie. The real main characters were the animals, not the actors. And the animals were still lying in Chen Zhao's house. Rest for 10 minutes and continue with the next scene. Director, I want to ask for a day off tomorrow, Chen Ku said. Huh? Are you busy tomorrow? It's a private matter. Chen Ku nodded. Okay, I'll change the filming schedule. James saw that Chen Ku had been very professional on set these days. So, he didn't mind giving her a day off. It was mainly because she didn't have many scenes to begin with. After all, she was only the second female lead, and the real main character wasn't a human, so it was easy to arrange. Although she didn't have many scenes, there were still dozens of scenes a day. After filming for a whole day, Chen Ku was still very tired. Aku, are we going back to the hotel? No, to UCLA. UCLA was Chen Ku's alma mater. She'd graduated from it 2 years ago. Chen Ku also wanted to go back and see. Perhaps she could meet her mentor there. Chen Zhao had rushed over after receiving Margaret's call. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Margaret, judging from her tone, she seemed to have encountered a supernatural incident. Chen Zhao felt that if necessary, he could ask the supernatural organization to intervene. Since they were the organization, they would definitely handle this. Margaret, what's going on? I'm not sure either, Margaret said. What do you mean? I vaguely remember that 2 women came to my place a few times, but every time they came, I would forget what we said to each other, Margaret said. Are you too tired from work? Chen Zhao asked. I come into contact with about 20 patients a day, and I can remember the content of every patient conversation, but I can't remember those 2 women. And every time I leave, I realize that I prescribed them a large amount of Valium. You're a doctor, so you should know that Valium is a controlled drug. Without a medical certificate, you can't prescribe it, Margaret said, and I always feel that I talk to them about a lot of important things, but every time I finish talking, I would forget them and be absent-minded for a few hours. Chen Zhao frowned. According to Margaret, she had indeed encountered some people from the spiritual world. Chen, can you help me remember these things? Margaret looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. I only know how to make people fall asleep, but I don't know how to make them say something important. Can you find them? Chen Zhao shook his head. How about I introduce you to the organization I'm in? They can help you solve problems and also be your bodyguards. They're professional and the price is reasonable. Margaret was about to answer when the door suddenly opened. It's them. Chen Zhao cursed inwardly. They really came at the wrong time. However, when Chen Zhao turned around, he realized that the 2 people outside were Cindy and Charlotte. Chen Zhao's expression changed immediately. Charlotte and Cindy's expressions changed too. Run. Without even thinking, the 2 of them broke into a run. Chen Zhao chased after them. You 2 bitches, don't run. Split up, Charlotte said to Cindy. With that, she stopped and blocked Chen Zhao's way. Seeing that Chen Zhao was about to charge over, Charlotte suddenly lifted her foot and stomped heavily on the ground. The cement ground rolled like a wave and surged toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's foot missed, and he smashed into the undulating ground. Ouch, ouch. Chen Zhao fell hard. When he looked up again, Charlotte was already far away. Fuck, he failed miserably. Chen Zhao climbed up and chased after her. Charlotte was in a hurry and happened to hear a police car at the intersection. A policewoman was standing beside it, drinking something. Hello, Miss Police, someone's chasing me. Sharon turned her head and saw Chen Zhao charging over from afar. Stop. Sharon blocked Chen Zhao's way. Chen Zhao hurriedly braked. If he crashed into Sharon, he'd probably be assaulting a police officer. Sharon, why are you blocking me? You were chasing that. Huh, where's that woman? She's a thief. She stole my stuff? Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. Charlotte ran too fast. In just a few seconds, she had already run out of sight. Chen Zhao looked at Sharon maliciously. Sharon, you're assisting a crime now, right? Sharon's expression darkened. She'd really been careless. How do I know if you're telling the truth? or not. Maybe you're just harassing her. That's boring. Chen Zhao's expression was displeased. Charlotte and Cindy had appeared in L.A. Would the source of corruption be far away? That was big trouble. Chen Zhao's home was in L.A. All of his friends were in L.A. too. If the source of corruption caused trouble in L.A., his house at Mirror Lake would probably be flooded too. You're lucky I didn't arrest you for molesting a woman on the street. Arrest me if you can. Don't just talk. You think I don't dare? You just don't dare. See if I dare. Come arrest me. Crack. Sharon cuffed Chen Zhao right away. Just then, a car passed by. Chen Ku and Wang Lu saw Chen Zhao being cuffed by a policewoman. Aka, look, that guy's been arrested. Aku snorted indifferently. Serves him right. Ah, he's running. The two saw Chen Zhao sprinting on the sidewalk with his hands cuffed. The policewoman chased after him relentlessly. That Astra Shoal runs really fast. Wang Lu in Chen Ku's car wasn't fast, but it was still 30 kilometers per hour. But Chen Zhao ran even faster than their car. He sprinted all the way, leaving Sharon far behind. Chapter 730. In the end, Sharon gave up. Chen Zhao ran too fast. She couldn't catch up with him with her slender legs. After running to a place with no one around, Chen Zhao tore off the handcuffs and tossed them on the ground. Nothing good happened every time he met Sharon. However, Charlotte and Cindy's appearance in L.A. had to be taken seriously. He had to get those bastards from the supernatural organization to move. They shouldn't stay in their nest all day. Chen Zhao spun around a few times. Charlotte and Cindy had really run away. Before he knew it, he'd arrived at the gate of UCLA. He hadn't been to UCLA for a long time. Chen Ku and Wang Lu's car also stopped. That guy again? Chen Ku asked, frowning. Her cousin was really everywhere. He'd actually come to UCLA in the blink of an eye. Aka, should we call the police? It's useless, Chen Ku said. He's too fast. He'll definitely run away as soon as he hears the siren. So we're just going to leave him be? I know some people here, Chen Ku said. Chen Ku and Wang Lu arrived at the boxing club. Seeing Chen Ku, a coach of the boxing club immediately greeted her. Oh my God, Chen, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in China? I came to L.A. to work, Chen Ku said. I came to see you guys. Aruba, how are you? Although there have been some incidents in the boxing club, overall, it's doing very well. Our boxing club has even produced a star boxer who has made quite a name for himself in the professional boxing world. Aruba's saliva was flying everywhere as he spoke, appearing very proud of himself. That's great. Who is it? Do I know him? He joined the boxing club the year you graduated. I don't know if you remember him. He's called Tiger. Oh, I remember. That super big guy. He fights in the super heavyweight division, right? That's right. He's already the champion of the BBL. His next step is to fight in the IBF. He's actively preparing now. Chen Ke looked at the boxing club. There seem to be a lot more people than before. It's all Tiger's credit. Because he's famous, he's attracted more students. Aruba, when I came in just now, I saw a fugitive wandering around the school. He's a very dangerous person. Chen Ke said seriously, we just saw the police chasing him. He should be hiding in the school now. Bring me there. I'll catch him, Aruba said immediately. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. It's best to call a few more people. Don't you believe in my strength? This is not a matter of strength. If he has a knife on him, you will still be in danger, so you should call a few more people. All right, I'll call a few more people. Chen Zhao sat in the stadium. It was dusk. So many sports students were practicing in the stadium. Chen Zhao also saw a familiar face, Grint. Grint also noticed Chen Zhao and ran to the audience seats. Mr. Chen. Hi, hello. Grint looked at him. Mr. Chen, how about we run together? Grint was challenging Chen Zhao. He knew that Chen Zhao was very good at long-distance running. He might even be able to break the current world record. However, he'd been training with Chen Zhao as his goal these days. As long as a person had a goal, they would improve rapidly. Grint hadn't participated in professional competitions yet. However, his results had already caught the eye of a sports club. He'd also signed a contract. He wanted to compete with Chen Zhao to see his results, and to see how far he was from Chen Zhao. Not interested. Chen Zhao shook his head and stood up to leave. Mr. Chen, are you scared of me? Grint said provocatively. Actually, he knew that he wasn't as good as Chun Zhao. He just wanted to compete with Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. How about we fight in the boxing ring? If you can last 3 seconds, I'll compete with you in long-distance running. Grint shuddered at once. If he fought Chun Zhao in the ring, he wouldn't be able to last 1 second, let alone 3 seconds. Grint knew Chun Zhao's combat ability. He'd fought twice in the school. The first time, he'd crippled Zanla Douglas. The second time, he'd crippled a professor who seemed to have taken stimulants. Capable people didn't need to prove their strength, even if others provoked them. Chun Zhao was like that at UCLA. Even if he rejected Grint's challenge, he was still stronger than him. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. It was from Wright. Little bastard, how long has it been since you last came to UCLA? Did you forget who you are? Right? Did you plant spies in the entire UCLA? Cut the crap. Come to my office. Fine. As soon as Chun Zhao walked out of the stadium, a group of people surged toward him. I seem to be quite popular in the school, Chun Zhao thought. Chun Zhao thought. He realized that the leader seemed to be his cousin. It's him, Chun Ku said, pointing at Chun Zhao. She clearly didn't plan on greeting him. Chun Zhao lifted his head and looked at Aruba in confusion. What's wrong? Aruba? Aruba and the other members of the boxing club were panicking. The air seemed to be filled with awkwardness. Please don't tell me you're here to stop me for no reason. Chun Zhao's face darkened. Mr. Chun, this is a misunderstanding. Fine, I'll give you a chance to stop me. Come, who's first? The boxing club members almost peed their pants in fear. These people were all carefully selected by Aruba. All of them were veterans of the boxing club. They had both strength and technique. Then they'd met Chun Zhao. More importantly, they'd stopped Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, it's actually a joke. Do you believe it? Chen Ku and Wang Lu were both confused. Why do the boxing club members seem to be so familiar with Chun Zhao? Moreover, the boxing club members seemed to be very afraid of Chun Zhao. Aruba, why are you afraid of him? Chun, you're gonna get me killed, Aruba said with a sad face. Chun Ku didn't understand. There were so many of them. Why were they afraid of him? Suddenly, Wright came from afar and started cursing. Fuck, I called you, but you didn't come. Why are you wasting time? I met the boxing club members, Chun Zhao said. I want to practice with them. Chapter 731. Chun, you're the death of me. Me? What about me? Why are you afraid of him? Because he's close to the principal? Of course it's not that simple. He's the spiritual pillar of the boxing club. During the University of California Sports Day, the people from UCSF came to cause trouble. They invited a Golden Belt winner, a very famous professional boxer. Tiger was badly injured, but Mr. Chun came and crippled him. He even sent a dozen UCSF students to the hospital. Can he beat people up like that? He's a professor at UCLA. Him? Professor? Chun Ku couldn't tell that her cousin was a professor. What does he teach? He's a medical professor, but I saw him being chased by a police officer just now. I don't know about that. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Anyway, if you want me to deal with Mr. Chun, I won't help you. I don't want to go to the hospital. Aruba's attitude towards Chun Ku changed too. What a joke. He had a good relationship with Chun Ku, but it was not to the point where he would die for her. Although Chun Ku was unhappy that she had made such a fuss. But this was America. What did she do? The two walked out of the school. Chun Ku and Wang Lu saw the policewoman who'd chased Chun Ku earlier standing at the gate. Wang Lu immediately walked up to Sharon. Miss Officer, are you chasing an Asian man? I know where he is. Sarah looked Wang Lu up and down, and then said, Is he in school? You know, he's a professor here. I saw you chasing him on the road. He took my handcuffs. Just handcuffs? Something didn't seem right. You know each other? It's none of your business whether I know him or not, Sharon said, annoyed. She and Chun Ku had been at each other's throats for a long time. She did not need outsiders to criticize her. Wang Lu left, feeling more and more dissatisfied. Aku, none of the American police are good. Forget it. Don't think so much. We have nothing to do with him anyway. Chun Ku shook her head. Rest early today. Come with me to the yacht exhibition tomorrow. The next day, Fei Lai. Aren't you going to the yacht show? I'm not going. I still have to go to work. A few days ago, I skipped work for an entire day. Robio was really angry. That day, Fei Lai brought her pets to New York overnight and stayed there for another day. She didn't tell Robio at all. Although Chen Zhao and Robio had a good relationship, Robio was still furious because of this. Robio was the type of person where work was work and friendship was friendship. No matter how good their relationship was, if there was a problem at work, he would still reprimand her. Chen Zhao couldn't help Fei Lai either. He couldn't tell Robio that they were so close that he couldn't scold Fei Lai. If Chen Zhao said that, then his EQ was too low. "What kind of yacht do you want to buy? Send me pictures," Fei Lai said. "Of course, I will fully follow your advice." Then Fei Lai hurried to work, and Del came right after her. As soon as Del arrived, he played with Princess and the other pets. Chen Zhao could tell from Del's expression that he hadn't eaten breakfast. Eating breakfast is a good habit. It'll make you healthier. It's enough that I have you as my doctor. I'm your personal doctor, not your babysitter. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Eat your breakfast. Chen Zhao and Del were both procrastinators. After Del finished breakfast, he was still lying on the recliner and chatting with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao and Del didn't leave until Stephen called to urge them. When they arrived at the yacht exhibition, Chen Zhao realized that there were quite a lot of people. The exhibition was next to a dock. It was divided into two parts, water and indoor. The yachts on the water were all small and medium-sized. They had the most visitors. There were also large yachts that were placed indoors. These large yachts wouldn't go into the water easily without a buyer. After all, once the yacht was placed in the water, it would start to wear out. The erosion of the sea and the adhesion of shipworms to other objects would all cause the bottom of the boat to be corroded. These large yachts were priced at least $2 million. They wouldn't go into the water easily, unless someone paid a deposit and went into the water to test it. There would always be 2 or 3 celebrity yachts at the exhibition. These celebrity yachts were at least $5 million. From the design to the craftsmanship to the equipment, they were all top-notch. Chen Zhao entered the exhibition hall. It was very big, with at least a dozen medium to large yachts. The longest yacht among them was at least 50 meters long. The hull was shaped like a submarine. The whole body was curved, and the part above the deck was 3 stories high. There was also a helipad. There are quite a lot of people here. There are a lot of rich people in LA, Del said. Ah, Mr. Stephen, you're here too. Shinka was pleasantly surprised to see Stephen here. Stephen wasn't familiar with her. He probably didn't even know her name. However, Chun Ku still went up to greet him. Stephen looked at Chun Ku and Wang Lu and nodded slightly. Hello. Stephen was looking around for Chun Zhao. When Chun Zhao arrived at the exhibition, he called him and said that he'd already entered the exhibition hall. But the hall was too big and there were many people, so Stephen still couldn't find Chun Zhao. Mr. Stephen, are you looking for someone? Yes, he's my friend, Stephen answered indifferently. Do you need us to help you? No need. Stephen usually wouldn't interact too much with other female celebrities in public. He knew the entertainment industry well. Many times, just a little contact would cause him to be a target of scandal. It was even possible that a slight misalignment could be mistaken as a kiss. He didn't want to appear on the entertainment headlines across the Pacific Ocean. Nevertheless, Chun couldn't plan to give up. There weren't many opportunities to get close to this world-class director. Mr. Stephen, why don't you tell us what your friend looks like? We'll help you find him. Stephen ignored Chun Ku and stood on his tiptoes to look around. Finally, Stephen saw Chun Zhao. Chen Zhao also saw Stephen and walked toward him. Chapter 732. Chun Ku and Wang Lu turned around. They saw Chun Zhao walk over. Chen Zhao was also a bit surprised. Why did he have to run into his cousin everywhere? Chen Ku was confused. Weren't they enemies? Yesterday, Chen Zhao had even tied Stephen up in the RV with gauze. Also, Stephen had clearly been making things difficult for Chen Zhao on set. What do you think? Which do you like? I'll give it to you. Only those under $20 million. I don't need you to give it to me, Chen Zhao said, twitching his lips. You're nobody to me. Chen Ku's and Wang Lu's eyes almost popped out. Stephen wanted to give Chun Zhao a yacht? Under $20 million? If converted to RMB, it would be close to 140 million, right? What was their relationship? The two girls were dumbfounded. Cousin. Chun Ku greeted Chun Zhao. What? Chun, she's your cousin? She's my cousin. Chun Zhao said emotionlessly. Did you introduce her to James? No, it's her own ability. Chun Zhao shook his head. Let's walk over there. Should we ask James to arrange more scenes for your cousin? Stephen asked. Chun Ko was instantly excited. Could it be that as long as her cousin said the word, she could have more scenes? But why was she only a minor character in the movie? Don't mess up James' plan. We're just here to play. If his box office fails, we'll be the ones to blame again. Hearing Chun Zhao's answer, Chun Ko was instantly disappointed. This guy was indeed holding a grudge. Chun Ko was filled with hatred. It was just one sentence, but this guy actually retorted to her face. In fact, it was Stephen who'd suggested it in the first place. Don't you have a good relationship with your cousin? It's this OSO, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Not really good or bad. Chun, your cousin is so pretty, Dell suddenly interrupted. Chun Zhao turned around and glared coldly at Dell. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Seriously, Chun, which yacht do you like? They're all good, Chun Zhao answered calmly. Let's go up and take a look, Stephen said. Stephen's face was the name card. He just needed to stand in front of the salesman, and it was enough for the salesman to welcome the three of them. The yacht they boarded was the longest one in the exhibition hall. This yacht is a private, custom-made yacht from Seagate. However, the previous customer who ordered the yacht had to give up the rest of the payment due to a financial situation. Now, Seagate can only put this yacht on display for sale. This yacht is called the Venus Star. It's 68 meters long and cost $45 million to build, but now it's only selling for $20 million. The salesman continued, this yacht has 10 rooms, a kitchen, an entertainment room, a restaurant, a cinema, a gym, a sauna, a beauty salon, and a conference room. The Venus Star has a helipad, a swimming pool, and a freshwater processor. The crew uses hybrid fuel power, and the maximum speed is 75 knots. It belongs to the category of high-speed yachts. At the same time, when filled with fuel, the maximum range is 3,000 nautical miles. Generally speaking, the distance of a yacht was determined by the amount of oil it could carry. 3,000 nautical miles was more than most yachts could go. A normal yacht's range was around 500 nautical miles, but the Venus Star was a large yacht, so the amount of oil couldn't be compared to a regular small yacht. To be honest, Chun Zhao was quite satisfied with the yacht, but the price was a bit too high. Chun Zhao's income had been high recently, and he had more than $20 million in his bank account. But was he going to use all his assets to buy this yacht? Chun Zhao was conflicted. Can it be cheaper? Chun Zhao asked. The salesman looked at Chun Zhao, his eyes glowing. Sir, are you interested in this yacht? In the morning, he'd already received more than 10 customers. He'd talked until his mouth was dry, but when everyone heard the price, they all backed off. Sir, what's your ideal price? The salesman asked. You should tell me the lowest price for this yacht first, Stephen said. Chun, the original owner must have gone bankrupt, Dell said. This yacht is very unlucky. I suggest you think about it before deciding whether to buy it. You're right. Chun Zhao nodded. Sir, the original owner isn't bankrupt. The salesman hurriedly corrected. There's just a temporary problem with his cash flow. Chun, what do you think about that one? It doesn't look bad. Dell pointed at a yacht not far away. It was a dozen meters smaller than the yacht they were standing on, but it was also very beautiful. Sir, that yacht also costs $15 million, and the functions and performance of the Venus Star are much better than that yacht. But it's unlucky, Dell said with emphasis. Americans weren't superstitious. If they were, they'd be like fanatics. Of course, Dell was helping Chun Zhao bargain. Dell and Stephen could both tell that Chun Zhao was very satisfied with the yacht. How about you wait a moment? I'll report to the headquarters and ask if we can continue the discount. Go ahead. The salesman hurriedly called his superior and told him about the situation here. If he could sell it for a high price, of course he wouldn't sell it for a high price. However, if he couldn't lower the price, he might lose this customer. According to the yacht salesman's commission, he could get at least $100,000 for each yacht. This was a reason why he was so eager and attentive. Yachts were luxury goods, so the salesman's commission was also very high. This salesman didn't do business for half a year, but once he did, he could eat for half a year. After communicating with his superior for more than 10 minutes, The salesman's face was filled with joy. Sir, the headquarters already replied. The lowest price for this yacht could be lowered to $18 million. Only 10%? That's too low, Dell said unhappily. Looks like Seagate isn't a big company. They're too narrow-minded. Stephen shook his head. I wanted to order a super yacht from Seagate, but it looks like I'll have to find another company. The salesman's eyes lit up. Mr. Stephen, you want to order a super yacht? What was a super yacht? Only those that were over $100 million and over 100 meters long were called super yachts. The salesman definitely wouldn't doubt Stephen's wealth. What? Are you interested in this order? Unfortunately, I'm not satisfied with Seagate. Stephen shook his head. Of course, who wouldn't be interested in such a super yacht order? Although Seagate was a big company, it had only built 2 super yachts in 20 years of operation. As long as the salesman got this order, he would definitely get a 3% commission. If he got this order, he wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. Chapter 733. In the Coastal Rescue Team. Polly, you seem to be very happy today. Polly was also a member of the Coastal Rescue Team, and she was rather flashy. Of course, she was also a goddess in the team. She also had a rich boyfriend. She always liked to compare things with Fei Lai. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai's house was built by themselves and cost more than $1 million. Polly's boyfriend's villa was more than $3 million. Chun Zhao gave Fei Lai a sports car worth more than $200,000. Polly took a car worth more than $300,000 from her boyfriend. Of course, she liked to compare her boyfriend the most. Today, Polly's outfit was rather eye-catching. Everyone guessed that her boyfriend must have bought something for her today, which was why he was so high-profile. Corian bought me a yacht. It's named after me. Polly glanced at Fei Lai from the corner of her eyes. Everyone's interest was piqued. The Coastal Rescue Team members often came into contact with yachts. Most of them worked on the water, so they had some knowledge about yachts. Moreover, although yachts were expensive, they were a common form of water transportation in America. Cheap yachts could be bought for $10,000 or $20,000. Bellico Company's 2017 Classic B-1 Warhead, Polly said. B-1 Warhead seems to be a limited edition, right? The cheapest configuration costs $980,000. Everyone said at once. Polly is 31 meters long. I'm planning to have a party on the yacht this weekend. Do you want to come? Polly looked at Fei Lai. Fei Lai, come too. Thanks. I'll see. Fei Lai knew what Polly was thinking. She was not snobbish or competitive. Women all had their own pride. Fei Lai did too. Polly was clearly provoking her. Oh, Fei Lai, isn't your boyfriend pretty rich? How come he didn't buy a yacht? Polly asked. He's considering, Fei Lai replied calmly. Corleone and the people from Bellico Company are very familiar with each other. Do you want to ask him to introduce you? Although you might not be able to buy the limited edition B-1 Warhead is slightly cheaper. You can still buy the non-limited model. Moreover, if an acquaintance introduces you, you might get a discount. Thanks, but no need. Just then, Fei Lai's phone rang. Oh, it's your boyfriend. Bao Li saw the caller ID. Everyone knew Bao Li's hostility towards Fei Lai. They couldn't help but look at Fei Lai. Hey, Chun, why are you calling me now? Fei Lai, I'm interested in a yacht, so I want to show it to you first. Take the video call. He didn't know what kind of ears Bao Li had, but she could actually hear their conversation. Let's see what kind of yacht it is. Speaking of yachts, I'm very familiar with them. Recently, Corleone has been bringing me to various yacht exhibitions, Bao Li said loudly. Fei Lai, turn on the video. We also want to see what kind of yacht Chun bought. The video link was up, but Stephen's face squeezed into the screen. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. How could it be Stephen? No one in America was unfamiliar with this old man. He was a great director who had been praised as a god. Hi, Fei Lai. Fuck, I'm talking to Fei Lai. What are you doing here? Stephen's head was pushed away. Everyone was surprised. Fei Lai knew Stephen? Moreover, they seemed to be very familiar with each other. Fuck, Fei Lai and I are friends too. I want her to act in my next movie. Don't even think about it. Fei Lai won't agree. You don't want to be a star, but maybe Fei Lai does. Hearing Stephen and Chun Zhao's conversation, everyone was surprised. Were they that familiar with Stephen? Stephen wanted to ask Chun Zhao and Fei Lai to act in his movie? Almost everyone thought that they would definitely become famous if they acted in Steven's movie. However, the young couple seemed to be dismissive of it. Feilai, are you close to Mr. Steven? Steven is Chen's friend, Feilai said calmly. He often visits. The men and women of the coastal rescue team were all envious. It seemed that if Feilai wanted to become famous, she could act in Steven's movie at any time. Bao Li's gaze toward Feilai was filled with jealousy. Feilai, this yacht was originally called Venus, but I'm going to change its name to Feilai. What do you think? Chen Zhao turned the camera to the yacht. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the yacht. It had beautiful lines and a huge body. It was like a meticulously carved gem. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Noble and elegant, just like a noble. The entire yacht attracted everyone's attention. They couldn't look away. Feilai, what do you think of this yacht? Steven said. I wanted to give it to Chun, but he said that he would pay for it himself. I had no choice but to give you a helicopter. Everyone gasped. Just how close was Steven to their family? He actually wanted to give them such a luxurious yacht. How much would it cost? Bao Li's gaze toward Feilai was filled with jealousy. Compared to the yacht that her boyfriend had bought and named after her, it was like comparing a small dinghy to a luxury cruise ship. Also, Steven wanted to spend money to send it to her, but her boyfriend refused. That was Mr. Steven. Now that he couldn't give her a yacht, he wanted to give her a helicopter. Putting everything else aside, just their relationship with Steven was enough to make everyone jealous. Chen, I really like this yacht, Feilai said. If you like it, you can buy it. Just then, the salesman walked over. Sir, would you like to pay in installments or something else? Chen, do you have enough cash? Full payment. I hate loans. Okay, this way, please. Everyone was speechless. Just how rich was Feilai's boyfriend? He could take out tens of millions of dollars so easily. While Chun Zhao was paying, Steven started chatting with Feilai again. Feilai, let me tell you something. Chen secretly went to act in a movie while you weren't here. Yafin's acting as a couple with him. But don't worry, I also have a role in the movie. Do you want to join the fun? The director is also Chen's friend. You can act as my daughter. Depends. I'm busy with work. If I have time, I'll try. Everyone felt that Feilai's boyfriend's connections in Hollywood were too powerful. Chapter 734. Outside Angel Beach, a huge yacht was parked in the ocean. Feilai, look. A teammate handed her a pair of binoculars. Feilai took the binoculars and looked. She could vaguely see Chun Zhao on the yacht. Chun Zhao was standing on the yacht, waving at Feilai. What Chun Zhao liked about the yacht was that it was spacious and easy to operate. Usually, a large yacht needed a team of at least 10 people to operate and drive it. However, this didn't need that many people. If it was just simple driving, one person could do it. The yacht had its own smart driving function. It also had a superconducting sonar that would remind the people on the yacht if there were reefs or the possibility of being stranded on the planned route. If it was a complete operation, around 5 people were enough. The so-called complete operation referred to doing some operations at the same time. For example, the engine room had to be guarded. Normally, it wasn't needed. Chun Zhao didn't plan on hiring crew members either. He had more than 1,000 underlings at home. He could just pick some for training. When it was necessary, he could just let them be in charge of the setup and operation. Excited, Feilai drove the motorboat toward the yacht on the open sea. The other coastal rescue team members were all envious. The yacht was too beautiful. Unfortunately, it was destined to be a toy for the rich. Even Bao Li could only be jealous. Unless her boyfriend took out all his money, he definitely wouldn't be able to buy such a yacht. However, Feilai's boyfriend could easily take out all his money. Chen Zhao pulled Feilai onto the yacht. For the first time, he held Feilai's hand like a gentleman. Welcome, Mistress of Feilai. Feilai was already kissing Chun Zhao excitedly. Any woman would find it hard to reject such a gift. The yacht was too perfect. It was like a mansion on the sea. Of course, because of Chun Zhao's performance, she was ruthlessly suppressed in front of Bao Li. Chun, how much is this yacht? Feilai asked. It costs $45 million. The original price was $60 million, but with Steven's help, I bought it for $12 million. Feilai also felt that it was very worth it to buy a yacht like this for $12 million. As the owner, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai were obviously the first two passengers. When the yacht arrived at Mirror Lake, all the pets in the house rushed out. The only downside was that the boat was too big. The dock at home couldn't accommodate it. Moreover, the water level near the shore was not deep. If they got too close, they might be stranded. Therefore, they could only park the yacht on the lake and take a small boat back to the shore. This may also be a fly in the ointment, unless the pier is rebuilt and the deep water line is deepened. However, this did not stop the pets' enthusiasm. They were full of curiosity about this big guy. Samuel even announced that the Fei Lai would become his chariot. Chun Zhao kicked Samuel into the water to wake him up. To Chun Zhao, this was the most relaxing and enjoyable life. Of course, he would have been happier without Yura and Cheryl, the two light bulbs. Yura and Cheryl had completely turned Fei Lai into a diving platform. Usually, jumping into the lake from the shore was not enough to satisfy them. Now, they needed a certain height to satisfy their needs. In a rundown apartment, Cindy was curled up on the bed. Charlotte's condition was also very bad. Her two eye sockets looked as if she had been suffering from insomnia for many days. "Cindy, how do you feel?" "Very bad." Cindy's face was pale. That thing might be in a nearby city. "I can feel it." Cindy could feel it, and so could Charlotte. That thing was, of course, the source of the fallen. Of course, the source of the fallen was added to his head by someone else. At least, he didn't think so. He had always called himself God. However, with Cindy and Charlotte's guesses, even if he was really God, he was definitely an evil one. Charlotte and Cindy's thoughts had been twisted by that thing. Then, Chun Zhao defeated that thing. After that, Charlotte and Cindy broke free from that thing's control. However, it was not absolute. Moreover, they were no longer who they were in the past. Their thoughts were like steel bars that had been forcefully twisted by a hand. Even though the hand let go of the steel bars, their thoughts were completely twisted. At least, in their minds, they did not feel guilty or remorseful for what they had done. The source of the fallen had temporarily lost control over them, but that voice still lingered in their minds. It kept ringing in their ears, making it hard for them to sleep at night. It was very painful. That voice, or rather, the source of the fallen, had been trying to reconnect with them. However, they were no longer the weak witches of the past. They had all obtained great power from the source of the fallen. They would not be easily controlled by the source of the fallen again. However, as long as they did not get rid of that voice in their minds, they would never be able to calm down. The closer they were to the source of the fallen, the greater their influence would be. If they ever met again, Charlotte and Cindy believed that they would be under his control again. He doesn't seem to be getting close anymore. That thing doesn't dare to get close to L.A., Charlotte said. It was because of this that they hid in Los Angeles. Because they knew that person was in L.A. The source of the fallen also knew this, so it did not dare to get close to L.A. The closer it was to that person, the more dangerous it would be. However, it could also prevent them from being controlled by the source of the fallen. That person was probably the source of the fallen's only nemesis. "I can't take it anymore," Cindy cried, grabbing her hair. "If this continues, I'll go crazy. In that case, there's only one way." Charlotte's eyes flashed. "What way?" "Let that man and the source of the fallen perish together," Charlotte said. "Is that feasible? Do we have any other way? Then what do we do? Call him." "First, we have to figure out which city the source of the fallen is hiding in," Charlotte said. "But we can only roughly sense his distance. We can't confirm his location." Chapter 735. Yura, your brother has been sitting on the stone ball in the middle of the lake all day. He kept yelling change. Is he okay? Of course. My brother is so powerful. At the moment, Chun Zhao was practicing the simplified version of Doppelganger. This spell was similar to Moore's clone spell, but there was a fundamental difference. Moore's clone's spell had no abilities. It could only last for a short time. For example, in Lewis's house, it could only be used as a consumable for a suicidal attack. According to Old Turtle, this kind of external incarnation could be retracted and released at will, and could be used at will. At the same time, it could be switched instantly. In other words, the clone could instantly become the main body, and the main body could instantly become a clone. This way, They could avoid many dangers and attacks. Of course, it wasn't all good. There were disadvantages too. As long as Moore had enough magic, he could keep creating clones. But Chun Zhao could only use his clone once a day. Chun Zhao always felt that he was so close. So close, but why couldn't he come out? It felt like a sneeze. He just felt like he was almost there, but he just couldn't come out. How annoying was that? Suddenly, Chun Zhao opened his eyes and looked at the other side. Charlotte. Charlotte was startled, even though she was hiding on the other side of Mirror Lake. She thought that she'd hidden well enough, but Chun Zhao still found her scary. She really couldn't get close to this guy. Charlotte had been controlled before, and her mind was twisted now, but her memories were still there. She knew how scary Chun Zhao was. If she didn't have to, she wouldn't come to find Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao jumped into the lake and charged toward Charlotte. So fast, Charlotte saw Chun Zhao charging toward her like a torpedo. Chun Zhao had already swum to the shore. Just then, Cindy appeared. Chun Zhao suddenly realized that the water around him was out of control. It pulled him into the water. He was too familiar with this feeling. Only Cindy had this spell. Chun, can we have a good talk? Charlotte looked at Chun Zhao. She and Cindy were only 10 meters away from Chun Zhao. This distance wasn't safe enough. Charlotte, hurry up. I can't control him for long, Cindy urged. Cindy was also very nervous. She had fought against Chun Zhao before. She still remembered that night. She'd used up all her magic but still couldn't kill Chun Zhao. One could imagine how terrifying Chun Zhao was. Moreover, this was Chun Zhao's territory, so she knew that she definitely couldn't beat him. The only thing she could do now was to buy time. You call this a good talk? Chun Zhao sneered. We didn't mean to be enemies with you, Charlotte explained. After I capture you, I will have a good talk with you. You can't do anything to us now. You said I can't do anything to you. Chun Zhao's head heated up. A strange feeling came from the bottom of his heart. That feeling came. Doppelganger technique. Change. The next moment, Chun Zhao split into two. One was his original body, and the other was his clone. The doppelganger split into three again. Chun Zhao clearly felt his magic power plummet. The speed of his descent was very fast. This kind of avatar could not be maintained for long. Chun Zhao had thought that his magic power was high enough, but now it seemed that it was far from the time to be proud. Charlotte and Cindy were dumbfounded. Chun Zhao instantly broke free from Cindy's control. Chun Zhao and the two avatars jumped fiercely. They crossed the distance of 10 meters and landed in front of Charlotte and Cindy. Charlotte and Cindy's faces reddened instantly. Chun Zhao looked left and right. Fuck you, old turtle! What kind of avatar was this? Why were there two naked bodies? The two avatars felt Chun Zhao's embarrassment and covered their nether regions at the same time. Charlotte stomped. A patch of spikes suddenly rose from the ground and attacked Chun Zhao and the two avatars. The two of you, stop being so wishy-washy. Beat them up. Chun Zhao kicked the butt of one of the avatars. The avatar could not use magic, but its combat ability was not low. The spikes hit the two avatars, but they were not damaged at all. The two avatars charged at Charlotte and Cindy like raging bulls. Charlotte raised her arms and said, Earth and Stone Rampart. A stone wall appeared in front of Charlotte and Cindy. The two avatars rammed their heads against it. Bang, bang. The stone wall actually blocked the charge of the two avatars. The avatars could not use magic, but they had also inherited the mouth of gluttony and the pristine eyeball. Their strength was close to the real bodies. This collision was like a truck, but they actually could not break through the stone wall. You two idiots, can't you go around it? Why do you have to ram your heads against the wall? Chun Zhao realized that the two avatars were very stupid. If it wasn't for his command, then they would have been two idiots. The two avatars went around the stone wall from the left and right, but what awaited them was a pair of huge stone fists. The two avatars were sent flying. As expected, the avatars' reactions were too weak. They could not even compare to Princess and the others, let alone the real body. Of course, it could also be that there was a problem with his control. Chun Zhao felt like he was playing a game and controlling a character. It was too difficult to control two avatars at the same time. Next time, he would use one less and try with only one avatar. However, the two avatars stalled Charlotte and Cindy, which allowed Chun Zhao to attack directly. The dark serum had been waiting for a long time. The moment the two doppelgangers were sent flying, the dark serum rushed towards Charlotte and Cindy. However, the moment the dark serum enveloped the two girls, they suddenly turned into liquid and dissipated. They already knew that Chun Zhao could control the shadow-like black liquid, so they had been guarding against this move. As expected, their worries were not unfounded. But the next moment, just when they thought they had escaped Chun Zhao's sneak attack, the vines on the ground suddenly bound their feet and hung them in the air. The two were dumbfounded. How many spells did Chun Zhao know? They realized that every time they saw Chun Zhao, he would reveal more trump cards. This time, he had cloning and nature spells. But was this all he had? They were not sure. The two girls tried to struggle, but realized that they could not break free. The vines were much stronger and tougher than they had imagined. Chapter 736. Chun Zhao could have a good chat now. But Charlotte and Cindy weren't so calm. Their postures weren't right, and they'd been thrown onto the tree. Now that they were facing two naked men, how were they supposed to talk? As the saying went, people would get used to it after being perverted for a long time. For example, Chun Zhao's lower body had been exposed earlier, but now he was used to it. It was fine even if the wind blew. Everyone's time is limited. Let's make it short. Chun Zhao looked at Charlotte and Cindy. You guys definitely don't want me to do anything immoral, right? Chun, I told you, we're not here to be your enemy. It's too late for that. We've been emphasizing that we're not enemies, Charlotte said gloomily. She had said it many times. But Chun Zhao didn't even give her time to explain. He barged in right away. And he'd used such a perverted spell. Really? Did you talk about it? We're here to give you a piece of information, Charlotte said. You're giving me information? Could it be that you've dug a trap for me to jump into? This concerns the safety of all of LA. Wait, did you get something wrong? What does the safety of LA have to do with me? But your friends are all in LA, right? Think about it. If something like what happened in New York happens in LA, what will happen? I'll tell my friends first, Chun Zhao said. Charlotte and Cindy were speechless. Can you be so irresponsible? Why did you go against the source of the fallen last time? I think he sent Cindy to deal with me first. All right, then do you think you'll be able to escape this time? Charlotte stared at Chun Zhao. You've seen how scary he is. If you didn't play tricks last time, you probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Once he recovers, do you still have the confidence to defeat him? To be honest, you just want me to stand up for him and fight him to the death. Then you can reap the benefits. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. If that's what you're planning, then don't say anything. Let's be more direct. Do you want to skin me alive or pour mercury into your brains? Chun, isn't it better to get rid of the source of the fallen before it recovers? Why do you have to wait until it's too late? People always have a fluke mentality. Maybe he's afraid of me. You are a coward. Do you have to say it so calmly? Also, I'm really looking forward to him coming to my territory to find me. Chun Zhao grinned. This isn't New York. If he really came here to find me, I'd be a little excited. Charlotte and Cindy were speechless. A moment ago, they thought that Chun Zhao was scared. But now, Chun Zhao's eyes were shining. How was that cowardice? It was clearly excitement and agitation. Did he really think that he could defeat the source of the fallen here? After all, it was impossible for the same technique to be effective against the fallen source. You'll regret this, Charlotte coldly said. We know the source of the fallen better than you do, and this time, he definitely won't come alone. Tell me, what abilities does he have? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Chun Zhao had always believed that his ancestors' words were the truth. He wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that he could win for sure. Charlotte and Cindy were silent for a while. Charlotte asked, If we tell you, will you let us go? Absolutely, Chun Zhao said, patting his chest. I'm a trustworthy person. We don't know the source of the fallen's origin either, but through our contact, we found that he can control the weather and bewitch and distort human minds. I know all that. Speaking of his abilities, there's something I don't know. He can stimulate a person's magical potential, but it's very risky. Those who can persevere will obtain brand new elemental spells. If they can't, they'll explode. In fact, not only Cindy and I were controlled that day, but a dozen other witches were also controlled. But only Cindy and I succeeded. You saw it too. I obtained the power of earth elemental magic, while Cindy obtained the power of water elemental magic. Also, the type and magic type of this power are all uncertain. It's completely random. Charlotte said, if he attacks this time, he definitely won't come to you alone for revenge. It's very likely that he will lead an elemental magic legion. As for the abilities of his main body, you've seen it. Countless tentacles, an almost immeasurable number, and a powerful self-healing ability. You won't be able to take advantage of him in melee combat. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. One last question. Why did you betray that planet? If the source of the fallen knows that you named him Planet, he'll probably come for revenge at all costs, Charlotte said. Cindy looked at Chun Zhao. He seems to know already. He can feel the strong, emotional fluctuations in my brain. I can feel his anger. He'll definitely come for you. Chun Zhao was speechless. He's lived for so many years. Why is his mentality so weak? Charlotte and Cindy were speechless. You're the one who provoked him again and again, right? You even gave him such a bad nickname. How bad is your taste? Okay, back to the topic. Tell me why you want to deal with him. Ever since you injured him, his power weakened and he lost control over us. We don't want to be controlled by him anymore. As you Chinese say, where there's oppression, there's resistance. That's what our great man said. Don't use such great words on the two of you. You're just dogs biting each other. Charlotte didn't want to continue arguing with Chun Zhao on this topic. No matter what, we have the same goal. We have the same enemy. You can still communicate with him. Chun Zhao asked. If our emotions are strong, he will be able to sense it. Chun Zhao thought for a moment and said, then help me pass a message to him. What message? If he wants to become Braised Lion's head, just come and find me here. He was lucky to escape last time, but this time, there's no way out. Chapter 737. Charlotte and Cindy, who had been hung upside down, were put back on the ground. See, I'm actually very easy to talk to. Charlotte and Cindy didn't say anything. Easy to talk to? I'll just laugh at you. You'll fight at the slightest disagreement. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That monster. No, the Fallen's power was indeed impressive. Chun Zhao's words were light, but he wasn't really confident. That was a real monster. Chun Zhao had to do his best now. He had to recruit comrades, especially people like Charlotte and Cindy, who would never reconcile with the Fallen. As for those brats from the supernatural organization, apart from Gaia, none of them had any fighting power. Calling them over was like sending them to their deaths. So, Chun Zhao wouldn't join any clubs anymore. He'd thought that the supernatural organization would have some use. But up until now, he'd been the one doing all the work. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. How long do you think that monster? No, the Fallen will take to reach LA? Less than a month. Are you saying that it's possible within this month or closer to this month? Chun Zhao asked. The two were not the same concept. If it was possible to leave Los Angeles in the next month, Chun Zhao wouldn't even dare to take a single step out of LA. But if it was closer to a month, Chun Zhao could make more preparations. The Fallen hasn't recovered from its injuries, Charlotte said. It won't come so soon. Plus, it needs time to control enough witches. I think it'll keep searching in the cities around LA, so it should be around a month, but I can't guarantee the exact time. A month was enough for him to turn his house into a tiger's den. Give me your contact number. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but still gave them a phone number, and then the two women left. Charlotte, are you really going to stay here and die? Cindy's expression was serious. I was just lying. We'll stay. Once the Fallen gets close, we'll be controlled. While we still have time, let's pack up and leave immediately. The two hurried back to their house. After packing, they left in a hurry. However, at this moment, two strangers appeared in front of them and blocked their way. You two, where are you going? Who are you? What are you going to do? Both Charlotte and Cindy were ready to fight. You can go wherever you want. However, we will follow you. Our guild leader has given us an order. Wherever you go, we will follow. West and an elite appeared in front of Charlotte and Cindy. Although the two of them were not good at fighting, one of them was as cunning as a fox, while the other ran as fast as a rabbit. Chun Zhao didn't need them to fight. He just needed them to keep up. Who is your guild leader? Chun, Charlotte asked suspiciously, to be able to find them and prevent them from escaping Los Angeles. Other than Chun Zhao, they couldn't think of anyone else. The president said that if you dare to take even half a step out of Los Angeles, he'll throw you into the water to feed the fish. In addition, there are at least 5 surveillance points here. Your every move is under our control. West said, you won't be able to escape, so please cooperate with our president. Charlotte and Cindy's expressions darkened. They picked up their luggage and went back into the house. West, do we have surveillance points here? Are you out of your mind? The guild leader told us to only monitor them and not to fight them. This means that they're definitely stronger than us. If we don't fool them now, are you really going to fight them? As expected of a sly old fox, an elite glanced at West. I wonder who these 2 women are. They're probably witches from other places. When Charlotte and Cindy returned to the house, they both looked very worried. They'd wanted to trick Chun Zhao into fighting the source of corruption. In the end, not only did they fail, but they'd also gotten themselves into trouble. Right now, they were unable to leave Los Angeles. If the source of depravity came to Los Angeles, they would be killed. Once the source of corruption came to Los Angeles, they would definitely become the source of corruption's slaves again. Charlotte, what do we do now? Think of a way to escape, Charlotte said. Meeting. Chun Zhao sent a message in the Supernatural Organization's group chat. President, an elite, and I are monitoring those 2 women, West replied. We can't go back to the meeting. No need. It's an online meeting, Chun Zhao said. First, I have an announcement. Gaia and I will be leaving for a few days. During this time, West, you'll temporarily take on the president's duties and obligations. Wait for us to come back. Huh? President, where are you and Gaia going? You guys aren't going out for a rendezvous, are you? Moore had blurted out. Anger, Gaia replied. If anyone wants to die, you can tell me in advance. I'll arrange a grand funeral for them. Gaia, sorry. I was wrong. Moore had immediately backed down. In the Supernatural Organization, Gaia was the person that he couldn't offend the most apart from Chun Zhao. On the other hand, Moore had offended the 2 people he couldn't afford to offend. Some people in the organization have been very lazy recently. After I leave, some people need special care and training. Pamela, I'll leave this to you. Yes, President, Pamela replied. I'll listen to you. West, an elite, keep a close eye on the 2 women I want you to monitor. Understood, President. President, where are you and Gaia going? How long? I'm not sure where or when. Also, something big might happen in Los Angeles in the near future. West, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, call Warrencom. I don't think that group of idiots will just stand by and watch. President, why do I have goosebumps? What's going on? President, you're not running away, are you? Guild leader, please explain yourself. Remember the storm in New York last time? It wasn't a natural disaster. Something caused it, and this thing will come to L.A. soon. Oh, I have a huge grudge against that thing. Chapter 738. It's nothing. He wanted me to work for him, and then I asked him to do a striptease. Then he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to fight me to the death. Don't you think he's stingy? Everyone fell silent. What could they say? They all knew that Chun Zhao had a bad temper and was even more stingy. Moreover, this joke was indeed a bit too much. And then, that person caused a ruckus in New York just because of this? Correction, he's not human. He calls himself a god. Anyway, he's like a monster with many tentacles. Everyone was imagining what a monster with many tentacles would look like. Other than being funny, it doesn't seem like a big deal, Wes said. I don't think so either. He's mad at me again because of this nickname. Everyone was speechless. Of course, they would fight you to the death if you gave them the nickname of asterisk, 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 asterisk. I'll kill as many of them as they come, Jalanash said. I admire your courage. Chun Zhao praised Jalanash's courage. But you might not be able to do it alone. Then let's do it together, Wes said generously. The Supernatural Organization isn't weak either. After experiencing the third night awakening incident at Lewis's manor last time, the people from the Supernatural Organization seemed to be overflowing with confidence. They felt that even if it was the end of the world, they were confident that they could deal with it. He wiped out the Witch Society in New York and brought the Sorcerer Society with him. West, what are the Witch Society and Sorcerer Society? Gaia asked. The Witch Society is 100 times stronger than the supernatural organization, West said simply. West stated simply, the Wizard Union is 50 times stronger than the supernatural organization. Everyone was speechless as they listened to Chun Zhao's description. It felt like he was just a jokester with a funny personality. Why did the scene suddenly change? How was he a jokester? He was a super scary monster. President, my grandmother is sick and about to die, Morse said. I want to go home to see her one last time. Do you believe that I will go to your grandmother's house and help her send her to her afterlife? President, he dared to call himself God and was able to destroy the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society. He's a ruthless character. There's no need for you to confront him head-on. You just need to prepare for the association's work before I return. You guys don't have to be afraid. The guild leader once beat that monster away. Alyssa's words finally gave the members of the association who had already lost confidence a shot in the arm. The last time I fought with him, I also used some dirty tricks to win. Everyone couldn't help but recall that when Chun Zhao fought against Matriarch, he also seemed to have used dirty tricks. They had to admit that their president was not only bad-tempered, but also despicable. Chun, what's going on? The treasure hunt will be brought forward, Chun Zhao said. Get ready. We'll leave tomorrow. Okay. Gaia already knew from the group chat that the situation this time was very serious. Chun, I'll help you. No need. I can handle it myself, Chun Zhao rejected directly. The situation this time was indeed very serious. Chun Zhao couldn't ask Gaia to help him. After all, she had a son to take care of. If the source of the fallen came, all of Los Angeles would be in danger. Chun Zhao knew that he didn't have much hope of finding the treasure. Even if he really found the Sun King Golden Chalice, it probably wouldn't be suitable for him. However, as long as there was a chance to increase his power, Chun Zhao was willing to try. After discussing with Gaia, Chun Zhao hung up. In the evening, Fei Lai returned. Darling, Chun Zhao walked behind Fei Lai, who was lying on the sofa, and gave her a massage. Are you going out? Fei Lai keenly sensed Chun Zhao's attitude. Every time Chun Zhao was going out, she would come over and fawn over him. Yes, another day. No, maybe more than one day. I'm going out to sea with Gaia for a few days. You? With Gaia? Fei Lai didn't suspect that Chun Zhao had any special relationship with Gaia. Gaia definitely wasn't Chun Zhao's type. She was just surprised that Chun Zhao and Gaia would go out to do something. Last time at Lewis's house, she already knew that Gaia was also a member of the supernatural organization. I'm going out to sea to find something. Maybe I'll make a fortune. Chun, I don't care how rich you are. I just hope that you can come back safely. If you can promise that you'll come back safely, I'll let you go. I promise I'll come back safely. Chun Zhao nodded solemnly. Chun Zhao didn't have many skills, but his life-saving skills were top-notch. Moreover, the simplified version of body double that he'd learned today was also a life-saving technique. For the next few days, drive the RV to and from work. Bring Princess and the others with you. Okay, Fei Lai knew that every time Chun Zhao went out, he would ask her to bring Princess and the others. It wasn't to take care of them, but for them to protect themselves. The next day, after Fei Lai left, Gaia came. Chun, where did you get that yacht? It's mine. I just bought it, Chun Zhao said. Fuck, how much is it? It's discounted. If it's the original price, I can't afford it either, Chun Zhao said. We're going out on this yacht. Are you sure you can drive it that far? This yacht can sail 3,000 nautical miles with a full load of fuel, Chun Zhao said. There was something that Chun Zhao didn't mention. In order to deal with this unexpected situation, he'd also stored a large amount of fuel in his spatial ring. Fei Lai's fuel capacity was 4,000 gallons, which was around 16 tons. The fuel capacity was 3 or 4 times that of a regular yacht. Because the engine was the latest design, not only was it powerful, but the hull was also made of super light materials. Thus, the fuel consumption was half that of a regular yacht. Naturally, the voyage would be even longer. There was also the 500 tons of fuel in Chun Zhao's spatial ring. Thus, Chun Zhao wasn't afraid of breaking down halfway. Are we going now? I can't wait to board this yacht. Wait, there's a crew. Huh? There's someone else who's going treasure hunting with us? Just then, a group of short underlings ran out of Chun Zhao's house. Gaia was shocked. Thinking that it was a monster, she immediately got into an attack stance. Don't be afraid. They're underlings. They're my servants. Huh? They're not dangerous, Chun Zhao said. It's too troublesome for just the two of us on such a big boat, so we're bringing them. Not only can they serve us on the way, but they can also lead the way when necessary. We don't have to take the risk ourselves. Chun Zhao looked at the underlings and then at Chun Zhao. Was it really good to ask them to die right in front of them? Chapter 739. Master, let me go if there's danger. No, let me go. I'm the strongest underling. Let me go. I've read all the adventure books. Gaia was speechless. Why aren't you guys reacting right? Shouldn't you be rebelling against this tyrant? Why are your eyes shining? It's like you're not going to die, but to enjoy. Whatever. None of the underlings in Chun Zhao's house are normal. Gaia didn't think too much about it. After moving all the necessary items onto the ship, Phalai officially set sail. Gaia realized that she didn't have to worry about anything after boarding the ship. The underlings took care of everything. If Gaia said something, she would definitely be stared at unhappily. Chun, what's wrong with the underlings? They're unhappy that I'm helping them. They're born to serve, Chun Zhao said. If you can find something for them to do, they'll really like you. Then he yelled, someone get some wine for me and Gaia. You're right. Two underlings immediately appeared before them. One carried an ice bucket filled with ice cubes and chilled beer. The other held a cup. By now, Phalai had already left the sea. The two of them were enjoying the sea breeze, drinking beer and chatting. This kind of life was too comfortable. Even if they didn't find any treasure, Gaia felt that this trip was worth it. Chun, where are we going now? In the 175th entry of the nautical diary, I used the last of my time to go all the way south, carrying out the last journey of my life. I passed through the cold sea and arrived at an island that was spring all year round. At that time, European trade was mainly conducted in the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Indian Ocean. If the Atlantic Ocean went all the way south, then it was possible to enter the Arctic Ocean from the North Atlantic Ocean, then through the Bering Strait and the Bering Sea into the Pacific Ocean. No specific location? Gaia looked at Chun Zhao. The Pacific Ocean was the largest ocean on Earth. Without accurate coordinates, it was almost impossible to find it. According to the voyage diary, this is the last journey of his life. Then, this person shouldn't have long to live, and he had to hide his treasures in his last moments. Therefore, the duration of this journey wouldn't be less than 3 years, and it wouldn't be shorter than that. After all, to hide the treasures, he definitely wouldn't just randomly throw them on an island. Since the voyage diary still exists, it means that he returned to Europe alive in the end. After a pause, Chun Zhao continued. Also, he said that he found an island where it's spring all year round. That means that he stayed on the island for at least a year. Otherwise, how would he know that it's spring all year round? After Chun Zhao got the translation, he didn't stay idle. He studied it whenever he had time. During this period, he also conducted a lot of geographical research and even touched upon history. Based on the climate of the Pacific Ocean, the most likely island is the Hawaiian Islands. I saw an abyss surrounded by thousand-eyed demons. My crew and I came to the abyss. I stared at it, and there seemed to be a voice inside inviting me. I rejected the voice. I asked him to guard my treasure until my descendants come here to find it. Chun Zhao took out the translation of the diary and continued. I was looking for a suitable place to hide my treasure on the island. I saw an abyss filled with thousand-eyed demons. My crew and I came to the abyss. In the Hawaiian Islands, there is a kind of plant called Hairy Island Silversword. This plant has many flowers that cover the entire plant, making it look like many eyes. Therefore, the thousand-eyed demon he recorded here actually saw Hairy Island Silversword. However, Hairy Island Silversword grows at a higher altitude, and most of them grow on volcanoes. In addition, the abyss he mentioned here, I think it might be a volcanic crater. But with this pirate captain's knowledge, he must know about volcanoes, right? In the Hawaiian island Stir-Roar Island, Chan Zhao said, the entire island is less than 10 square kilometers, but there's a chasm that extends from north to south. This chasm is a low-altitude volcanic crater. In other words, the treasure is hidden on Stir-Roar Island. That's my guess, but I can only be sure after we reach the island, Chan Zhao said. Stir-Roar Island is an uninhabited island. In the Hawaiian Islands, it's one of the few that hasn't been developed. It has always maintained its original landscape and natural environment. Also, there are indigenous people in the Hawaiian Islands. They have some special customs, such as worshiping unknown gods. Are you worried that we'll encounter supernatural powers? Gaia asked. I hope not. Most of the dangers in the natural world are no longer too much of a threat to you and me. But if it's supernatural power, then I can't absolutely guarantee our safety. In addition, this pirate ship captain has a conversation with the Abyss. I don't know if it's speculation deliberately added to increase the sense of mystery, or if it's a real conversation. At noon, they passed through the Channel Islands and officially entered the Pacific Ocean. Just then, Chun Zhao and Gaia realized that another yacht was approaching them. It was a medium-sized yacht. Usually, a medium-sized yacht's range was about this far. If they went any further, they wouldn't have enough fuel to return. Hello. A few girls in bikinis waved at Chun Zhao and Gaia on the yacht. Huh, we can actually meet people here. Chun Zhao was surprised. Don't get close to them. They're pirates. What? Pirates? Pirates in bikinis? Chun Zhao looked at the girls. They didn't look like pirates at all. When I was in the Marine Corps, I once fought against such a maritime criminal group. They specialize in attacking passing yachts and then kidnap them. Then, they ask their accomplices on land to ransom the hostages' families. Because they are far away from land, the police can't do anything about it, Gaia said. Chun Zhao looked at the girls in bikinis. Whatever. Let's go. We can't waste time with them. It must be nice to be their captain. Since they've discovered Phalai, they won't let us go easily. It's fine. They can't catch up to us. A speed of 75 knots was enough to kill most ships, unless they came with a warship, but most warships might not even reach 75 knots. Chapter 740. As soon as Chun Zhao finished speaking, he saw a bikini girl holding an anti-tank rocket launcher. Fuck, these girls are all ruthless. Stop the boat, stop the boat. Chun Zhao yelled. This was a newly bought boat. If it was damaged, it would hurt for half a year. I'm going to throw these bitches into the sea to feed the sharks, Chun Zhao roared. Gaia rolled her eyes. Leave it to me. Gaia picked up her gun. After all, this treasure hunt was dangerous. So she brought some guns. At the same time, the girls on the other boat were all excited. Sis, it's a big fish. The owner of such a big boat must be really rich. Can we get 50 million this time? This boat is worth more than that. Guret was tall and skinny. His upper body was the same size as his lower body, and he wore a pair of loose casual pants. His hair was short. Her body was very fit, and her eyes were cold. Her hands were in her pockets, and her gaze was extremely cold. Someone's coming. Guret looked up, and her pupils constricted. She would never forget that figure. Gaia Lope. She was the woman who had once slaughtered her team to the point of complete annihilation. Gaia looked up at Guret. She recognized her too. She'd told Chun Zhao before that she'd led a team to attack a similar pirate group. It was Guret's team. In other words, they were meeting enemies now. Prepare for battle. Shooters, get ready and spread out, Guret ordered. On the other side, Gaia also said, that woman is an old acquaintance of mine. Be careful later. She's called Guret, a vicious female pirate. Do you want me to do it? Chun Zhao asked. No. In the past, I could annihilate her entire team. It's even easier now. The two boats slowly docked together. Chun Zhao and Gaia jumped onto Guret's deck. Guret raised her gun and pointed it at Chun Zhao and Gaia. Gaia Lope, we meet again. Yeah, I don't know if it's your bad luck or mine, Gaia said helplessly. Guret looked at Chun Zhao. Is he your current employer? Tell me his name. To be able to own such a beautiful yacht, he must be a billionaire. Luffy, I want to be the pirate king. Gaia covered his eyes. Chun, let's be serious. However, Guret and the others didn't seem to understand this joke. Check Luffy. Since we're in the same line of work, how about we shake hands and pretend this never happened? Chen Zhao looked left and right. When he saw the pretty girl in the cockpit, he waved. Hi, pretty girl. Can I come in and play? Go. You're worth a lot of money compared to me. Don't get hit by stray bullets. Guirette didn't object. Chen Zhao entered the cockpit. The woman in the cockpit raised her gun and pointed it at him. Don't move. Chen Zhao walked directly to the rudder. Your boat is so old. The equipment is too outdated. Is this a yacht from the 80s? Chen Zhao waved the rudder. Even the communicator is so old. Is it a radio? Hey, how do you use this? Seeing that Chen Zhao didn't seem scared at all, the female pirate was a bit angry. I told you not to move the rudder. Put your hand down. Chen Zhao looked at a button. What's this button for? Don't touch that button. Put your hand down. The more you say that, the more curious I get. Let me try. Chen Zhao was about to press the button when the female pirate fired. Bang! Then she screamed. The bullet rebounded into her thigh. Chen Zhao glanced at the female pirate on the ground. See, that's not good. On the deck, Guirette and the others heard the gunshots in the cockpit and saw their partner fall. They were all shocked. Gaia moved too. She suddenly pulled out the gun, hidden on her back. Guirette's reaction was also extremely fast as he pounced to the side. Bang, bang, bang. Gaia and the female pirate started an intense exchange of gunfire. Chen Zhao was having fun in the cockpit. It wasn't his boat anyway, so he wasn't afraid of breaking it. The female pirate on the ground clutched her thigh and stared at Chen Zhao in pain. Chen Zhao turned around. The female pirate pointed her gun at him again. Raise your hand, or I'll kill you. Chen Zhao waved his index finger. Don't shoot. You'll die. Look at how pretty you are and how good your body is. Even I can't bear to hurt you. Don't hurt yourself either. How about you be a mate on my ship? I'll pay you $3,000 a month. You'll have a much better future than this pirate. There'll be insurance and benefits during holidays. The female pirate felt insulted and fired again. Bang! Chen Zhao clutched his forehead and wailed in pain. It hurts, it hurts. No matter how many times, it still hurts. This time, the bullet rebounded and hit the female pirate's forehead. She wanted to shoot Chen Zhao in the head, but she was the one who got shot instead. What a pity. Such a beautiful girl. You're such a beauty, but why are you a thief? Chen Zhao suddenly felt like he was very talented. He really wanted to write a poem. Suddenly, a girl fell from the top of the cockpit and landed before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao squatted down and looked at the girl in his arms. Are you okay? Do you need me to call an ambulance? The girl pointed her gun at Chen Zhao, her eyes filled with anger. Bang! In the distance, Gaia took some time to shoot her again. The girl's head exploded right in front of Chen Zhao. Looks like I don't need to call an ambulance. Gaia had killed more than half of the people on the pirate's ship, but Gaia was completely unharmed. Ignoring the rain of bullets, Chen Zhao went to the deck and stood at the bow, shouting at the sea, I want to become the pirate king. But just then, a strong arm wrapped around Chen Zhao's neck and a gun was pointed at his temple. Gaia Lope, stop right now. The gunshots finally stopped. Gaia hid behind partition. Guirette held Chen Zhao hostage, his eyes filled with rage. Why was it like this? It was like this twice. Seeing Gaia elope twice was a huge loss for her. Once again, she'd thought that victory was in her grasp, but Gaia still killed all her people. Come out, or I'll kill him. Gaia walked out from behind the partition and looked at Guirette. You're finally willing to come out. Guirette pointed his gun at Gaia. Gaia looked at Chen Zhao. It's such a good chance. Aren't you going to resist? How about you two duel? Chen Zhao said, his eyes shining. Chapter 741. Put the gun down. You should just kill him, Gaia said. I'm going back to the boat. You two take your time. Do you really think I don't dare to kill him? Guirette was even more furious. You can try. Gaia, how would you do this to me? I've long suspected that there's something wrong with the company's accounts, but I didn't think that the one who betrayed me would be you. Who's your partner? Hyde or Daika? Did you guys want me dead for a long time? I've treated you well. Your salary is the highest in the industry. I didn't think you'd do this to me. Chen Zhao pointed at Gaia in agony. Gaia looked at him calmly. That's right. Hyde gave me a lot of money, so you can die now. How much did he give you? Haven't I given you enough money? You know that I have a terminal illness. I need a lot of money for treatment. Your salary is far from enough. I have no choice. Just then, Guret whispered in Chun Zhao's ear, I'll help you kill her. How much will you give me? Chun Zhao rubbed against Guret's body. Guret was annoyed. This bastard Asian was still trying to take advantage of him in this situation. How about this? Were you talking about the price? Guret didn't understand. Of course. You don't think I'm taking advantage of you, do you? Suddenly, Guret saw Gaia's mocking gaze. He immediately realized that this guy was playing with him. I'm going to kill you, wait. Didn't we have a deal? Without saying anything, Guret aimed the gun at Chun Zhao's temple. Bang! Chun Zhao's head tilted and a sharp pain shot through him. Guret's gun had exploded. The bullet didn't come out of the barrel. By then, Gaia had already raised the gun. Guret flipped and jumped into the sea. When Gaia rushed over, Guret was already gone. Chun, are you okay? Gaia looked at Chun Zhao and rubbed his temple. I'm fine. I really can't catch bullets randomly. It hurts. You clearly had many chances to capture her, but you just had to play there. Gaia looked at Chun Zhao in annoyance. This place is at least 1,000 kilometers from the coastline. Now that she's in the sea, there's no way she can survive. Chun Zhao looked at the vast ocean. This kind of person is very tenacious. Forget it. Let's continue our journey if we meet him again. Gaia shook his head. What about this ship? Just blow it up, Gaia replied. When Fei Lai was far away, the pirate ship was smashed into pieces in a huge explosion. After Fei Lai was far away, a submarine appeared in the sea. Gradually, the submarine floated up. Guret climbed onto the submarine and panted on the hull. The hatch of the submarine opened and a few people walked out of the submarine. The leader was a one-eyed man with a big beard. He was dressed like a soldier. Guret, what happened to you? I met a prey. I thought it was a fat chicken, but it turned out to be a lion. Guret lay on the hull of the submarine. She did not explain her failure. Guret had a communicator on her. Even if she fell into the sea, she could quickly find someone to save her. Who are they? I don't know, Guret said. One of them is an instructor in the Marine Corps. I met her once. My last team was destroyed by her. This time, she basically killed all my people. The other one should be her boss, but he looks very evil. What do you plan to do now? I suspect they're going towards Sterile Island. It's still far from here. Are you sure they're going that way? The man asked. I roughly estimated their route, Guret said. From LA to here, then the direction they just went. Based on these 3 linear directions, they're probably going towards Sterile Island. How long have they been gone? The one-eyed man asked. About 20 minutes. We can't let them land on the island, the one-eyed man said coldly. The submarine hurried on its way, but after chasing for a long time, it still could not catch up to Fei Lai. Damn, did the yacht really only leave for 20 minutes? Why can't I see anything? The yacht is very fast, Guret said. Fuck, if they land on the island, we'll be in big trouble. Chen, what are you doing? I'm putting on sunscreen. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Gaia looked at Chun Zhao. We didn't say we're on vacation. Don't be so nervous, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. Just treat this as a vacation. What's wrong with that? He continued putting on sunscreen. The sunlight on the sea was still quite strong. Chun Zhao lay on the deck chair. Chun Zhao lay on the deck chair and enjoyed the afternoon sunlight and salty sea breeze. Gaia did not have much to do, so she lay down to rest too. The two spent the entire afternoon on the trip. By evening, Fei Lai had reached the waters near the Hawaiian Islands. Zytral is a very small island in the Hawaiian archipelago. There were not many records about Store Island. The only record Chun Zhao could find was that a scientific team had once landed on Store Island. Because it was away from the main Hawaiian island and Store Island's geological structure, the island was almost built by volcanic rocks. Because it was too small, once the volcano erupted, it would be very dangerous for both residents and tourists. Because the area was too small, once the volcano erupted, it would be very dangerous whether it was a resident or a tourist. Therefore, Stur-Roar Island had never been developed and had always been very primitive. It seemed that very few people went to the island. Even the scientific team rarely came. It seemed that there were very few people on this island. Even the expedition team rarely came to this island. What's wrong? Gaia asked. This area seems a bit strange. What's strange? There are very few fish in the water. Gaia looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. How do you know? Amon is in the water. He told me, Chun Zhao said. Gaia was shocked. She did not expect Chun Zhao to bring him on. This is a warm water area. The Hawaiian Islands don't have a lot of fishing, so the aquatic products are very rich. There should be a lot of fishing resources here. Store Island seems to be up ahead, right? In the distance, they could already see the outline of Store Island. Isn't that Stir Roar Island ahead? The outline of Stir Roar Island could be seen from afar. Because it was too far away, Store Island was still just a dot. The sky was also starting to darken. Chapter 742. Let's wait until tomorrow. Chun Zhao didn't want to move at night either. If he moved at night, there would be many unpredictable risks. Whether it was for himself or Gaia, Chun Zhao didn't want to increase the risks. Chun Zhao and Gaia ate barbecue on the platform at the top of the boat. Gaia watched enviously as the inferior demons ran around to serve them. Chun, where did these inferior demons come from? Summoning spells. Chun Zhao answered simply. Gaia was a bit disappointed. She only had her bloodline talent, not magic. She'd encountered some spells in the supernatural organization, but she couldn't learn them. It was Chun Zhao's first time gazing at the starry sky in such a peaceful situation on the sea at night. Chun Zhao was never a sentimental person. He would say some mushy things. The things he usually said were when he was flirting with Fei Lai. Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't say mushy things to anyone in daily life. But right now, Chun Zhao really felt relaxed and carefree. The starry sky was so dazzling. It was unprecedentedly brilliant. As a city dweller, it was rare to experience such a feeling. Even though Mirror Lake was very remote, the environment was still good. But he still couldn't experience such a dazzling starry sky. Is it shocking? Gaia glanced at Chun Zhao. She knew that he was mesmerized by the night sky. When I was in the Marines, I saw a starry sky like this for the first time. I was mesmerized too. Chun Zhao retracted his gaze and looked at the dark sea. I think we have guests. Guests? What guests? In the water. A submarine. I don't know either. I'm not sure if they're friend or foe. But if they get close, I'll have them on attack. Boss, the radar found that boat. Cyclops immediately came to the radar. Where? Anchor 15 nautical miles away from Zytral Island. Did the people on the boat come onto the island? Probably not. The lights are on. Urette glanced at Cyclops, directly launching the fish. If we send people, there might be casualties again. Did they enter the torpedo range? Cyclops asked. Their submarine was a modified submarine. It had been modified from a scientific research ship to a semi-military one. The lack of weapons was the submarine's weakness. There was only one way to attack underwater: torpedoes. Moreover, they were also equipped with small fish with a range of only 2 kilometers. I need to get closer. Then get close to it and launch the fish. At this moment, the team member who was monitoring the radar suddenly shouted, Boss, there's something in the water approaching us. What is it? A submarine? Or a large fish? There are signs of life. The data from the radar shows that this thing is 60 meters long and weighs more than 300 tons. That's impossible. Even the largest blue whale in the world is no more than 35 meters, and its body length is no more than 250 tons. How could there be a creature that is 60 meters long? Unless it's an emperor cuttlefish, but this is a shallow sea region. Emperor cuttlefish can't possibly withstand such low water pressure. It's not an emperor squid. The radar shows that it's a fish. Is it really a fish? It might be a whale, the team member said uncertainly. Bang! Suddenly, the entire submarine shook, and everyone almost lost their balance. Captain, that thing is attacking us. Don't worry, our submarine's outer shell is strong enough. Bang! Before Cyclops could finish speaking, another attack came. Captain, the engine has malfunctioned, and the submarine's tail is seriously damaged. Damn, what kind of underwater monster is it? Maybe it will leave after realizing that we're not food. Bang! Cyclops really wanted to slap himself. As soon as he finished speaking, The underwater monster attacked the submarine again. "Captain, the pressure valve has malfunctioned. Captain, we're sinking. Hurry up and leave the submarine," One-Eyed Dragon said decisively. At this time, he also had to make a choice. The engine had already malfunctioned, and now the pressure valve had malfunctioned as well. Once the submarine sank deeper into the water, they would never be able to come up again. While the water was still more than 10 meters deep, at least they could still escape from the submarine. If they waited until they sank deeper into the water, as soon as they left the submarine's protection, they would immediately be crushed by the water pressure. Some submarines needed crew members to work underwater, so other than the upper hatch, there was also a lower hatch. When working underwater, if the upper hatch was opened, seawater would pour in. The lower hatch, on the other hand, could prevent seawater from pouring in due to the air pressure inside the submarine. The people on the submarine could only escape from the lower hatch. However, some people were a step too late and could not get out of the submarine. As the submarine sank into the deep sea, they would never have the chance to come out again. Cyclops, Gurette, and a few other team members floated to the surface. But now, they were at a loss. They did not know what to do next either. They had never faced a situation like this. They were attacked by a huge sea monster for no reason. Now, they were trapped in the sea and did not know what to do. Just then, a beam of high beam shone from afar. Gurette and Cyclops covered their eyes and looked in the direction of the beam. "They found us." Gurette's expression was very ugly. The yacht slowly approached Gurette and the others. Gaia and Chun Zhao leaned against the railing. Chun Zhao even waved at Gurette enthusiastically. "Hello, what a coincidence. We are actually able to meet again in this vast ocean. Do you want to introduce the people beside you to me?" "Sir, we're a research team," Cyclops said. "Our submarine was attacked by a huge monster in the water. Can you help us?" "A huge monster? My ship's radar detected it too. Look behind you. It seems to be right behind you." Everyone looked back and saw a huge fin appear on the surface of the sea. At the same time, the surrounding water arched up. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. The thing that attacked their submarine just now was this huge monster, right? "Save us. Let us get on the boat." "That won't do. This giant monster seems to regard you as its prey. If I pull you onto the boat, my yacht will likely become a target." Both Gurette and Cyclops' expressions were very ugly. "Also, how do we know that you won't rob our yacht after you get on the boat?" "I can promise you that won't happen." Chapter 743. We swear. "Okay, you swear first." "I swear to God." The group of people swore one after another. They were all extremely sincere, as if they wanted to dig out their hearts for Chun Zhao to see. But I suddenly feel like swearing isn't reliable. "Fuck, you think it's unreliable? Is it a waste of our saliva? Fuck, go die." One of Cyclops' team members suddenly took out a gun and aimed it at Chun Zhao. But the next moment, the team member's body sank. Look, this is the consequence of being insincere. That person must have just brushed me off, and now he's getting his comeuppance." Everyone looked around at the huge sea monster that appeared and disappeared from time to time. After talking to Chun Zhao for a while, they had almost forgotten about the sea monster. They only remembered it when one of the team members was dragged into the water. The huge sea monster was still around them, glaring at them. Everyone's expression changed. "Sir, the sea monster won't only attack us. Maybe after we're eaten, it'll be your turn. If you pull us up, we can think of a way to deal with it together." Gaia couldn't help but laugh. They still didn't know what was going on. It wasn't the sea monster that was attacking them. It was the person before them. "Gaia, the sea monster is so scary. How about we leave?" "That's true. That thing looks scary. We can't stay here for long. What exactly do you want?" Cyclops stared at Chun Zhao, gritting his teeth. "Tell me who you are first." "The liars will be eaten by the sea monster," Chun Zhao reminded them. "We're really from the expedition team." One of the team members answered first. But in the next instant, he let out a blood-curdling scream and sank into the water. In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end. Look, another person has suffered retribution. So, when you answer the question, think carefully before you answer. Gurette looked at Chun Zhao and Gaia with sparkling eyes. "You're controlling that sea monster?" Everyone finally understood. No wonder the sea monster only wandered around and didn't like the yacht. The yacht was obviously more eye-catching than the submarine. Since the sea monsters had attacked the submarine, there was no reason for them to let the yacht go. "You're not a normal person?" Cyclops asked the two. "That's right, you finally found out. I'm a rich man." "Who the fuck asked you if you had money or not? Couldn't they communicate properly? Don't even think about borrowing money from me. I won't lend money to strangers. If you want to go to She Troll Island, then you must save us because we know She Troll Island very well. You know about the treasure on Starer Island?" Chen Zhao asked, confused. "There are treasures up there?" Everyone was shocked. Gaia covered her head. One-Eye Dragon and Gu Lai's eyes were filled with shock. They really did not know that there were treasures on the island. No, I was just joking. Were we just now?" Everyone looked at Chen Zhao speechlessly. "Isn't it too late for you to cover up now? Save us. We will help you find the treasure," said the One-Eye Dragon. "But we also want to share the treasure," Gu Lai said. Chen Zhao looked at Gu Lai. "We don't need your help. We can find the treasure ourselves. Plus, your lives are in my hands now. Why do you have to ask for a share of the treasure? There's a demon sealed on this island. You've already killed 5 of us since we were in the submarine. As long as one more person dies in this water or on this island, the demon seal will loosen a little. As long as the souls of 13 people die, the seal will be completely opened. Think about it yourselves. It won't do you any good if we die here, and once the demon breaks the seal, you won't be able to escape death. Fuck, why do we keep running into these things recently? Why can't it be a normal adventure or a normal treasure hunt?" Chen Zhao asked, troubled. "Chun, should we believe them?" Gaia asked. "Oh, why should I believe you? Who are you? You haven't mentioned your identities yet." "Gulai and I are pirates." "I can tell." Chen Zhao shrugged. "We're not normal pirates like now. Are you more stylish? Or more tasteful?" "Let me finish," the One-Eye Dragon said. "We're all descendants of ancient pirates. Ancestral pirates." Chen Zhao's mouth was dirty again. "The sins left by our ancestors are also left to us," the One-Eye Dragon said. "We have to guard the taboos. I don't understand. Many of our ancestors made deals with demons, which brought endless disasters to that era. As their descendants, we became the guards to prevent the demons from escaping the sealed place. If any of us go back on our words, we'll be punished." "In other words, you're guarding this island?" "That's right," the One-Eye Dragon answered. "But isn't your service a bit too broad? Not only do you guard, but you also charge for part-time jobs. I told you we're pirates. If we don't rob, how can we be called pirates? Are there many people like you now?" "About a dozen. They're in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans." Chen Zhao and Gaia exchanged glances. This situation was also out of their expectations. "Chun, if the demons escape, can you handle them?" "Usually those that are worth being sealed are mostly those I can't handle," Chen Zhao said. "If I can kill them, they wouldn't have been sealed in the first place. Then should we agree to their request?" "No," Chen Zhao said directly. "We refuse. This island is very dangerous. Without our directions, you can't find the treasure, nor can you take it out. So behave now. We're all busy. Tell us what you know, or you'll die here. If we die, the demons will definitely escape the seal. By then, you won't be able to find the treasure. You'll only die if you go to Starer Island." The One-Eye Dragon's attitude was also very firm. "Then there's nothing to talk about. We're leaving. Goodbye." Chen Zhao shook his head. "Set sail. You can stay in the sea." Chapter 744. I'll save each of you. $1 million. If you want it, get on the boat. If not, I'll feed you to the fish. Think about it. You're robbing us. "You bandit," the One-Eyed Man roared. "Gaia, do I have talent in this?" Chen Zhao asked, grinning. Gaia rolled her eyes. "Are you sure they can afford it?" There were still 7 or 8 people in the water, which meant $7 or $8 million. "Okay, we'll pay. Hurry and pull us up," Cyclops called. Finally, everyone was pulled onto the deck. But then Cyclops and the others pointed their guns at Chen Zhao and Gaia. "Sir, looks like we can talk business now." Cyclops and Gurette both stared at Chen Zhao viciously. Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. "You should have expected this, right? Don't shoot on my boat. I just bought it. Please." Chen Zhao looked at Cyclops and the others helplessly. Bang! You killed my brother. One of Cyclops' team members fired. The bullet hit Chen Zhao's chest and then bounced off the deck, creating a hole. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao's chest and then at the hole in the ground. Suddenly, the team member who had fired was wrapped in darkness. The darkness crept up to his neck, choking him. Save me, boss. Save me. Everyone felt chills down their spine. What was going on? They only saw a dark substance attached to their companion's neck. Then, they saw their companion's neck being crushed. In the end, the team member was thrown into the water. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Zhao counted the body in the water. 8 people in total. $2 million each. Thank you for your patronage. Why $2 million? I said, this is my boat. You're shooting on my boat. I need money to fix the boat. Also, I was shot. My body and soul are both hurt. You have to pay. If anyone doesn't want to pay, I'll send them to see God for free. Cyclops and the others were furious, but they still raised their guns. I'll count to 3. Whoever still has a gun, I'll treat them as enemies. 3, 2, 1. Cyclops finally lowered his gun first, but his eyes were still unfriendly. Are you splitting the bill, or is boss treating? Boss! The one-eyed man's lackeys all looked at the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man had no choice but to take out a card. Okay, let's get down to business, Chen Zhao said. Tell me everything you know. Cyclops looked at Chen Zhao. I need a drink. After soaking in the sea for so long, these pirates were basically exhausted. Never mind. Since he'd taken the money, Chen Zhao's service was very good. There was enough beer and barbecue. Then do you agree to the 20% I want? I've already robbed you of $16 million, and you still think this cooperation can go on? That's a different matter. One-Eyed Dragon said, we are pirates, so we have to follow the rules of pirates. We offended you in advance and were blackmailed by you. Although this result is hard to accept, on the sea, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss, so we have nothing to say. However, since we are cooperating, we still have to follow the rules of pirates. There is no rule of black on 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 black. All right, since you're being so serious, I'll be honest with you. I don't know the exact number of the treasures, but there's something that we're determined to get. What is it? The Sun King Golden Chalice. Louis XIV? That's right, it's that guy's. According to the black market price, that gold cup is worth at least $200 million US. I don't care. Anyway, this Sun King Golden Chalice is not part of the total value of the treasure. Then I have a condition too. We can give you the Sun King Golden Chalice, but our profit must be more than $20 million. If it's less than that, you have to return the $16 million you extorted from us, Cyclops said. Fine. Chen Zhao nodded. The demon on the island is called Geyer. He has a lot of doppelganger eyes that are scattered in every corner of Stir-Roar Island. If one of his eyes burrows into his mouth, it will become a parasite. How do we tell if someone is parasitized? Chen Zhao asked. Mouth, Cyclops said. His doppelganger eyes will hide in people's mouths. As long as they open their mouths, we can see. When you or I suspect that someone is parasitized, we can ask them to open their mouths. This is a rule that we all have to follow. Chen Zhao turned to look at Gaia. She nodded, indicating that she had no objections. Also, many creatures on the island will be parasitized by doppelganger eyes. We have to pay attention to this too. Regular animals shouldn't be much of a threat, Chen Zhao said. Unless, of course, they're not. The creatures parasitized by the eyes will become twisted and extremely savage, Cyclops said. The One-Eyed Dragon said. One last point. The number of deaths and the number of parasites must not exceed 13 people. Including the people who died earlier? That's right. Including those who died in the submarine and those you killed later, 6 people have died in total. Have there never been 13 deaths on this island? Not a single person has died. But I heard that a research team once entered Stir-Roar Island. The leader of the research team is my father. He's also a pirate. Any other questions? Cyclops asked. No. We'll leave tomorrow morning, Chen Zhao said. But where are we sleeping tonight? I'll arrange it for you. 10 minutes later, Cyclops and the others all stared at Chen Zhao angrily. You arranged for all of us to stay in this room, that's only 20 square meters? There's so many rooms on the ship. If you're too scattered, I won't be able to take care of you. I'm afraid that you'll mess around on my ship, so I arranged all of you in one room. It'll be easier for me to manage. Oh, there's a bathroom in this room, so don't use the bathroom as an excuse to leave the room tonight. If anyone dares to leave, I'll throw them into the sea. Everyone was angry at Chun Zhao, but they didn't dare to say anything. They knew that Chun Zhao was purposely making things difficult for them, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't beat Chun Zhao. What should I do? Do I have to sleep with them? Guret asked. Chapter 745. The next day, Cyclops and the others all woke up with dark circles under their eyes. Imagine what it would feel like if 8 people slept in a room that was less than 20 square meters. If one person was alone, the room would definitely be big. But there would also be a lot of furniture, so the sleeping space would be even smaller. Moreover, Guret was a woman. She obviously had to take up more space. She carried a gun for the entire night. No one wanted to get shot. Hello, do you want to come up for breakfast? Cyclops looked up. Chun Zhao and Gaia were eating breakfast at the top. We couldn't sleep the entire night, but you guys were enjoying it like it was a vacation. If not for the fact that I can't beat you, I really want all of you to take your meals. Cyclops didn't hold back. He'd already paid the fee, so he should eat more. When are we leaving? Chun Zhao asked. Our weapons are all in the submarine, Cyclops said. If we don't have weapons, we'll just die when we get to the island. So we're still going to salvage the submarine? Let me borrow your diving equipment, Cyclops said. Phalai did indeed have diving equipment. Chun Zhao thought for a moment and agreed. I'll go down too. Everyone was surprised. Why would Chun Zhao go down with them? But Chun Zhao was in charge of the boat, so no one objected. But they realized that Chun Zhao didn't need any equipment at all. Only Guret and Gaia were left on the boat. Neither of them were easy to deal with. Of course, they hated each other too, especially Guret's hatred for Gaia. After all, Gaia had killed many of her subordinates. She'd even killed her second team. Don't try to attack me, Gaia said indifferently. You can't beat me. Guret really wanted to fight with Gaia, but Gaia added, if you damage Chin's boat, he won't let you go. This made Guret stop. In her eyes, Chun Zhao was no different from a demon. He always had a harmless smile, but he killed without batting an eye. Last night, there was an extra bullet hole on the deck. Then, Chun Zhao had one of Cyclops' team members take their meals. If the two of them really fought and damaged any corner of the yacht, Gaia and Chun Zhao knew each other, so he definitely wouldn't do anything to her. But she would be in danger. Chun Zhao might throw her into the water to feed the fish. An hour later, everyone returned to the surface and began to move the items they had salvaged onto the boat. Cyclops looked at Chun Zhao with fear. Chun Zhao stayed in the water for an entire hour. He didn't have any diving equipment, but he could breathe and move freely in the water. Moreover, they were all wearing decompression equipment in the deep water, but Chun Zhao was swimming in the deep water with his upper body bare. He knew that Chun Zhao wasn't an ordinary person, but Chun Zhao's performance couldn't be described as inhuman. Of course, after obtaining the equipment, One-Eyed Dragon's team finally regained a lot of confidence. The raft can't carry that many people. Cyclops looked at Chun Zhao. Should we leave 2 people on the boat? Chun Zhao sneered. They weren't friends. If they left 2 people on the boat and drove away, who would he look for to reason with? Who wants to be a corpse on the boat? You can sign up yourself. Chun Zhao glanced at Cyclops' people. None of them stood out. Chun Zhao clearly wasn't joking. Cyclops was a bit annoyed too. Chun Zhao was too unreasonable. Of course, he didn't have any good intentions in the first place. You guys use the raft to get to the island first, Chun Zhao said. Gaia and I will follow behind. Oh, what? You don't trust us? There's no need. If we want to get rid of you, we wouldn't need to waste time. Cyclops thought about it and realized that it made sense. But after everyone boarded the raft and walked a few steps, they saw Chun Zhao and Gaia following them on the surface. Under their feet was the huge sea beast that had attacked them last night. But because the beast had been underwater, they couldn't see what it was. Boss, that's a killer whale, right? How can a killer whale grow so big? A killer whale was already huge when it grew to 11 or 12 meters. Some special killer whales could grow to around 15 meters. That was basically their limit. But they'd never seen one grow to 60 meters. Such a huge killer whale was probably 20 or 30 times heavier than a normal one. Amon couldn't get close to the shore, so he stopped when he was a few dozen meters away from the shore. Chun Zhao and Gaia swam to the shore first. Cyclops' people arrived soon after. Stir-Roar Island before them was a primeval forest. The entire island wasn't big, probably only a dozen or so square kilometers. You know that there's an abyss on this island, right? Chun Zhao asked. Indeed, the treasure is hidden in that abyss. Cyclops' heart was heavy. They started walking deeper into the forest. There was no path at all. Along the way, there were only weeds that reached their waists. The vegetation on the island was too lush. It was almost difficult to walk. They had to use machetes to hack at the plants to open a path. Cyclops, how long have you been doing this? I've been carrying this sin since I was born. How many years do you think? What will happen if you abandon your duty? We can't step on land, Cyclops said. If we step on land, we'll fall into hell directly. Aren't you on land now? That doesn't count. Islands aren't real land. If you go to hell in the future, you can find Zophi Beelzebub, a demon lord. To say he's my friend. I don't dare to say he'll make you rich in hell, but at least you'll have a place to hide from the wind and rain. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. They weren't on good terms with Chun Zhao, but after one night, they knew that most of Chun Zhao's words weren't reliable. Do you have a name card or something? A team member in front asked, turning his head. My name is the best name card. Then do you have a phone number for the demon lord you mentioned? I'll contact him later. Whoosh! Suddenly, half of the team member's head disappeared. His mouth was still smiling, as if he didn't feel anything. Everyone's expression froze. What was that? There! A monkey! A monkey! Chapter 746. It's a monkey, right? Gaia asked, standing beside Chun Zhao. Yes, it's a monkey, Chun Zhao said with certainty. It's definitely a monkey. But why is it wearing camouflage and holding a military knife? It's probably a military enthusiast. The camouflage on the monkey was very tattered and looked quite old. Bang! Cyclops accurately blew up the monkey's head. Seventh person dead, Cyclops said. Can you explain why the monkey is wearing camouflage? Chun Zhao turned to Cyclops. 60 years ago, the U.S. military wanted to build a military base here, but the explorers and troops in the early stages were brutally attacked here. Didn't you say that no one died here? I said that after I became the Guardian, no one has died here. Then the thing you said 60 years ago must have killed more than 13 people, right? That means the demon came out once? No. But didn't you say that if 13 people die, the sealed demon will come out? That's right, another 13 will die. Chun Zhao was speechless. Just how many people died on this island? A lot, Cyclops said. Be more specific. 117. Isn't our equipment a bit weak? Just then, the voices of the monkeys came from the front. More than 200 monkeys appeared not far away. More than half of them were equipped with weapons. They were really fully armed monkeys. Most of them only held military knives, but some had pistols. These firearms and equipment all seemed to be very old. They were probably left behind 60 years ago, but no one knew how many were still usable. Cyclops' team started shooting at the monkeys. They didn't have the advantage in numbers, but their equipment was very good. At least, it wasn't something the monkeys could compare to. Under the strong firepower, the monkeys suffered heavy casualties. However, their movements were very agile, and they quickly scattered around the surrounding tree branches, hiding in the trees or in the bushes. Cyclops and his team weren't as strong as Chun Zhao, but they were all good with guns. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of gunshots, a monkey was killed. Although these monkeys used their short stature and agility to constantly try to approach the entire team, they ultimately failed. Gaia, on the other hand, held 2 pistols. Her firing rate was not fast. However, every time he fired, he would be able to kill a monkey. Chun Zhao could feel a few monkeys staring at him and approaching him. He also raised his gun and started shooting. However, it was as if Chun Zhao was cursed. He couldn't hit any of the monkeys, even though there were so many of them. Fuck, These monkeys are too fast. On the side, Gaia glanced at Chun Zhao. It was fine if his marksmanship was bad. Why did he have to find an excuse? Chun Zhao's marksmanship was really bad. It was horrifyingly bad. After more than 10 minutes of gunfire, the monkeys were finally killed. Not a single one broke through the warning line, and Chun Zhao's contribution points were 0. No, to be precise, it was not 0, but -100. Chun Zhao didn't even kill a single monkey. Instead, he used up 3 or 4 clips. Chun, give me all your bullets. Gaia looked at Chun Zhao. Give me your gun too. Leave a gun for me. I don't feel confident without a weapon. A handgun can give me a great sense of security. Cut the crap. Don't leave a single bullet. Give them all to me. Chun Zhao had shot the most bullets. Of course, it was also because he had brought the most with him. Chun Zhao was the one with the most weight. No one could carry more than him. On the other hand, a Chun Zhao with a gun and a Chun Zhao without a gun were two completely different concepts. A Chun Zhao with a gun was a burden and a burden to the team. Although Chun Zhao was her good friend, this was an established fact. Chun Zhao didn't hold a gun to kill enemies at all. Instead, he held it for the pleasure of shooting. As for whether Chun Zhao would be safe without a gun, Gaia wasn't worried. Would Chun Zhao be safe? Stop joking. The monkeys indeed looked scary, but they weren't much of a threat to the two of them. After the battle, they started cleaning up the battlefield. Chun Zhao picked up a few knives. Gaia looked at Chun Zhao. Why are you picking up so many knives? Do you know that China has a special skill? What skill? Literally flying knife? There's such a skill? Yes. Do you know it? I'm practicing. The team continued forward. As for the team member who'd gotten the bento box, they only stripped him of his clothes and weapons. Then, they held a simple cremation for him. After walking for about 1 kilometer, the team finally left the short grass. Before them was a poplar forest. The trees were all quite old, and the gaps between them weren't large. There was almost no light on the ground. The ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. It felt very uncomfortable to step on them. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt the ground shake. There's something under my feet, Chun Zhao said. Then Cyclops' team immediately retreated to the dry ground behind them. Why are you retreating? Chun Zhao turned around and looked at them. Just then, Chun Zhao felt the ground sink. Then, a huge mouth part burrowed out of the ground and wrapped around one of Chun Zhao's thighs. Chun Zhao hurriedly grabbed the trunk of the poplar beside him. It was a huge earthworm. Yes, an earthworm. Fuck, such a huge earthworm. The mouth part wasn't actually very strong. It had a bit of biting force, but it didn't pose much of a threat to Chun Zhao. It wasn't very strong either. Chun Zhao took out a knife and slashed at the earthworm's mouth. A smelly green liquid gushed out. Disgusting. Chun Zhao's face was full of disgust. He kicked off the mouth part on his thighs. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. If this thing was put on their feet, they would probably be dragged into the ground. Just then, earthworms burrowed out of the ground in front of them. The big ones were 3 or 4 meters long and had the girth of a bucket. The small ones were like the one that had bitten Chun Zhao's thighs earlier. Fire on your own, One-Eyed Dragon ordered. After a hail of bullets, these earthworms were all shot dead. Chun Zhao stared at the remains. The smell was too disgusting. Gaia, how much do you think it'll cost if we catch one alive and sell it to the zoo? Chapter 747. Chun Zhao's eyes widened. Pointing at Cyclops, he said angrily, "You can't wait for me to go get my bento, right? Do you believe I'll send you to play hardcore with those earthworms first? Since we've come this far with you, it's not a good thing for you or my teammates to die." One-Eyed Dragon tried his best to explain. "I also want the treasure, but we can't let more people die. But I feel like you still want me to go get my bento." The bottom of this poplar forest is filled with soft mud. No one knows how many earthworm monsters are hiding underneath. With the abilities of my team members, as long as the earthworm monsters appear, there will definitely be casualties. Only your ability can guarantee that you will be able to lure the earthworm monsters out without getting injured. Chun Zhao looked at Gaia. Gaia thought for a moment and asked, "Are you confident?" "Whatever, I'll go." Chun Zhao was helpless. Since Gaia also thought that it could be done, then he would go. Chun Zhao took a deep breath and suddenly stepped out. With a whoosh, he charged out. Seeing Chun Zhao's figure, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Chun Zhao was really too fast. He was like a gust of wind. Chun Zhao felt a vibration under his feet. As soon as he lifted his foot, an earthworm crawled out and bit at him. But Chun Zhao didn't stop. He continued sprinting forward. Another earthworm was lured out, but it still missed. Nevertheless, they didn't give up chasing Chun Zhao. Instead, they crawled under the rotten leaves on the ground. They weren't slow either. Usually, earthworms fed on organic matter and wouldn't attack living things. Of course, these earthworms couldn't be judged by normal standards. They were all monsters controlled and twisted by that guyer. They were far more aggressive than normal creatures. That guy runs too fast. Compared to normal people, he's a monster too. These earthworms sense the movement of animals on the ground through the vibrations. Therefore, if there were earthworms near Chun Zhao, they would definitely be attracted. They were also very persistent about their prey and kept chasing him. Chun Zhao ran one round in the forest. The earthworms behind him were like a wave. Cyclops saw Chun Zhao charging toward him and raised his hand. "You guys better be careful," Gaia reminded them. One-Eyed Dragon and the others were definitely not good people. Gaia's words were a reminder to them. If Cyclops wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Chun Zhao, she wouldn't be polite either. Cyclops' eyes flashed. In the end, he waited until Chun Zhao pounced toward the hard ground before ordering to fire. Although these earthworm monsters had become very terrifying, they had no thoughts and could only act according to their instincts. They did not understand what a trap was. Boom, 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 da-da-da. In a burst of gunfire, dozens of earthworm monsters were torn apart by the guns. Roar. Suddenly, the ground arched, and a super earthworm monster drilled out of the ground. So big, everyone's eyes widened. The earthworm monster charged towards the crowd. Chun Zhao raised his arm and tossed a grenade into the super earthworm's mouth. Bang! The super earthworm monster was dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shouldn't it be the boss? Chun Zhao was also confused. I was just testing it. Why was it so weak? I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. Indeed, even Cyclops and the others felt that this thing was not as good as its underlings. No one would feel any sense of accomplishment. It was such a failure. It had appeared so excited, but it was finished by a grenade. Chun Zhao ran to the head of the exploded earthworm. "Gaia, take a photo with it. I'm going to show Phelan my achievement when we get back." One of the team members also ran over, wanted to take a photo with the broken part of the earthworm. However, at that moment, the broken section of the earthworm suddenly arched towards that team member. The flesh at the broken part forcefully fused with the team member. "Ah, save me. I don't want to die." As the team member kept fusing with the earthworm, he also started becoming deformed. "All of you have to die." However, what greeted him was a hail of bullets from his former teammates. The deformed team member and the earthworm boss were all turned into meat paste. By the way, other than looking scary, what's the use of this thing? Having just lost a team member, Cyclops and the others could not be happy at all. The team continued forward, but 8 people were already dead. This meant that if 5 more people got their bento boxes, the thing would come out. "Let's rest for a while," Cyclops said. The team was clearly in low spirits. If they could not adjust their mentality, they would not be able to continue. When everyone sat down, Chun Zhao stood there alone. "Chun, don't you want to sit down and rest?" Gaia asked. "Let's sit there and eat something." Chun Zhao looked at everyone and felt that something was wrong. "Did you find something?" Gaia asked. Cyclops team members were all sitting on the ground or leaning against a tree to eat. Suddenly, Chun Zhao walked to the team member leaning against the tree. "Open your mouth. I want to check you." Everyone looked at Chun Zhao and the team member. It had already been agreed that as long as anyone had a suspect, they could conduct an examination on anyone. The person raised his head and put down the food in his hands, staring at Chun Zhao. "Trenton, open your mouth," Cyclops said too. Suddenly, Trenton's head split open. His arms became thicker, bursting through his clothes. Unhurriedly, Chun Zhao stuffed a grenade into Trenton's cracked head. Boom! Chun Zhao was covered in mincemeat. Everyone rushed to his side. "How did you know he was infected?" Chun Zhao pointed at the tree Trenton had been leaning against. I didn't find out he was infected. I found out that there's something wrong with the tree behind him. At this moment, lines that looked like blood vessels began to squirm on the trunk of the tree. The originally hard bark also became like fleshy skin, and one eye after another opened. Everyone immediately went forward and threw a grenade at the mutated tree. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. I suddenly pity this demon called Geyer. Why? Nothing. Chun Zhao saw that Geyer's subordinates were all low-level things. He could not help but think that the supernatural organization he led was also full of trash. Chapter 748. Chun Zhao's mouth had been blessed too. The rest of the journey was also bumpy and difficult. All sorts of demons and monsters appeared. However, Chun Zhao always sympathized with Demon Geyer. Why couldn't he find a few capable subordinates? Cyclops, I think you're quite capable. Why don't you be my subordinate? Why do you have that idea? Because of your looks. If you don't be my subordinate, I feel like you'll become a villain at some point. Let me use my warmth and light to lead you to the path of justice. I've always been a pirate. I don't plan on changing professions in the near future. Okay. Oh, next time you see my ship, remember to stay far away, Chun Zhao said. How far are we? We're here. A canyon appeared before the team. It was more like a crack than a canyon. At the bottom of the crack was boiling lava. I should have learned some fire magic. To be honest, Chun Zhao was a bit afraid of such a situation. He was thick-skinned now, but he still had to get his lunchbox if he fell into the lava. The treasure isn't in the lava, right? Chun Zhao asked. If it's in the lava, we could just go back now. It can't be in the lava. The voyage diary said that the treasure would wait for his descendants to open it. This means that the treasure must be somewhere his descendants can reach. Gaia looked at Cyclops. You should be the descendant of the person who hid the treasure, right? Maybe. The one-eyed man shrugged. Then you should know where the treasure is, right? I don't know. I don't even know that there's treasure on this island, Cyclops answered. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the grass behind them. Everyone's hair stood on end. No one saw what it was, but they all felt chills down their spines. Chun Zhao's expression also changed. He was the only one who saw it clearly. It was a snake, a huge snake. Gaia, there's a huge snake in the grass. How big? 3 times bigger than what you've seen in the animal world. Gaia already had a very bad feeling about this. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, he felt chills down his spine. Finally, the snake pounced out of the grass. However, it wasn't just the snake that pounced out. There was also an equally large crocodile. Both the snake and the crocodile were more than 20 meters long. The one-eyed dragon and the others also fired a volley of arrows. Big Snake's movements were extremely agile. With a sidestep, it completely evaded the attacks of One-Eyed Dragon and his team. The giant crocodile, on the other hand, relied on its thick skin to resist the attacks, and even the grenades were ineffective against it. A person was knocked down by the crocodile's head and fell into the lava below. The snake charged at Chun Zhao and Gaia. Gaia and Chun Zhao rolled to the left and right, avoiding the snake's attack. But the snake's tail curled up and wrapped Chun Zhao up. Then its huge mouth closed down on Chun Zhao. Chun! Gaia panicked, but Chun Zhao had already been swallowed by the snake. The serpent lunged at Gaia again. Gaia was helpless against such a gigantic creature. At this moment, the snake's abdomen exploded without warning. Boom! Chun Zhao stood up shakily, his face covered in blood. Fuck! Am I that easy to bully? Why does it always attack me? One-Eyed Dragon and the others were also fighting the crocodile to the death. Another person was bitten by the crocodile. Only Guret and One-Eyed Dragon were left. Chun Zhao charged at the crocodile and swept its tail at Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao wasn't swept away. Instead, he grabbed onto the crocodile's tail. Everyone's eyes widened. That didn't even sweep Chun Zhao away. Chun Zhao used all his strength and started spinning the crocodile by its tail. The crocodile was actually moved by Chun Zhao. Everyone lay on the ground so that they wouldn't be swept by the uncontrollable crocodile. Chun Zhao spun 1.5 rounds and loosened his grip. The crocodile fell into the crack. Everyone sat on the ground, exhausted, gasping for breath. These two are more like it, Chun Zhao murmured. What did they say before? But the feeling of being irritated didn't disappear. Instead, it grew stronger. Do you feel it? Chen Zhao asked. Gaia, One-Eye Dragon, and Gu all shuddered. It's not the feeling the crocodile and snake gave us. It's something else, One-Eye Dragon said. The sea breeze rustled the plants before them. It was as if something was about to appear. The whistling grew louder and louder. Even the magma below them became violent. It kept tumbling as if it was about to explode. One-Eye Dragon. How many people died just now? 1, 2, 3. My mind is a bit messed up. That's not right. Last night, including the one you killed, there were 6 of us. This time, including the 2 of you, there were 10 of us. Now, there are only 4 of us left. That's not right. According to the information passed down by our ancestors, 1 more person needs to die. Gu was extremely nervous. Did you guys make a mistake? Or did the number of people who died in the submarine go wrong? No, I can't make a mistake even in my subordinates. One-Eye Dragon's expression became extremely ugly. It's also possible that people died here without you knowing. No one will die here. Any ship that appears in the nearby waters will be monitored by us, One-Eye Dragon said. Then, is it possible that the number of people who died here 60 years ago was wrong? One-Eye Dragon couldn't be sure either. After all, it was something that happened 60 years ago when his grandfather was still alive. He hadn't been around back then, so he couldn't be sure if his grandfather had made a mistake. Forget it. We don't need to worry about whether the number is right or not, because that thing will appear soon. Maybe we can ask him. Just then, the sky was filled with dark clouds and the wind kept howling. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed on One-Eye Dragon's head. Oh fuck, what's going on? Gu, Gaia, and Chen Zhao were all shocked. One-Eye Dragon shrieked, but he didn't fall. However, the blindfold he was wearing fell down, and his right eye, which had been covered all this time, was finally revealed. However, everyone realized that his right eye wasn't blind. It was completely undamaged. Slap! Suddenly, Chen Zhao slapped himself hard in the mouth. Chen, what are you doing? Chapter 749. The One-Eye Dragon was the last offering. It was a foregone conclusion. Cyclops had no pupil in his right eye. The white part of his pupil was completely red. Has I always been like this? Chen Zhao asked. Gu had clearly guessed the reason too. Her expression was worse than anyone else's. His right eye was taken out when he was young. Then there's no doubt about it. This demon called Gaia has always been in Cyclops' bloodline. A beam of red light suddenly shot out of Cyclops' right eye. The red light hit the ground and started spreading from the center. A magic array appeared. Gradually, a golden crown rose from the center. The golden crown automatically flew to the One-Eyed Man. The One-Eyed Man reached out and put the golden crown on his head. Then a golden sword rose from the array and landed in Cyclops' hand again. Then golden pauldrons, golden bracers, and golden boots appeared from the array. Chen, why didn't you stop him? Gaia asked. He's clearly arming himself. He only comes out once every few hundred years. We should give him a chance to show off. Chen Zhao's eyes were filled with greed. These pieces of golden equipment should be worth a lot of money, right? Summon more. Summon more. If it was just these pieces of equipment, they would only be worth $1 million according to the weight of gold. It wasn't even enough for their trip. He looks like a gold saint, Gaia said. No, he looks like a nouveau riche from my hometown. Just then, a majestic golden warhorse rose from the ground. Beautiful, so beautiful. Such a tall horse weighed around 500 kilograms, but this was a golden warhorse. It weighed at least 2 tons. Chun, should we decide how to fight? Demon, listen up. You've been surrounded. Put down your weapon immediately. Get off the warhorse. Take off your armor and shoot your head with both hands. You have the right to remain silent. Your words will be used as evidence in court. Just as Chen Zhao shouted, eyes started appearing on Cyclops' golden armor. Suddenly, all eyes shot out in all directions at the same time. They were shot out like lasers. Chen Zhao immediately used the dark serum to block him and Gaia. Not far away, Gulai let out a blood-curdling scream. Her abdomen had been shot. Seeing that Guret was in a bad situation, Gaia charged out of the Dark Serum's range and toward Gurette. She grabbed Gurette and rolled into the grass. Seeing that Gaia was also hit by the red light, Chun Zhao immediately shouted, "Gaia, what are you doing? As long as it's within your abilities, you can't abandon any of your teammates." Gaia's voice came from the bushes. "How are your injuries?" "I'm fine." At the moment, Gaia and Gurette were both hiding in the bushes. He didn't know how Gaia was either. Cyclops' laser couldn't penetrate Chun Zhao's dark serum, but it was hard for Chun Zhao to deal with him if he kept shooting around. "Hey, the person on the other side, how about we discuss something? You can stop that laser, and I won't use this black thing. It's fair between us." Unfortunately, the one-eyed man didn't respond. He just kept firing his laser. However, the laser couldn't penetrate the dark serum either. The two sides were in a deadlock, and neither could do anything to the other. Bang! Gaia fired a shot from the bushes and broke the balance. Cyclops' laser finally stopped. He turned to look at Gaia. Suddenly, Cyclops pulled on the reins of his golden warhorse and charged at Gaia. He raised his golden sword and slashed at Gaia. Chun Zhao also charged up and rammed into the warhorse's stomach. Duong, Cyclops, and the warhorse were both knocked over by Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao took out his bronze sword. He looked at the golden sword in Cyclops' hand and then at his own bronze sword. Why did it feel inferior? That wasn't right. His bronze sword was a relic, so it wasn't much inferior. The golden warhorse raised its legs and stomped down at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao slashed with his bronze sword, but it couldn't break the warhorse's hooves. Suddenly, Cyclops' laser shot over again. This time it hit Chun Zhao's body. Thankfully, Chun Zhao was covered in Qingyi armor, so the laser couldn't break through his defense. However, the high temperature still made Chun Zhao feel unbearable pain. Chun Zhao controlled the dark serum and sent it surging towards Cyclops. Chun Zhao's control of the dark serum wasn't as terrifying as Samuel's, but he had his own ways. The knives he picked up earlier were finally put to use. The dark serum coiled around dozens of knives. They slashed at Cyclops' head like a meat grinder. This demon doesn't seem very strong. He's just average, Chun Zhao sighed. But just then, the golden warhorse charged over and stomped on Chun Zhao's back. Chun Zhao stumbled a few steps and turned around to pull on the horse's reins. The warhorse neighed, but it couldn't break free. It wasn't as strong as Chun Zhao, so it couldn't break free. But just then, wings suddenly opened on the warhorse's back. Chun Zhao, Gaia, and Gurette were all dumbfounded. Was this even possible? The warhorse flapped its wings and flew into the sky, dragging Chun Zhao up too. When Chun Zhao wanted to let go again, he was already dozens of meters in the air. If it came crashing down, it would really kill him. "Brother Horse, let's talk. Let's go down, okay? I'm afraid of heights." But the warhorse didn't budge at all. It flew higher and higher. When it was about 300 or 400 meters in the air, it couldn't go any higher. The warhorse suddenly retracted its wings and landed vertically. Fuck, I went too far. Countless scenes flashed through Chun Zhao's mind. I'm already recalling my life. Am I really going to die? The scene in Chun Zhao's mind suddenly froze. It stopped at the night of the battle in Lewis's manor. It stopped at the scene of the battle with Matriarch. The next moment, all the dark serum gathered behind Chun Zhao. Wings come out. Dark wings unfurled from Chun Zhao's back. The wings were just a prototype. They couldn't move like real wings, but they could serve as a buffer. Chun Zhao's descending speed was indeed much slower. He could even glide. Chun Zhao glided in the air, although he wasn't really flying. He felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Chun Zhao circled around. He was getting more and more familiar with the wings. Suddenly, he raised his arms and grabbed his sword. Then he dove towards Cyclops. The sword was like a rainbow, piercing through the sun. His body was like an arrow leaving a bow.